Sunderland, located in the northeast of England, it is a city known for its rich maritime history, vibrant cultural scene and stunning coastal beauty. With a legacy tied to shipbuilding and coal mining, Sunderland has evolved into a modern city that celebrates its heritage while embracing innovation. And no better place sums this up better than the Warden Kart circuit, also known as Karting Northeast. It's quickly becoming known as the birthplace of champions. With a sprawling track length of approximately 1,000 metres and 14 turns, it offers an exciting, challenging experience for our drivers. With this weekend being the penultimate round of the championship for both Rotax and Honda, the nerves and tensions is starting to build in the paddock. In Micromax is Edward Haynes, who leads the way from rookie sensation Emerson McAndrew-Urin, who trails by just 4 championship points. It's the same in Minimax, with the dynamic DHR duo of Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft leading the field, separated by just 2 points. Fresh from his Junior X30 Championship win from Wera, Macaulay Bishop is looking to do the double, with him leading the championship standings in Junior Rotax. But one other driver is set to change that, with Ethan Jeff Hall hot on his heels in second. Kartmasters champion Kai Hunter leads it in seniors, but by only 1 point from Wales' Matthew Higgins. But with Warden being Kai's turf, he has the home field advantage. And with the rumble in the jungle, the Hondas are the closest, with the top 5 all separated by a handful of points. It's just a waiting game for championship leader Max today. But with that being said, they all have one more round to go at PFI. The mighty Bambinos are to be decided here at the birthplace of champions, with just 4 of the top 5 drivers being here. It's down to Chapman, Kempson, Algar and Hibbett to decide who will be the British Kart champion in 2023 for Bambino. And what a weekend it will be to decide that championship. Hello and welcome to everyone joining us here for Event 10 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships from Warden, Karting Northeast, or like I said there, the birthplace of champions. It's becoming very well known. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Andrew Mather in the commentary box joining you this weekend. Andrew, your first time here with the British Kart Championships, welcome finally, and your first time here at Warden as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome from yourself and everybody here at Warden. Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic so far this weekend here at Karting Northeast. We've already seen a number of very close races, very intriguing qualifying sessions, and it's a fascinating picture. The weather is difficult for the drivers out there. It's a tricky course as well, with 12 turns, 1.2 kilometres, with a bit of elevation in there as well. And you're absolutely right what you said earlier about the building of the tension and everything. It's getting to that precipice of the season where every single race, every single qualifying session for the drivers counts in some way, shape or form, and that should be very exciting for everybody watching here on the stream.
It certainly should be. There's a look at the weather. It's incredibly autumnal out there. The wind is blowing a gale. Clouds are coming over. Temperature is low. I've got to say, for a driver, probably not the most fun conditions. For a spectator, neither. But if you're watching at home, you know, tucked away under your blanket or your sofa with your popcorn, coffee, tea, whatever you've got in the morning, I suspect this is going to be an absolutely fantastic day. And a huge welcome to everyone who is joining us on the live stream as well. Do get your comments in on the live chat if you're watching on Motorsport UK, on Alpha Live, wherever you are watching. Please do get your comments in. We would love to hear what you are saying. And a big hello to Jan Exman, who's out there as well, and to Henry Cameron Racing, who is joining us on there also. There is us in the commentary box. There you can see. We're currently sitting down. We've stolen one of the briefing room benches, as you can see there, and we're currently chilling with the helmets and race suits in here. But I've got to say, Warden has been incredibly fantastic in terms of facilitating us here, and they are really working on building this circuit here, and it is absolutely amazing to see the changes that they have made, not only with the facilities but also with the infrastructure in terms of the paddock as well.
Yeah, it's a circuit that's really expanded over the last few years. It's in good stewardship, it's in good hands at the moment. That's really good to see for everyone here in this part of the world.
Yes, it is. So we caught up with many drivers over the course of this weekend, but most importantly, we caught up with our driver of the day from not the last round, but from GYG, all the way back at Event 4. We caught up with Thomas Behrman. Vera Tools driver of the day from Event 4, GYG, Thomas Behrman, and his mechanic Finn joining us here at Warden. Well, congratulations, firstly, because winning this, obviously, it's a very important thing. You've got a beautiful trophy, some fantastic tools. The weekend as well. Talks about it. Your best result to the British Championships.
Yeah, it was a good weekend, a nice and clean weekend. We didn't make many mistakes, so the quali was nice and calm. It was a good, I think it was P7 in group, if I'm thinking back to it. And then in the heats, it was 2 nice and clean heats again. So I think it was like P3 and P4 in the heats, which put us P7 in the pre-final. And then we had a nice and clean race. I think I lost a few positions at the start and then got back to P7. And then the final, I started P7. I kept going forward. And then unfortunately I made contact with another driver. I got spun round, but we managed, because of all the loads of crashes behind me because of the contact. We managed to keep P7. It was we probably could have done better in the final, but it was still a good result considering the damage I got as well from the contact.
Yeah, and of course you couldn't do it as well without your mechanic. The man on the span is Finn, who's done a brilliant job. So Finn, I know you're very busy on this one, but as well as a present for you, congratulations, a nice little spanner set there, and a great job with Thomas, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah, he's doing good this year. He's getting better throughout the year. So yeah, we're definitely getting there. But I think I need to run off in a second because I'm a bit busy just now. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Well done on that one. And then for you, Tom, as well, well done. The trophy there. Driver of the day, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, very good to hear from Thomas Behrman at the end of that one. Brilliant run he had at GYG, his best result over that one, and of course winning driver of the day. And as well, there will be a driver of the day at the end of this weekend. The panel of judges chooses the best drivers from each classes. They go to the public vote, and then you, the members of the public, can choose your driver of the day, and that goes for it. And it will be for all the classes this weekend, including this one just here, the Bambinos, the championship decider this weekend. The 5 drivers entering into this one, so only a very small grid, but 4 of these drivers are in contention for the championship, and it couldn't be any closer, could it? There is a handful of points between them. Yeah,
it's all to play for. As I say, every single race is really important for the drivers now. It could be, when you get to the end of the championship, you look at one particular heat and go, that's the one that the tide turned in a championship battle. And 5 drivers about to head out on circuit. It's been thrills and spills so far this weekend in the Bambinos, all the way from qualifying, so this should be a good one. Yeah, it certainly should be, and there you go, where champions are born, and we're going to crown another one this weekend in that Bambino category. Yesterday, very interesting day. Over the course of the weekend for Bambinos, they do get the 2 qualifying heats, many warm-up sessions, qualifying of course as well, and the final. No pre-finals for the Bambinos, but still they do have a good run in this one. But curious to see what they can do in this one, because yesterday Henry Algar took the race win after putting it on pole as well. Ronnie Kempston was a 2nd, Harry Chapman was a 3rd, Mason Hibbert 4th, and William Wainwright came 5th in that one. So there was a bit of a change in the mid-pack. But the races, you were commentating on some of them with Joe Bradley yesterday on the circuit comms. They were very close. Yeah, quite a fair bit of pack racing, especially across the top 4. We've got a bit more experience. Qualifying, we saw that as well, with a few spins out there which mixed the field up a bit. So it's going to be intriguing how the tactics are played in this, and it was a very close finish that went the way of Henry Algar yesterday. He's in really good form when I've been watching him race the last few months. He's on a crescendo, which when you're getting to the end of a championship, that's the direction you want to be, and he's definitely going to be a factor today. Exactly that. Well, there are many races to go, and the first one's about to hit the track. It's Bambino race 14. It's heat 2, and it's coming up next. Like we were saying, they may be mighty, but they've got a mighty small grid out there as well. Henry Algar and Ronnie Kempston then start this one on the front row. Mason Hibbert and Harry Chapman go from row 2, and William Wainwright will round out row number 3, all by his lonesome. But nevertheless, he will latch on to that pack and see what he can do. As you can see, they've made their way out to the track. Standing start for the Bambinos. Obviously, parents, mechanics, anything heading out to the dummy grid to make sure all is well in this one. The one thing that I love about the Bambinos, I stress this every time I watch them, is I love when they get off the line, you see the hop in the cart, the seat, everything like that to try and get it going. I don't think it actually does anything to benefit the cart in any way, shape or form, but they love doing it, and you'll always see it. And it's a great learning ground as well. We've got to remember these drivers are so young, but we'll talk about it later when we get into the cadet age classes, that we're now really starting to see the benefit, I think, of the Bambino classes racing, because by the time you're getting to the cadet classes, you've got drivers with a good level of experience in those competitions, and this is where they learn it. And we've seen some really good racing, of course, in the Bambinos this year.
Yeah, of course, you've got the things of just like basic kart control, you know, learning tracks, things like that. Also racecraft as well. You learn all of that in these your younger years of racing, and yeah, you can imagine they do learn quite a fair chunk. This is their second qualifying heat. We do not know where they're going to be starting for the final later on, so let's determine where that is going to happen. As the lights turn on, they go out and away they go down towards turn number 1, and there's the hop. There's the Bambino hop that we always like to see, and it's a good start from Algar, who holds on to the lead of that one. Kempson just tucks in there into second place as they now work on the slipstream. The slipstream, probably the most important thing for these two, as the drivers in the background there, Chapman and Hibbert, going side by side. Wainwright just latching onto the back of them, but crucially, nice clean breakaway there, and this is what we're seeing from Kempson and from Algar, just working together to try and break away from the pack.
Ronnie Kempson, another driver who's been building across the course of the season that form that you need for a championship run. Winner last time out at Wilton Mill. Perfect start then for Algar and Kempson at the front of the order. They'll try and run 2 by 2, you would think, through the course of this first lap. Harry Chapman, championship leader at the start of the weekend, already on the move down the inside of the number 77 of Mason Hibbert there. Good move, Anthony, for third place.
Yeah, very good move there, and crucially not burning a lot of time out there either, because you don't want to be battling away too hard. You know, you will just lose a little bit of momentum and you'll lose time. So right now, hopefully they can work together to try and close that gap. But so far, it's been a nice, clean, concise first opening lap, as now we go side by side for the race lead out of the slipstream, but it will be Kempson who has to tuck back in. Did not have full waft out of the final corner as they head down in towards turn 1 once again. Very quick corner is turn 1. Slightly banked as well. Positive camber. You can really push the kart through it, but you have to be careful, because then the next corner you come to is a little left-hand kink, which can then scupper your momentum if you go a bit too quick through turn 1.
Once you get through turn 1, it's one of those circuits that doesn't let you breathe.
No.
It's corner after corner after corner. Very technical circuit, but you've got to get in a rhythm, you've got to get in a flow to get good lap times around this Warden Law circuit. But our Bambinos doing really well at the moment. Algar and Kempson working nicely at the front of the order. Can Harry Chapman chase them down? This is going to be an interesting phase of the race for Harry Chapman, because I think it's fair to say he's dropped Hibbert there in 4th place. He's now got to work on his own versus 2 drivers working together at the front. Will we start to see the championship leader pull Algar and Kempson back in there? They're going through the horseshoe, another part of the course where you've got to keep things tight, got to keep things even as you then come onto the blast of the pit straight. Gaps at the end of lap number 2, 10th between Algar and Kempson, and it's a further 2 seconds back to Chapman in 3rd. Crucially at the moment, Anthony, 1 minute 10.8 for the 2 front runners, 1 minute 11.8 for Chapman. So he's got to find a bit of pace there if he wants to be in the discussion for the win in this race.
Well, the only reason that's happening for him is because he hasn't got a slipstream. He hasn't got anyone to give him that bump. Those 2 working at the front, they've got the bump draft, they've got the slipstream, they're able to do that. So for the drivers behind, it's really just a case of maybe they do need to just close back up again and try and work together and try and push each other along. But again, that comes with experience, that comes with knowledge of the circuit, and these drivers right now, they're learning those traits, they're learning those skills, so you can forgive them for that area of their racing. But so far, it's still looking relatively close at the front and still at the back. The sector times are still looking relatively consistent between all the drivers, everyone running within a second, or half a second of each other actually through sector 2. You know, the sector times there for everyone. William Wainwright with a 21.3 in his second sector is actually faster than Hibbert, and actually running relatively close to Kempston, Chapman and Algar. So, you know, pace is really looking good for a lot of our drivers out there, as Henry Algar at the front now sets the fastest lap of the race. I say that, it's by 1/1000th of a second across the line, that fastest lap. So again, they're just working in unison here to break away.
And I think the good news for our drivers here in the Bambino category, relatively similar conditions to what they experienced yesterday in their first heat. They're about half a second off the pace that they ultimately hit yesterday in heat number 1. But to go back to William Wainwright as well, another driver I think we're going to see building confidence over these races, to wrap up this season and hopefully into next season as well. We were talking to folks in the awning yesterday, weren't we?
Yes.
And they were saying that they are really glad to have this platform. and be able to race against drivers with a bit more experience, because sometimes that's what you need as a young driver, to see how other drivers get the performance.
Yes, exactly. You compare, data, compare lap times, compare sector times, anything like that around a multitude of circuits around the country as well, because for a lot of these drivers, it possibly could be their first time coming to a circuit. The same for a lot of drivers over the course of the weekend and in the classes as well. It would be their first time here. So everything is a learning curve for a lot of drivers, and it's just a case of getting used to the circuit. And for these drivers right now, they are learning each and every lap they go out there. They think, if I take that corner a little bit tighter here, I get a bit more exit speed, or if I do that there, I do that there. It's all a learning game for our young Bambino drivers, and right now they are doing a fantastic job. There we go with 4.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap of their second qualifying heat. This will determine the grid for the final later on today, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Plenty of finals to come up over the course of the day. Pre-finals as well. I can see some questions coming up. Honda Cadet pre-final, that's due to hit the track at 10 to 12 today, local time. The same for the Bambinos. If you're a Bambino fan, their final, I think they are the first final of the day later on. They are indeed. Race 21, their start time is 1 o'clock this afternoon for the Bambino final. So that will be one to watch, because we'll find out who will be champion as well.
Absolutely. 4 minutes to go on the clock. Algar and Kempson still in flying formation at the moment. The pace is improving as well over the line again. Back into the 1 minute 10.8, but there is a new fastest lap of the race from the previous tour of the circuit. Ronnie Kempson on a 1 minute 10.45. 5 to 6 seconds now is their lead over Harry Chapman in third. He's looking comfortable at the moment, ahead of Mason Hibbert in fourth place. A very close run on the lap times, at least, between Hibbert and Wainwright. So I think this is fair to say the strongest run we've seen so far from Willie and Wainwright. And in fact, I think they have changed position, just looking at the data. They're running towards Senna 1 now. Here are your two leaders going through the top of the circuit, through the back chicane.
I think you're right. I think they have changed, yeah. Wainwright's got in front of Mason Hibbert, so Wainwright up to P4 now, so that's a fantastic job by him. You could just see them whizzing through the background of this shot. There they are going through the chicane, and yes, you can see having a lovely race at the back of that one as well. So again, good to see that you are seeing changes throughout the field in this one, and yeah, drivers in this stage of their racing careers, lots still to learn, isn't there?
Another lap completed, end of lap number 5. 1 minute 10.7s that time around for Algar and Kempson. For Harry Chapman as championship leader, the positive to take from this race, Anthony, scoring more points we'll get a good haul in the intermediate classification. Very much keep himself in play when we get to the final later on today. There are your drivers fighting briefly for 4th and 5th place. Wainwright and Hibbert through Senna 1. It's a Senna S, but we were talking with Joe Bradley earlier. It's kind of like 2 corners, 2 hairpins.
Weren't we? I mean, yeah, you've got all the corner names out there. You've got Brian's Bend, which is not turn 1, it's more kink out of that one, named after Brian Horby. Then you've got Dogleg, you've got St John's, then the Senna S's. This is a controversial one because it's more of a dedicated hairpin and then another corner, so it's kind of like Senna S or Senna 1 and then Senna 2. You've got the back chicane. Not Dunlop chicane, unless Dunlop pulls some money out of their pocket. Then you've got the back straight that isn't straight, Gasworks Bend, Horseshoe, and then Paddock Bend, no connection with Horse and Paddock. But yes, there was a good chat that we had with Joe Bradley about that, wasn't it? Yeah.
Fountain of knowledge here at Warden Law. 1.5 minutes to go then. Henry Algar still leading ahead of Ronnie Kempson. Ronnie Kempson will go for a move, though, based on what we saw yesterday.
Yes,
probably on the last lap, because the gap that we saw between these two that went in the favour of Al, 0.08 of a second, side by side. There's a bit of an overlap as they came over the line.
It is always the way with the Bambinos, isn't it? They learn from the cadet runners. They learn from the senior runners. They watch them out there where they'll have like a 2-horse race all the way to the end. They won't overtake. They won't battle. They won't do anything. And then they'll wait to the very last lap, and then it all kicks off, and then you've got the most exciting last minute of a race you'll ever see in your life. But with 40 seconds to go on this one, they will still have another couple of laps in this one, because they will cross the line with a bit of time left to go. Then when they cross the line with 0 seconds to go, they then get the last lap board. So they're going to cross the line with probably about 20 seconds to go in this race. So they've still got a couple of laps left in this one. So right now, this is where you're going to start to see these two start to maybe think about going for remove here. But Kempson's had all this time to learn where Algar's been positioning the kart, where he's been braking, where he's been turning in, you know, all of these things. He's been studying what he's been doing. Right now, he just needs to come up with a plan of where he is going to go for the attack. And for me, this weekend, where have the main attacks been? I would say they've more been into this corner here, center 1 into the center S's again, or you can line a move up there for a switchback out of the corner in through center 2. Again, you can get a good exit out of the back chicane here. If you can get a good drive out of the corner, you can get the slipstream up the hill in towards Gasworks, and you can have a move down the inside of Gasworks. And crucially, that's a good place to get it done because the exit is downhill. You can get good momentum out of the corner despite the fact that you've slowed down taking a tight line on entry. And
it's quite a wide piece of road there.
It is, yeah.
Gasworks. I was stood up there earlier in the weekend during some of the practice sessions and seeing that is where, especially when we get into the juniors and the seniors, you're going to see a lot of action through that part of the course as people go for a bit of a block pass down there. This is the crucial one, though, Anthony. Final lap board has been displayed, and now the race begins.
Yes.
Algar defends to the inside through turn 1, holds it ahead of Kempson. Where can Ronnie Kempson find the best opportunity to try and take that first race win of the weekend? Can he improve on second place yesterday in Heat 1?
That is the main question, because certainly looking forward to seeing what is going to happen on this one. Algar's the one that needs to defend this position. As he is, again, a driver who's fighting for the championship, as well as all of them really out there fighting for a spot in the championship on this one, who could be the championship winner. But right now, it looks like, well, Algar has managed to actually open up a gap. He's saved a little bit of waft for this very last lap, and he's actually managed to open up some space. So Kempson, despite the fact he set the fastest lap on that last lap, has not been able to really utilise it. He's not gone for the move. Now, Algar did go defensive in towards turn 1 as well earlier on, but wasn't able to get a switchback or send it to the outside or get a cutback. So out of the final corner, it'll be signed, sealed and done, and Henry Algar from flag to finish really on that one will take it. And he will score maximum championship points, and that will help out his championship fight, because I think he went into this weekend 3rd in the standings, so that will very much help him out. Kempson crosses the line in 2nd place from Chapman, who now crosses the line there in 3rd. Mason Hibbett and Wainwright, who have been having an absolutely fantastic battle. We didn't see them on the stream, unfortunately, but they cross the line side by side, and Wainwright just takes it across the line from Mason Hibbett. Very, very close, just 0.02 of a second between the two of them. Wainwright with a brilliant result now with a P5 and a P4. But there, Henry Algar takes 2 wins this weekend and will be delighted with that one, scoring maximum championship points to push himself up in those standings.
We'll confirm the point standings.
We will.
With Ian and the guys in the timing booth, but I think that's going to leave us very, very close indeed on the points when we get to the final later on. Great to see William Wainwright getting 4th place there. That's a huge improvement for the driver there in the number 21, and can take that confidence into the final.
Exactly that. Looking forward to that one later on. Like we were saying, that will be the first final that goes out on track after the lunch break here today. That final is due to start at 1 o'clock local time here. 15 minutes plus 1 lap their race. It's a long old race that they have got out there. Plenty more races to go. We turn our attention now to the repechage for Junior Rotax Race 15. Big entries for the Junior Rotax category this weekend. So many drivers, unfortunately, not making it straight into the pre-final. Remember, it's a maximum grid of, I believe, 36 we can have out there this weekend. But yes, right now, the Junior Rotax, 16 of them not making it into the pre-final straight away, which means the top 6 in this one go through to the final. And hopefully someone will correct me if I'm wrong on that one. It's top 6 or top 4. But right now, it will just be down to what happens there. And there, a beautiful display of how windy it is out there.
Brisk. Brisk is the word I've been using a lot so far this morning. For the conditions out there, unsettled, and that's, I think, probably been the biggest challenge for everybody, irrespective of what class you're in this weekend, is keeping on top of what the weather's been doing. I mean, right now, there's a bit of blue sky. It's arguably the best racing conditions that we've had so far this weekend. But yesterday was a bit of a nightmare for the drivers in that it wasn't fully dry, it wasn't fully wet, it was that tricky period in the middle.
Yeah, it was horrible, wasn't it? It was a half dry, half damp track, so you had some drivers going out on wets, you had some drivers going out on slicks. You know, karts were coming back absolutely. I saw a driver come back in, he had mud caked all over his helmet, and I thought, have you been off track? I'd be like, no, that's just being behind another kart. So it just shows it was very, very challenging yesterday, but a big cleanup job happened overnight with all the teams, everything like that, making sure the kart's clean, making sure that the race gear is clean as well, making sure they are ready for this one. And right now it all falls down to what happens on this one. I'm looking forward to this one because it's going to be a tough race because there are some names in this repechage who just didn't have a good weekend yesterday. You got Kai Veach, who starts this one on pole position. Qualifying for him, 27th. Yesterday he had an 18th and 23rd in his, so he actually starts on the front row for this one. Joe Anderson, you've got Sky Parker, you've got Aris Mijalskis, who's out in this one as well. You've got Lachlan Johnson, who's out in Reg Hayward, you know, Coles Racing, Reg Hayward, you know, he's out in this way. He's another driver who's always been, you know, up there as well in some of the field. So there are some names down there that are a surprise, I think.
Yeah, and I say with a big field here and not enough places for all of them to get through, this should be a very competitive race for the repechage in Junior Rotax. The only repechage that we will see today. And I think this was a class in particular that had a real tough time with the conditions. It's funny how sometimes the classes, as they roll through a schedule, just seem to keep hitting the worst of the conditions in terms of making those decisions. So I think they'll be quite pleased at the moment. There's a bit of sun and wind blowing across the circuit, taking away any more damp spots out there on track.
I'm just trying to see which way the wind is blowing. I think they've got a tailwind down the main straight. I'm not too sure. By the looks of that one, they may actually have a crosswind down the main straight, so that actually probably won't play in their favour. So, yeah, it's going to be a real challenge for a lot of these drivers, but for a lot of them, it has been already a very challenging weekend, and yeah, you can imagine that right now these drivers just want to get this race done. Like you say, we always see the repechage. We always see them battling at the front, unnecessarily as well. We always call it out in this one. You know, it's only the top drivers that do go through the bubble, as we say, that make their way through into the pre-final later on today. But everyone just trying to get into that top 6 area to try and hold on to it. Drivers are told to clear the grid. Mechanics clearing the grid now as we get going for this race. We'll give you the grids in a few moments' time. But like we were saying, 16 drivers in this one, and they have got a mighty challenge ahead of them as this race is going to be a tough one for them. The repechage, 10 minutes plus 1 lap to determine who is going to be going home in the early stages of today at Event 10 here at the Vera Tools British Kart Championships for Junior Rotax. A lot of these drivers who have been racing not only in the UK but around Europe as well, racing in several other Rotax classes as well, back here in the UK to determine who is going to be the best of British. Here we go then. Let's take you through the starting lineup because Junior Rotax Race 15 Repechage, it's coming up next. Let's take you through the starting lineup in this one then. Kai Veach and Joe Anderson, who start this one on the front row, 18th and 23rd for Veach. Anderson was 16th and 25th yesterday, qualified 29th. Zach Turner and Sky Parker, they go from row 2. Sky Parker only qualifying 30th and Zach Turner 31st. Two of them having to run together throughout the entire weekend. Armand Banzel and Eli Baden, they go from the next row. Banzel not actually qualifying and Baden qualifying 41st.
On the outside looking in, these are the drivers who will need to move up through the order to get through into the pre-finals. Aris Mijalskis starts on row 4 in 7th place on the grid. Jacob Woods alongside him 8th. Reg Hayward, bit of a surprise there on row 5 in the repechage. Devon Nolan completes the top 10. Victor Hansen and Deacon Russell start on row 6.
Emily Cotti and Shun Sakazuki go from row 7. Lachlan Johnson and Jurgis Pravalunas round out the back of the field. 16 karts out there right now, and like I say, top 6 in the bubble in this one have got the best shot, but they're going to need to work together. We see this all the time in the repecharges. They always battle, and there's always some question marks. Lights do not go out. They go round again. It is a false start to start the day for Junior Rotax.
Yeah, a bit more time for the drivers to gather that information that they need of what the track is doing at the moment. It is continuing to brighten up out there, which is a welcome sight for, I think, everybody in the paddock at the moment.
Got to say, sun shining is a nice thing. And as well, a couple of drivers not going out the circuit, according to my timing screen. Reg Hayward and Lachlan Johnson not appearing to have left the pit lane. Hopefully they are right. If they may have gone home, not too sure. Yeah, that would be a shame for them. They will not make it into the pre-final later on today. Well, take 2 then for this one. Kai Veach and Joe Anderson. I saw Veach this morning having a chat with the team, the mechanic, again giving a few words of wisdom, because you know that it's always a tense moment in these repecharges, because yes, okay, you're battling to get it into the pre-final, knowing that the fact that you're going to start right at the back of the pre-final as well, so you'll have so much work to do on that one. But again, this is a make or break. This is going to be the decider whether or not you're going home or you're going to continue your race weekend. Here we go then. Green lights do go out and away they go down towards turn number 1. Good start from Veach, then holds the inside line of that one. Joe Anderson, despite his best efforts getting a good getaway, tries to hang it around the outside and get the switch back, but he can't quite do it. Looks like Hunter Motorsport, Zach Turner now up into 2nd place, and as he tries to now attack Kai Veach, who breaks away from the main field. Still scrapping in the background there, but crucially, it's a clean breakaway for the entire field.
And also, the top 5 have a gap back to 6th and everybody else. So if they can work together over the next lap or so, they've got a great opportunity of, in the early stages of this repechage, having their places all but booked through into the pre-final. Through the back chicane they go, onto the back straight and into Gasworks Bend. This is where I think we're going to see a lot of action in this race, Anthony. But a great start for Veach at the front of the order. Is going to come round to lead at the end of lap 1. Bit of a bottleneck forming, though, from 2nd place down, which is going to change the complexion of this race.
Yeah, comments coming in, and do keep them coming in. We'd love to hear from you. Stuart Angus joining us. Morning, gents. Lachlan has to retire from the event last night. See you guys again soon. Hopefully Lachlan is all right, but good to see that, yeah, he was, unfortunately, we know the reason why he's not here. Morning, boys, to Angus Fender joining us on the live chat as well. Do keep your comments in. Let us know who you are supporting. 8.5 minutes to go in this one. Kai Veach, though, leading the way, is down the inside. Aris Mijauskis trying to get moves done, and that was on Joe Anderson there for P3. So Mijauskis up into P3. That's good, but again, you're already in that top 6. You don't have to battle. You can try and focus as the cameras whiz through the shot there. Love that shot through the back straight that isn't straight as they go through the Gasworks hairpin now, down the hill in towards Horseshoe. And again, drivers now trying to find their feet and trying to find a piece of track to themselves. There's no lunges to the inside there at Paddock Bend as they go into the slipstream. There is a lunge in the background there. That looks like that was Jurgis Pavalunas getting up into the top 10 at the expense of Jacob Woods, who's dropped 3 positions in this one now, down into P11.
Yeah, Pavalunas making some really nice progress. He's up 6 positions in the early couple of minutes. Also saw Sky Parker going for a big one down the inside through Gasworks. That's got him into 6th place. I guess it's down the inside on the number 76. That's Zach Turner losing a position to Mijauskis. The argument maybe to flip it back the other way, to counter ourselves, if you do fight in that top 6, if you make those positions, you're just increasing your own safety. You don't want to be in that 5th, 6th place, because you'll be like the biggest target on your back in the whole paddock for that final spot in the pre-final.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the cusp of the bubble, and right now that's Sky Parker who is on that bubble, and there you can see just behind there as they go side by side, and that is Jurgis Pavalonis and one of the Cato Motorsport karts there that have come together. That, I think, is Eli Baden. So Eli Baden and Jurgis Pavalonis, both of them do get going again, but are right at the back of the field, and their chances of getting into the pre-final is now over.
Yeah, real shame for them, particularly for Pavalonis, who was making that progress up through the order. But one overtake too many, just didn't quite make his way through, and that ends their races there and their weekends in effect. 6.5 minutes to go. Veach looking brilliant at the front of the order, not only with this big gap, but the pace as well. Fastest driver on circuit. This is the perfect position that you want to be in one of these repecharges. Don't worry about everybody behind. You've got a clear gap at the front of the order. Concentrate on your lines. Go into time attack mode in a way and count these laps down to the checkered flag.
No, exactly that. Still Sky Parker on the bubble as Deacon Russell sees a 5-second time penalty. And he is at this moment down in 8th position. So Deacon Russell, who is going to try and fight for that spot, now with that 5-second time penalty, has got even more work to do. As Sky Parker now is under attack here, and the battle here for the bubble is, well, under threat really, as Victor Hansen, with the fastest lap of the race, is trying to close in on that one, and they're all trying to scrap for position. So Victor Hansen now up into the bubble. Joe Anderson has gone down now out of the bubble. Deacon Russell really needs to capitalise on this one if he wants to try and get into this final. As drivers make their way once again through the horseshoe, they are still holding on to position. But right now it's still Veach from Mijowski. Zach Turner there in 3rd place, who is still latching onto the back. Armand Banzel on his own. Sky Parker now going wheel to wheel with Victor Hansen just in the background as well. So they're going to have to be careful. Anderson trying to get involved in this one, so this battle here, very, very vital.
Sekiguchi going along quite nicely, fastest driver out on circuit, 52.27 seconds, currently in 9th place. Could join this battle here, in fact. He's got a bit more time to find up to the rear end of Deacon Russell, Joe Anderson, Victor Hansen, but keep an eye on the Japanese driver there. Making some really good progress right now. Good move as well by Joe Anderson. Had a tough lap 1 lap ago, but he's responding, getting back on pace. I guess that's one of the difficulties facing the drivers at the moment. Yes, it's dry, but because we've had so much rain this weekend, there's not necessarily a high amount of grip if you do get off the racing line. That's what happened to Joe Anderson a couple of laps ago, but good to see that he's now responding back through. 7th place for him at the moment, but crucially in that pack in the discussion with just over 4 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap to see who's going to go through to the pre-final.
Sekiguchi now with the fastest lap of the race as well, sitting there in P9, is going to have to utilise that to try and close up to this battle up ahead. As again, just down the inside there, Joe Anderson looking to the inside of Sky Parker, and crucially 5-second time penalty going out to Victor Hansen. Now he's in P5. That would promote Joe Anderson up into the top 6. Remember, Deacon Russell is also a driver who has a 5-second time penalty. So Sekiguchi really, I think, needs to capitalise on this. He's got drivers up ahead, 2 drivers up ahead who have got 5-second time penalties. He needs to gain 1 more position to try and help himself out. He might get into this pre-final.
He's got a chance. He's got a really good chance with the pace on board that number 95 at the moment.
Now Anderson with a warning flag as well, and the number 28, it's just going a little bit arcade, so it's getting a little bit boisterous out there. They need to, I think, find their limits of what they're doing out there, because again, you're starting to see moves coming in. I think desperation, I think, starts to kick in for a lot of these drivers. I mean, it's a horrible word to use for the drivers. It's down the inside there. Sky Parker having to defend from Joe Anderson and just not giving it up. And there comes Sekiguchi to the inside. There's another position gain to Sekiguchi down the inside of Deacon Russell and gets up into 8th place. So that now helps it out massively. Joe Anderson now drops down to 9th.
Yeah, that was not a good lap at all for Joe Anderson. Sekiguchi beautifully read that situation, saw that it was going to be a lane down the inside through Horseshoe, and has got himself in a great place now. 2.5 minutes remaining. Still the number 23, Sky Parker, leading at the front of this group. Down the inside goes Sekiguchi. Love that. Through Senna 1. We've said we would see moves into Senna 1, and that was spot on from the DHR driver.
Yeah, no drama there whatsoever, and crucially, that, I think, secures a spot in the pre-final. If he can maintain that position, there is still 2 minutes to go on this one, as Emily Cotti on that last lap sets the fastest lap of the race. She's there in P11, also closing in on this battle. So again, with this battle raging on, it is really opening, it's an open invitation to a lot of these drivers now to really get into this pre-final later on for Junior Rotax. It's so close, as again, down the inside through turn 1, Sky Parker getting nerfed out of the way there by Sekiguchi, who puts a perfect move in down the inside of turn 1 and now gets up into P6. So that really does confirm Shun Sekiguchi there into the pre-final.
And what a roller coaster Joe Anderson's having as well. He's going backwards, he's going forwards, he's going backwards, he's gone forwards again, because Anderson nipped through past Sky Parker in all of that as well. So Sky Parker I think it's now going to be down in 8th place. I agree. Keep an eye on Emily Cotty. When I've seen her race over the last few months, she's got really good form at the moment, has Emily, and she will not give this one up till the end. Good scrap going on here between the number 13 of Deacon Russell and the 23 of Sky Parker. Sky Parker now having a difficult phase of the race, and right on cue, here comes Emily Cotty down the inside, 3 wide down the pit straight into turn 1. Wow. Beautifully done by Emily Cotty. Takes 2 for the price of 1. Also sets the fastest lap of the race. The Tony Kart driver and the privateer entry is absolutely flying.
That was superb. Down the inside, 3 wide into turn 1. That's not something you want to see here at Warden Law, but Emily Cotty, they're certainly making it look somewhat easy out there. Devon Nolan right in the background there as well, latching on to the rear bumper. They are working together quite well here to try and open up a gap and try close in on the drivers up in front. Now, remember, Victor Hansen, I believe, in the 28 has got a warning flag at the moment. The number 21 of Victor Hansen has got a 5-second time penalty. Joe Anderson with a warning, and then who else? The 13 of Deacon Russell. Okay, so Victor Hansen's the only driver there with a 5-second time penalty. That would put Emily Cotty up into 7th, but needs to get past Joe Anderson to try and secure it, and off the track, that is Emily Cotty. Our commentator's curse is hitting hard there.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Emily Cotty, and all that hard work that she's put in the last few minutes is undone. And with time now out on the clock and the last lap board about to go out, it's just going to be a bit too much to do for Cotty to make it into the top 6 in this race.
But crucially for the top 6, it's going rather well. Kai Veach, who's got a gap of 1.3 seconds, has left the field. Aris Miauskis and Zach Turner, who are relatively close, 2nd and 3rd, they are learners turn. They've not been battling. Armin Banzel and Victor Hansen. Remember, Hansen with the 5-second time penalty is under pressure. Sakaguchi and Joe Anderson would be the drivers who would go up into 5th and 6th out on circuit. So right now it is all down to what they can do. There is Sakaguchi and Joe Anderson. They are on the cusp here. They are battling for the last 2 transfer spots into the pre-final, as Devon Nolan now sees a 5-second time penalty as well. So Devon Nolan, who is there in 8th place, will not finish in 8th place, as he's got 2 drivers just behind him there. But for Kai Veach, this race is signed, sealed and done. He's got 1 more corner to go, and he will be the first driver through into the pre-final, as well as Miauskis. Turner will cross the line in 3rd, who drops back at the end. Armin Banzel, Victor Hansen, Sakaguchi and Joe Anderson, they would be the drivers to go through. Victor Hansen with the 5-second time penalty, that would drop him to 7th place out on track, so he will not make it through. But remember, everything that we say there is provisional, of course, because a lot of things need to happen before we determine who will make it through into that pre-final later on today. But that, crucially, that was a battle for a lot of drivers, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think for the top 6, they all earned their places in that one. Veach did the job, had pole position, started off at the start of the race, got that gap, and in the end, 1.28 seconds. Miauskis, we saw battling in the early stages, and we thought, oh, is that a bit of a risky play? But efficiency through the field books his place into the pre-final. Likewise for Zach Turner and Armin Banzel. I think the driver that really impressed me in that race, though, Anthony, was Shun Sekiguchi, because that timing that he had, got the pace going around, what was it, lap 3, lap 4, and just picked off each of the drivers in that middle pack group one by one, earns himself a spot in that top 6. And Joe Anderson as well, once the 5-second penalty for Hansen is applied provisionally, of course, in the results at the moment. Joe Anderson had to fight tooth and nail to make sure that he was in that top 6 come the end of the classification. So yeah, everybody did some good work out there to make sure their weekends continue.
Yeah, certainly so. Devon Nolan as well, of course, with that 5-second time penalty, will drop back from 8th place. Deacon Russell, Jacob Wood, Sky Parker and Emily Cotty rounding out the 12 karts that finished the race. 2 retirements, Eli Bannon and Drigos Pavlonis, who unfortunately came together at Gasworks Hairpin. 2 non-starters, Reg Hayward and Lachlan Johnson. Unfortunately, their weekend's over before the day even starts. So they make their way back into Parc Ferme. They'll get weighed, scaled on that as well. They'll check their nose cone to make sure all is well. Drivers will go into scrutineering. You'll have many drivers and mechanics down there making sure all wagons are working well. Now, comments coming in, more of them coming in. Now, Finley Liddy has come in to say, shout out to the marshals. Now, on my piece of paper, Finley, you are our gate marshal. So you are working well and also watching the stream as well. Yeah, shout out to the marshals out there. I got given a list. You got Ben at P1, you got Michael, Jack, Ryan, Pav, Chris, Jake and Scott out on track, giving us all the hard work out there on the marshals. You've got Ashley on the dummy grid, you've got Finley on the gate, you've got Ethan on the scales, and the rest as well. Jake on the start line as well, Jamie as well. You've got Anthony, James, Danny out there as well. So we have got a bit of time between now and the next race, Micromax UK being the next one. Looking forward to seeing what they can do, because really it's all been down to Emerson McAndrew-Owen on this one, who himself didn't qualify too well, did Emerson McAndrew-Owen. 6th in qualifying, but the heat went his way.
Yeah, in terms of racecraft and how he's working his way through the most important bit of all, he's really, really on form. He's been a star in Micromax so far this season, and has come in. He's one of those drivers who's come into this weekend, I think, with a lot of quiet confidence. We talked in the Paddock show, which if you're watching here on the live stream, you'll be able to see later on today on this broadcast. But for those of you who did watch it last night when it was on the Alpha Live and the Motorsport UK channels, this weekend is about build. If you're in the championship battle, as Emerson is, this is about securing a number of points at the end of the season. That means you haven't got too much to do, ideally, when we go to PF International in October. And that's exactly what Emerson's doing right now. Obviously, had that great form earlier in the season at Kimbolton and Glanny Gores. And if he continues this run here, he's going to put on a tidy score. That means he doesn't necessarily need to be one of those drivers going all out or nothing to win the title when we do get to PF International. Having said that, though, this is one of our tightest classes of all after the intermediate classification points that were awarded onto the scores from last night. 2 points is the separation between McAndrew-Owen and Edward Haynes, who was another driver who's really impressed me so far this season. And another one of those drivers as well, when we were talking about the Bambinos earlier, Edward Haynes, who's come through those categories, even though still so young, has got a number of years of experience in karting underneath him, and has formed him into a really solid driver who hasn't, in any of the championship scores so far this season, been any lower than 7th. It's been top 10, top 10, top 10. That consistency that we're looking for from our championship contenders in there once again. This is going to be one that A, is great to watch here at Warden this weekend, but B, is also going to go all the way to the end of the championship at PFI. Yeah, no, 100%. You hit the nail on the head there with the consistency, because that really does win championships, doesn't it? You know, you can have your E plates, you can have your O plates, you can have your GP plates, anything like that, but consistency across circuits, across the UK as well, that is what you need from a driver, and that is what we've seen from a number of these drivers. There you can see them lined up on the dummy grid, ready to head out to the circuit. Their race due to start at 10:02, which by my screen is around 1 minute, 2 minutes time. But yeah, for Emerson McAndrew-Owen, it has been a roller coaster on this one. He's had to work his way through the field from qualifying, but he starts this one on pole position, so that should certainly help him out as well. Jensen Chalk, Kian Bernard as well. Edward Haynes has been, like you say, the driver has impressed me the most, because qualifying didn't go his way, qualified 12th, but he starts this one on the second row. They're ready to go. We're ready to go, because the next race, Micromax, is coming up next. So here, let's take you through the starting lineup. Emerson McAndrew-Owen and Jensen Chalk start this one on the front row. Kian Bernard, who put it on pole position yesterday, only could do a 2nd and a 6th in the qualifying heats. He's 4th in the championship. Edward Haynes, like we were saying, who went out on slicks on a wet track, qualified 12th, came back in the heats with an 8th and a 2nd place. He starts this one on the second row. Riley Morrow and Oliver Spencer, they round out the third row, Spencer being 3rd in the championship. On to row number 4, Harry Taylor and Mason Brooks go inside the top 10, which is completed by Austin Oman and Samuel Lowdy. Josh Hushka and Josh Cormack start on the 6th row of the grid. Then to the final few rows of the grid. How are we looking, Anthony? Arthur Farrow, Charlie Page, Joshua Cook and Dean Pahal, who round out the field on that one. So
Plenty of action, and the marshal's flags there waving in the wind shows it's quite brisk out there as well. Shout out to kartpicks.net. Chris Walker, who is manning an Alpha Live camera. This very one that you can see. This is moving pictures, Chris. Welcome to the world of moving pictures, not static ones.
Are we ready for a race start then here in Micromax? Yes, we are. Away we go. Good start for McAndrew Uren as into turn one they all go. Bit of scrambling in the middle of the pack there. Oliver Spencer right in the middle of all of that, but that is a very good start for our pole sitter, who has already got, what would you say, a 5-6 karts length gap. Trouble there for the number 64 of Jensen Chalk. That's not a good start for the driver who started on the anti-pole side of the grid, and on the front row has been shuffled out there down to around maybe 9th, 10th position. It's all going on as they go through Senna 1 and Senna 2.
Yeah, that's a terrible start there for Jensen Chalk. Very unfortunate for him. Hopefully he can fight his way back through the field. Still side by side there in the mid-pack. Samuel Lowdy and the number 45 trying to make moves on the Synergy factory team kart. But all at the moment, the eyes are at the front as Cian Bernard getting involved in the battle. Edward Haynes there as well. Jensen Chalk, who's dropped down. Emerson McAndrew Uren, though, despite all of this, has still managed to just drive away from the rest of the field. Look at the gap he's got already as they make their way across the start-finish line. It's Emerson McAndrew Uren that leads the way from Cian Bernard, Edward Haynes from Riley Morrow, Harry Taylor from Spencer, from Austin Oman, from Cormac, from Hushka, from Farrow, from Pahal, who's had a brilliant start up into 11th place, from Cook, Brooks, Lowdy, Chalk and Page, the 16 drivers out there at the moment. You are watching on your screens the battle for second place. The GP plate, Cian Bernard, who won the Kart Masters Grand Prix Championship, sits there in second, but Edward Haynes right on the tail, but not for much longer as he sends it down the inside there through Senna 1. Will have to defend because he'll have to watch for the switchback here from Bernard as he tries to get the waft out of the corner, can't quite maintain it, and they do hold those positions. So now Edward Haynes, who qualified 12th, now up to second in the pre-final.
Yeah, this is what he needs. Another driver trying to refine that early season form is down the inside there into Gasworks. That's
Spencer.
the O-plate holder, Oliver Spencer, going past the number 22 of Riley Murrow. So that should be for... Actually, Harry Taylor's been involved in all of that as well. So that is a good scrap going on for 4th, 5th and 6th places. I'm sure he won't because he's a very professional young driver. But Emerson McAndrew Uren right now, don't look round. Don't look round and let the sheer size of the gap that he's got at the moment get into his own head.
Yeah.
Because he's driving brilliantly right now, 1.88 seconds ahead of Haynes and Bernard. But just to come back to Haynes as well, another driver, say, started the season fantastically. Was in the top 3 consistently at Kimbolton. Did well at GYG, as well as through goes the number 53 of Harry Taylor there. Yeah. And this is what Haynes needs after, as you say, that difficult start to the weekend that he had with qualifying and not quite getting the tyre choice right. This is more like it from the RCE driver. Look at that down the inside. That's Josh Cormac in the number 21 for Toby George Motorsport, trying to make a way past the number 53 of Harry Taylor. As we were expecting, Anthony, it is ferocious out there in Micromax.
As always, we always see it. Now, there's a 5-second time penalty there. That's going out to the number 22 of Riley Morrow, who sits there in 7th place right now. So, well, that's not gone Morrow's way at all. So he's going to have an even bigger fight on his hands now out on circuit. Hopefully he can hold on to that one. 8.5 minutes to go on this one. This is still the battle for second place. Haynes with the fastest lap of the race still has Cian Bernard all over his rear bumper. Now, crucially, now they're trying to work together to see if they can close the gap up to Emerson McAndrew Uren. The gap at the moment is 1.5 seconds. And on that last lap, Edward Haynes was 0.2 faster than Emerson McAndrew Uren. And in Sector 2 as well, well, they're still latching on around the same times, actually. Sector 2, they were all a little bit faster. So this could close in, but the gap, crucially now, has actually opened up just that little bit more. So it's fluctuating between the two of them as they cross the line again. It was 1.7, now it's 1.6. It's ping-ponging at the moment. It's going up and down. They're matching the pace.
It is. And McAndrew Uren continues to do a fantastic job at the front of this field. Change for 14th place, just confirmed over the line. Charlie Page has got past Dian Pahal. 8 minutes remaining on the clock. Who's made the most progress in this race so far? Well, Josh Cormac up 6 places into the top 6. Spencer there on your screen with Harry Taylor running out of Senna 2 and towards the back chicane. What can they do in the second half of this race? Have they got the pace to close in on Haynes and Bernard, who continue to hold that formation, second and third place? They're definitely in a working agreement right now out on circuit. What are the sector times looking like? Well, again, they're good in Sector 1. It's Sector 2 where I don't think they're quite able to benefit from having two sets of engines versus one right now. Pace that time around, and they've got the gap down to 1.4 seconds. It is coming down, Anthony, but it's not at the kind of rate that is going to worry McAndrew Uren at the moment in terms of holding onto this into this race lead. He's holding that position at a reasonable amount as the time ticks by.
Well, you say that, but the gap's now 1.1 seconds. They've still got 6.5 minutes left of this race. Yep. That is a very doable gap to try and close down. So there could still be a fight here, and I'm actually looking at the gap. Visually there, that's closing in. Yeah. This battle is far from over. I am really curious to see what is going to happen on this one, because these drivers, they've had to deal with Emerson McAndrew Uren just winning over the course of this season. And there's another championship that I think a lot of other drivers are feeling a very similar feeling about that as well, with one driver winning. They want to try and close up as much as they possibly can. And Edward Haynes, once again, fastest lap of the race. Kean Bernard is pushing him along here as they work together. This battle here as well, they are doing exactly the same. Spencer and Taylor, they are doing exactly the same now as they latch onto each other, try and push each other along to see if they can try and close up on the rest of the field as well. You've got Cormac Murrow as well just behind. Murrow with the 5-second time penalty as well. Josh Hushka still there in 8th place from Mason Brooks. They're still battling away. Joshua Kirk and Oman. Arthur Farrow not having a good lap on that last one. Laudy and Charlie Page getting through. Farrow down into 14th place now from Jensen Chalk and Dian Pahal at the back of the field there in P16. Wind still blows as the karts make their way around. Back here with second and third, and look at that, less than a second now. 0.8 of a second. Edward Haynes is on a charge here.
Yeah, 0.4 that last lap. Haynes has kicked this up into another gear, and now they really are. They just flicked the pace at the right time there to close in this gap, and is now in the favour of Haynes and Bernard with 5 minutes remaining on the clock. I would still say for Emerson McAndrew Uren, don't change the plan at the moment. It's understandable that he's being closed in right now as he's up against two other drivers, and his pace is still stronger, 57.67, a new personal best for McAndrew Uren. I'm intrigued to see, Anthony, what Edward Haynes does if and when he catches up to Emerson ahead, because he is dropping Kean Bernard ever so slightly behind. Does he actually switch his tactics and starts to work with the race leader and at least consolidate second and push Bernard out of it?
That would be the smart thing to do. That would be, what a logical person would. Well, from right now, who's not racing, that's what you would do. That's what we say you should do. That's probably what everyone on the sidelines is saying you should do as well. But when you're a driver who's in the moment right there, and you can see that you're catching, you can see you've got the pace, the first thing that goes through your mind is, I've got the pace, I need to get past immediately, straight away, and try and break away. That is where it really falls down to a driver's mentality out on circuit. And both Emerson McAndrew Uren and Edward Haynes have a perfect racecraft mentality. They have done it all the way throughout this season. They know what they need to do. It is just curious to see what happens, because at the penultimate stage of the championship, that's where things start to happen, where you think, I need to get this move done because I need to gain these points as well, because it all falls down to that one. Is he going to do it straight away, or is he going to work and save it for the very last lap? That's the main question.
And another factor with the way this circuit races, different circuits and different characteristics. I was watching the senior Rotax heat yesterday. Kai Hunter was in a similar situation to this, had got a good gap at the start of the race and was closed in, but actually his race management meant that when he got to the last couple of laps, he was just able to hold enough performance in reserve to keep him there in P1 and never really in trouble. I wonder is that what Emerson McAndrew Uren, because we know these drivers watch the older drivers for all of their, learnings and tips of how to do things out on circuit, and looking at the pace that McAndrew Uren's starting to turn now, he's doing that holding at an arm's length thing in karting terms of the gap's down to 4-5 tenths, but right now doesn't seem to be closing any further. I say that was a really good run through Senna 2 by Edward Haynes, and now he's in that crucial position. He'll start to feel the aerodynamic benefit of sitting right in the toe of the race leader. This is on now, 2.75 minutes, 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Can Emerson McAndrew-Uren hold on to this race lead? Coming round to finish lap 10. Not a lot of time remaining on the clock here, Anthony. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Micromax here today.
Exactly, and many people around the world watching as well. Hello to, or good evening to Michael Burke, who joined us on the live stream as well. Evening all. It is 5 to 8 in Bathurst, Australia at the moment, where he is watching from as well. Good luck to Emerson McAndrew-Uren as well from Harry Friel as this battle now is underway. Here we go, less than 2 minutes to go, and looking immediately to the inside. There goes Haynes for the lead, wasting no time whatsoever. Exactly what we were talking about earlier on. Is he going to wait and try and work with him, or is he just going to use the momentum he's got and just try and immediately attack? And that's immediately what he has done. Now, crucially, that brings on to my next point now. This finishing order determines where the drivers start for the final later on today.
Yep.
And what have we just seen with Jensen Chalk, who started on the front row on the outside? He's fallen back into the field. That is what Haynes wants to do to Emerson McAndrew-Uren in the final. He wants to force him to start on that outside row going into the start of the final later on.
It's such a fast run, but also into turn one. But once you get through turn one, right here, this is where it tightens, and you want to be on the optimum racing line when it's a first lap of one of these races. So you're absolutely spot on there. The drivers do need to think about this. Oh, that was a moment for Edward Haynes over the curbs. The big curbs here at Warden Law. He's looking over his shoulder now for where McAndrew-Uren is. This is going to bring Cian Bernard back into things. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, less than a minute to go on the clock here in the Micromax pre-final. And Bernard reads that beautifully. Moment for the top two, and through comes the GP plate holder.
Now, this isn't still bad news. Well, this is still bad news for Emerson McAndrew-Uren because he's still there on the outside row. Haynes will have the inside row if he starts in third place going into the final later on. So he's still in a good spot here. It's really down to Emerson McAndrew-Uren right now. Can he get first place? He needs to try and get that spot back. This is exactly what Bernard did, you know, that he won that GP plate at Kartmasters. It was in this sort of same situation, you know, battling away and taking full advantage of the situation happening in front of him. And he's done it again here in this pre-final at Warden Law. This is brilliant stuff, but right now it's a defensive game all the way to the end. The timer strikes 0 in 3 seconds, meaning they will be going on to the last lap now, and round the outside goes Emerson McAndrew-Uren through the St John's corner. That was incredible.
It was indeed, but it's not over yet. Through Centre 2 they go on towards the back chicane. Yet to see the final lap board. It's just to note as well that Riley Murrow has improved up to 4th place, has got past Harry Taylor and Oliver Spencer recently. This is good stuff from Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and actually Cian Bernard's dropped off a bit there.
Yeah.
Through the horseshoe. So arguably it's going to be between these two as they head on to the final lap. But having said that, we've already seen Cian Bernard closing a huge gap in just a moment in this race. To the inside goes McAndrew-Uren. Good defence, blocks on the inside there as they go through Brian's Bend on towards St John's. This is a proper race out here in Micromax.
Bernard's closed back in now. He took the optimal line there through the first turn, and now he's instantly involved, and now that's crucial for Haynes, who's had to go defensive now from Bernard, who sends it down the inside through Senna 1 and gets it done. Haynes has dropped. That's just gifted it back to Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He didn't even drop a bead of sweat, did Emerson McAndrew-Uren. No drama there whatsoever. Knew exactly what he needed to do and maintaining his track position. And right now, he is just driving his way to a pole position start for the final later on in Micromax. This has been a professional drive from all of these drivers, hasn't it?
It's been superb. It's been a really strong run once again from Micromax out of the final corner. Emerson McAndrew-Uren takes the pre-final in stunning fashion ahead of Edward Haynes and Cian Bernard. It's still going on for 4th place. It's been back and forth for the last couple of laps. In fact, it's Murrow, Josh Cormack in 5th. Sorry, but that was the battle for 6th place over the line that Joshua Cook wins out in the end. 7th for Mason Brooks, 8th Oliver Spencer. Jensen Chalk and Samuel Loudy complete the top 10 in that was a properly entertaining race, Anthony, in Micromax, and it goes the way of Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
Yeah, there were battles all the way throughout that field as well. A huge battle from 6th place all the way down to 13th across the line as well. But Emerson McAndrew-Uren will take the race win on that one from Cian Bernard. Edward Haynes from Riley Murrow, from Josh Cormack. 7 positions gained in that one. I suspect he may gain one more, because remember, Riley Murrow has got that 5-second time penalty that will be added onto his race results at the end of that one. Josh Cook as well, 9 positions gained, finishing in P6. That is a fantastic drive for Joshua Cook out there on the number 75. Brilliant to see. He will start well up in the order for the final later on today. Mason Brooks as well, finishing there in 7th place, gaining the 1 position from Oliver Spencer, who's not the greatest race on that one. Finishes in 8th place. Jensen Chalk from Sam Loudy, Austin Oman from Harry Taylor, Yots Hushka and Charlie Page, Arthur Farrow and Dean Pahal rounding out the 16 kart grid. They will sort themselves out, and we'll see them out later on today for their final. If you are a Micromax fan, their final will be race 22 at 1:30 local time. Set your alarms or stay with us for the rest of the day. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy it. Patrick Campbell joining us on the live chat. Great race, Patrick. I will agree with you. That was indeed a fantastic race. More races to come as well, because it's time for some of our oldest drivers here this weekend. Senior Rotax Race 17 pre-final. That is the next one coming up. And again, it's been a story in this one. Local driver Kai Hunter, championship leader, now extending his championship lead. There was only 1 point between himself and Matthew Higgins going into this weekend. It's now extended to 10 points now going into this pre-final. But crucially, the rest of the field behind is still very close as well. Guy Cunnington, Lewis Gilbert, they are very close in the championship. Only a handful of points between them. We'll find out what happens in that race, though, in a few moments' time. We're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. Senior Rotax Race 17, pre-final time. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Championship leader Kai Hunter and Lewis Gilbert starting this one from the front row. Archie Walker and Guy Cunnington, they go from row 2. Angus Scrivener and Sean Butcher, they round out row number 3.
Matthew Higgins and Teddy Pritchard-Williams on row 4. Will Ellsworth and Tristan Rennie on row 5. Neo Clark and James Lowther start on row 6.
Row number 7 sees Pearson Bullock Carter and Harry Linden. Road number 8 sees Tyler Harris and Jack Lilly. Jai Lawrence and George Donald round out the top 9 rows.
Moving into row number 10 then, you've got Alex Moody and David Auletner. George Hunter and Jamie Perrelly go from row 11. William Pemble and John Brown start on row 12.
Alexander Adams-Acton and James Jackson go from row 13. That really fell off the tongue quite nicely, that did that row. Danny Shields and Max Kettle, they go from row 14. Alex Duncan and Jack Collins running out the top 30.
Jude Fernhoe goes from row 16 and is joined by Dylan Briley. The 34 kart field is completed by row 17, George Holbrook and Alexander Cole.
Blink and you'd have missed them. Already into the final corner. Are we going green flag and racing first time? No, we are not. It is a false start. They will go round again. Race director Nigel Edwards deeming it not a good one. There you can see Dan Ashton out there as well on the circuit, and some of our amazing marshals out there as well on track. Now that said a 4 on it. That could have been our man Ryan out there in Marshal Post 4. Sterling job. He looks a bit chilly though out there.
Yeah, it's when that wind gets up. It's definitely autumnal. It's definitely September out there.
Yeah.
The little heat wave that we had a few weeks ago is long gone.
Really enjoyed the 4 days of summer this year.
Yes.
Really enjoyed it. Spent most of it not here in the UK either. That was always the way actually. When it was really nice in the UK, I was somewhere out in Europe, but it was raining out in Europe, and it was just like,
So it's you.
It's
your fault.
Yeah,
you just have a constant cloud over your head.
Exactly. Clearly, obviously. There's Chris Walker, kartpicks.net, getting all your photos out there, and does a good job, does Chris, helping us out massively as well. But he does like to stand in some really awkward places out on circuit, I've got to say. He does put himself in harm's way just that little bit, but he's quick on his feet.
He's
Chris.
brand aware. That's
He's
what
brand
he is.
aware.
He's getting in the way of our camera shots. Are we ready for a start for the pre-final here in Senior Rotax? Yes, we are. Kai Hunter takes it from the front of the field, knows this circuit like the back of his hand. And that's a very good start through the first couple of corners. As off towards the back, that was the number 18 of Alexander Adams-Acton running a bit wide. It's a big field, this, of karts running through the first sector. But for Kai Hunter, who needs to maximise this weekend, this is his home circuit. He's got the championship lead. He didn't have as good a time at Clanny-Gores earlier in the season. This is where really he would be expecting to score maximum points. But it's that driver in second place that challenged him yesterday, Lewis Gilbert, who's had a great season so far. Super at Lark Hall last time out, has been keeping him honest. This isn't a done deal for the GP plate holder. End of lap 1. It's Hunter from Gilbert, and then the rest of them battling from third down.
Exactly. David Anderson joining us on the live chat saying, come on to Lewis Gilbert there, who is in second place doing a sterling job, trying to close in to GP plate Kai Hunter, who is obviously second in the championship last year, hunting down that first championship win, and this weekend certainly doing what he needs to try and secure that one. Now, drivers tumbling down the orders. Jai Lawrence, who was involved in an incident earlier on in the race, John Brown as well, and Alexander Adams-Acton, who were all involved in that incident at the start of it. Jamie Pirelli and George Holbrook not taking to the track. Do hope they're okay, but it looks like they are not out on circuit, which is a big shame to see. Look at the trains that we've got here as down the inside there goes Matthew Higgins on Guy Cunnington. That's the battle for fourth place, and Higgins, who's second in the championship now, trying to push himself forward to try and catch up to his teammate and best buddy as well, Kai Hunter, who leads the way.
Yeah, it's been an interesting weekend for Matthew Higgins. He had a difficult middle phase of the second heat yesterday that I watched in the box with Joe Bradley from trackside, but he refound that pace, and it just gave an indication that for the long haul in this weekend that Matthew Higgins has got the pace there to get a good result. He just needs a little bit of luck from the racing gods, perhaps, out there on track. But that was a good move up into fourth place, through and out of the back chicane and towards Gasworks. Look at them streaming through. There's also been moves on that last lap for Jack Lilly. He's improved up to 14th place, so that's good news for everybody at Sam Pollitt Racing. The race getting into a rhythm now, as we often do see, Anthony, in these senior Rotax races. Drivers know what their pace is, they know what they're fighting for, and now just ticking the laps by to then maybe make a bit of a bigger push in the last few minutes.
Matthew Higgins once again fastest lap of the race and is charged to close in to the three drivers in front, Walker, Gilbert and Hunter. Third, second and first out there at the moment. There is Matthew Higgins. Guy Cunnington now also under pressure from Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Super Ted, who is trying to get involved in this battle, who has latched on just behind there. You can see the whiz through the camera shot there. And Teddy Pritchard-Williams, who's certainly doing a good job here, trying to fight his way through the field. The MLC Motorsport gang always doing a good job to make sure he's signed, sealed and done. And, Pritchard-Williams, who just doesn't dabble in the world of, shortcut racing. He's getting involved with them big karts. I think he's got a huge wagon he's trying to get rolling. It's something from the 1930s as Pritchard-Williams now as well. Oh, we're talking about him. Sets the fastest lap of the race as well, 50.21.
This is almost a carbon copy of what we saw yesterday in that second heat, where Pritchard-Williams started a little bit further back, but a surgeon-like approach to just making his way through the field and got a good finish out on track yesterday. So we'll take that confidence from less than 24 hours ago to say, well, these are all the same drivers that have found a way past in heat number 2. Let's do it again here in this pre-final. 8 minutes to go. A bit further down the order, James Lowther up a position to 11th, another driver who knows this part of the world very well. Through the horseshoe, there's the number 49 on your screens. That's Angus Scrivener for Hunter Motorsports. In the middle of a bit of a sandwich there with Sean Butcher just ahead, Tristan Rennie just behind.
They should have the most experience here at Hunter Motorsport, being run by team boss Reese Hunter, brother of Kai Hunter, and, the circuit owner as well. They're here. This is their home turf. This is their home ground. They should have these cars right at the front of the field. But right now, Angus Scrivener doing all his best. And I actually spoke to Angus this weekend, and he was saying that, Reese Hunter has been giving me all the advice, everything I needed. It's been absolutely vital for me to learn this. And, he was saying he's been pushing really, really hard, and it's working well. Like you say, he's right there in the top 10, battling away with some big, big names. There on your screen, though, is your man who is Sean Butcher, the number 5, who's in 7th place at the moment. Crucially, there has been a change for 3rd place now, as Higgins has got past. We've not seen that battle happen, as Higgins, also with the fastest lap of the race, is closing in on Lewis Gilbert, and crucially, neither of them are able to close in on Kai Hunter. He's just broken away here now. He's cleared by nearly half a second.
But as I say, this is following a pattern that I saw yesterday. This was the point of the race where Lewis Gilbert just turned the pace. He turned the gas cooker up a bit to see, right, what have you got, Kai Hunter? I'm coming for you here from 6/10 back, 5, 4, 3, 2. I would expect to see that again based on what we saw yesterday. And it's also interesting to see, will Matthew Higgins work with him at this stage? In a pure, unemotional racing sense, yes, they would. But there's also team and friendships out there that could come into the decision-making. Perhaps 6 minutes to go, the gap 0.8 of a second. The other crucial part of what we saw in Heat 2 yesterday with this similar situation, that Kai Hunter almost brought that pressure up to himself a little bit, but crucially had a response.
Yeah.
He was able to just edge away again, and once Lewis Gilbert had used maybe a bit of his tyres, and the drivers had to think of the long game of terms of kart preservation, Kai Hunter was able to win out in that one. It was like a chess match at speed out there in this category. So let's see if we see another one of those episodes. Down the inside, is that Pritchard-Williams going for a move? Yes, it is. Down the inside, takes Guy Cunnington there. So, not Guy Cunnington. He's already got past Guy Cunnington. That was past Archie Walker. So that's Pritchard-Williams now up to 4th.
Still good running all the way throughout this field. Walker now, like you say, tumbling down as, Guy Cunnington just drives past on the start-finish straight there. That is a sign that potentially Archie Walker has some mechanical gremlins out on circuit, because look at the speed difference already that Guy Cunnington was able to just drive past and already break away at a gap.
Kai Hunter, 50.25 seconds last time around. And, now we're starting to see a divergence from Heat 2 yesterday, because Kai Hunter is getting the pace up at this stage of the race. He's not letting Lewis Gilbert close in to challenge him, and that's going to be good news for Matthew Higgins because he's got a bit of space to play with ahead of the number 29. Can he find a way through? Will he want to find a way through right now, though? Still quite a bit of time remaining on the clock, over 4 minutes. But Hunter leads at the end of lap 9 by a full second, Anthony.
By a full second indeed. Yeah, that is some good running there, as Gilbert's not going to relinquish this spot easily at all. The Diamond of Dalrai, as he's dubbed, needs to really hold on to this position, and Gilbert doing exactly what he needs to do. Higgins just on that rear bumper. Crucially, though, as soon as these two to scrap, Pritchard Williams, Guy Cunnington, Archie Walker, they'll all get involved again, and down the inside, no time wasted there. Higgins at Gasworks hairpin senses the opportunity and sends it down the inside of Lewis Gilbert. Now, crucially, they'll have lost a bit of time there to Kai Hunter, but with 3.5 minutes to go, what's going to happen? Higgins now, the gap 1.4 seconds between Hunter and Higgins, first and second in the championship. They need to close that up and battle away between the two of them. I caught up with Kai Hunter in an interview as well. That's been posted out. You can catch that on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, where I was saying, you know, you've got your teammate, is your best friend as well. What must you feeling when you're going wheel to wheel with him out on circuit? And he was saying, you know, honestly, it's a nightmare because he is my best friend. You know, it's one of those things I don't want to, you know, fall out, have a battle, anything like that. You know, I want us to have a good, clean race all the time, and it'd be nice and fair out there. But I also said to him, you know, but mate, if it came to it, you know, wheel to wheel, are you going to go? Yeah, of course I am. I want to win the championship. So, you know, it's one of those things. It's just, yeah, heart and mouth for a lot of them, isn't it?
It's a really interesting dynamic of this race. It's one of the things I love about the Rotax categories this year. At the end of the day, they're all a championship using the same point system and the same manner in which we decide who is the champion for the year, but they've all got their own little spice and flavour that's different to each of them. And so this friendship at the front of the order is going to be one to watch over the next few races. I also think Matthew Higgins really had to go for that move because Pritchard Williams and Guy Cunnington behind, they were closing in. And I think for Matthew Higgins, you think of this from a best return perspective. Kai Hunter's gone. Kai Hunter's got this, unless there's some form of mechanical. Kai Hunter's going to win this race. Second is as good as it's going to be for Matthew Higgins, and that was going to be under threat if he didn't make the move past Lewis Gilbert.
No, exactly that. Still battles happening all the way through the mid-pack section of the field as well. We're watching this one a little further down. You can see there Thule Motorsport battling away there. Tyler Harris, Neo Clark, David Alejna in a scrap. That's happening further down. Now, Tyler Harris, this is actually his first weekend in the senior category.
Yeah,
he was a junior driver. He's moved up into the senior category because, and I was saying, you know, well, I've done it. I'm too tall, you know, and that's fair. He's taller than me.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not tall. No. I'm 5'10". You know, part of many failings, but I'm only 5'10". He's already stretching above 6 foot, and he's a junior driver now stepping up into the world of senior. So again, yeah, good to see, and really curious to see how he fully gets on in that one as he prepares really for a full season next year.
And has applied himself fantastically this weekend. This is not an easy field to race, and of course, it's the very top of senior karting in Rotax in the UK, and he's there comfortably in the top half of the order, learning all the time. Less than 60 on the clock. Pace at the moment for the leaders, all of them in the 50.3 or 50.4 region. Kai Hunter now 1.5 seconds clear of his teammate Matthew Higgins. Lewis Gilbert holding on to 3rd place at the moment. There's just been a change for 7th place in the order. James Lowther, there's been a swap there between the two KR Sport drivers. Sean Butcher down to 8th. And KR Sport having a decent race here, Anthony, with 3 drivers there in the top 10.
Certainly are. And, yeah, a lot of drivers need to work hard as teammates, again, to try and pull those positions, push each other forward and use the benefit of all your drivers. So, yeah, that is going to be a real shake-up to see what they can do. Less than 20 seconds left on the board. And, again, just a quick check over the shoulder there for assess the situation behind. It's not changed. Still Gilbert, Pritchard Williams and Guy Cunnington battling away, and the gap still staying the same. Kai Hunter and Matthew Higgins, they're on the same pace here right now, matching lap times, and are just not able to close these gaps up. He needs to start right next to him, and right now with this positioning, it would go down to the final between Hunter and Higgins, who would start on the front row together if it stayed like this. Timer strikes 0 then. We are going to find out who's going to be starting where for the senior Rotax final later on today. And right now it's looking like it's going to go the way of your current championship leader, Kai Hunter, who will see the last lap board this time around. For the rest of the drivers as well, it's still looking good. There's been some big movers out there as well. Jude Fernahoe for the Jack Deck Racing team. He's up there in 18th place as well. Alexander Cull, who's there for Guy Cunnington Racing, 12 positions gained. He's up to be 22 as well. Jack Collins, 6 positions gained as well. David Alledge with the 3. There has been some big movers all the way throughout the field. This is good to see because Warden Law is not an easy circuit. There are many overtaking opportunities out there, but it's rough. It's hard, it's tactical, it's demanding on a driver. And right now, all the way throughout this weekend, they've had to deal with some horrendous conditions with rain, wind, everything out there, cold temperatures. The rain that we had yesterday was Baltic. It was absolutely freezing, the rain. It was horrible.
Well, we are on the final lap. Good scrap going on here for second place between Higgins and Gilbert. But once again, here at Warden Law, it's going to be the Kai Hunter show. Over the line, takes a dominant win in the pre-final for Senior Rotax. It's a 1-2 for DHR as Matthew Higgins holds off. Another good race for Lewis Gilbert there in third. That is a problem for the number 84 of Tyler Harris, who we were just talking about having a great run. I think Jude Fernahoe has also been involved in with a problem there because he's falling down the order as well. Fourth place for Teddy Pritchard-Williams. More efficiency out there, overtaking and repeating the form that he had in the last heat of the day that wrapped things up for Saturday. But your winner, once again, here in Senior Rotax for the pre-final, will have pole position for the main race later on this afternoon. Kai Hunter wins by 1.5 seconds from Matthew Higgins. Lewis Gilbert third. Teddy Pritchard-Williams in fourth. Guy Cunnington, more good points for the former champion there in fifth. Archie Walker was the first of 3 KR Sport drivers home in the top 10. He was sixth ahead of James Lau, the seventh. Sean Butcher, eighth. Tristan Rennie for Craft Motorsport finished ninth, and Angus Scrivener completed the top 10 for the home team here, Hunter Motorsport.
Exactly that. Harry Linden, Will Ellswood, Pearson Buller Carter and Jack Lilly would round out the rest of the top 14 out on circuit. David Alesner taking 15th place from Neo Clark. George Donald, William Pemble from Alexander Cull. George Hunter from Alex Moody. Jack Collins from Max Kettle. Danny Shields, who I believe also got a 5-second time penalty out in that race, finishes in 24th place from Dylan Briley. Alexander Adams Acton and Jude Fernahoe, unfortunately being involved in that incident earlier on as well. Same with John Brown at turn 1, dropping to 28th place. Tyler Harris, unfortunately, at the final hurdle, drops to 29th place after being involved in that incident on the very last lap. Big shame for him as well in that one. James Jackson, Jai Lawrence, Alex Duncan, all retirements from the race. Jamie Briley and George Holbrook not going out onto the circuit to start off with. But certainly the drivers will have to work a little bit harder later on today. There is William Ellswood. You can see the top of his head there just above the fence back in Parc Ferme. And certainly it's been a tough old race for your man Will Ellswood, finishing that one P12, dropping 3. But with the Craft Motorsport team, they know what they need to do, and running on the Potenza engines out on the circuit, so still very quick cuts. Looking forward to see what happens up later on today. 3 more races to go before we hit the lunch break. We turn our attention now to Minimax 950 for their pre-final. Busy old grid on this one, and we were talking about Kai Hunter and how it's been the Kai Hunter show this weekend. It's also been the Albert Friend show. Only 5th in qualifying, but took 2 race wins in the qualifying heats. He starts this one on pole position. Really looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one, because Jacob Ashcroft, who put it on pole, has not had the best heats.
No, he hasn't, but it's been super close in Minimax this weekend. I was talking with a couple of people earlier on this morning about where are you going to get, or where are you most likely to get the closest, tightest finish of any of our races and classes so far this weekend. It's Minimax for me, because if we look by the heats, there's Chris Walker there, gives us a wave. the top three in both of the heats yesterday, less than a second covering them, and actually in Heat 2 there were more drivers within that first second across the line, so this is going to be mega close out there. Apologies for the technical issues and the network issues that we're having here at the circuit. Apologies for any of the stuttering on the stream, but I think we are going to be getting ready for your next race out on circuit race number 18, the pre-final for Minimax 950.
Yes, indeed. Let's take you through the starting lineup on this one. It's going to be a busy old race. Albert Friend and Jacob Ashcroft starting this one on the front row. Cole Denham and Noah Barham going from row 2. Luca Holmes, Paddock and Charlie Wolfett round out row number 3.
Blair Smith for Strawberry Racing starts on row 4 alongside Joshua Griffin. Will Green and Charlie King form out row number 5. Albie Lapper and Ellis Bell start on row 6.
Row number 7 sees Oliver Meek and Jack Collins, Isaac Barker and Kai Clark round out row number 8. Alex Godson and Stanley Clark round out row number 9.
Daniel Minto and Giles Sayer start on row 10. Tom Reed and Benjamin Lawn from row 11. John Richardson and Sebastian Louche start on row number 12.
Kieran Stewart and Isabella Stansmore Wilson rounds out the field. Like you say, busy old grid in this one. So many drivers with a lot of talent out there. This being one of the intermediate classes out there on the circuit as well. Really curious to see what they can do.
And currently on championship points, tied 619 points each for Jacob Ashcroft and Cole Denham. Albert Friend, very much the man in form so far this weekend, only 3 points behind.
Don't you love a close championship battle, folks? We are going to see a mighty one all the way to the end of the championship at PFI. That's going to be the title decider. But right now, who is going to win here at Warden Law? Lights go green and away they go. Down and towards turn number 1 again, as squeezing goes Ashcroft, and off the track nearly. And he tumbles down the order. That outside row is not the favourite for the drivers on the front row, and Ashcroft has got it all to play now as he tries to make his way back through the field. Rest of the field does all get through relatively cleanly. No drivers going wide onto the grass, but crucially, Albert Friend getting a great getaway, and Cole Denham now with that moment gets up into second, and crucially would, I think, take control of this championship.
Yeah, that was brave stuff from everybody involved there, but there's good time remaining for Ashcroft to pull his way back through. But this is, you're right, absolutely right, Anthony, this is a huge opportunity now for Cole Denham in the championship stakes to make progress, and I wonder if he's going to work here with Albert Friend. One of those situations where, you know, a title rival could actually become your best friend out there on circuit, no pun intended. Even though they're on different teams at the moment, you know, Cole Denham will try and push off the front with Albert Friend here. They've got 3 synergy drivers just behind. Luca Holmes Ballock's had a great start. He's up to 3rd place there at the end of lap number 1. Joshua Griffin as well, starting well. He's in 4th, and that top 5 rounded off by Charlie Wolfett.
Yeah, the Synergy Factory team working hard out there, battling away with the Dan Holler Racing and the Strawberry Racing. So many teams involved in this one in the Minimax category. Plenty of action to be had over the course of this one, but right now it is Strawberry Racing's Albert Friend who leads the way from Cole Denham and Luca Holmes Ballock, the top 3, as they try to close in. And I've got to say, Cole Denham is piling on the pressure there, because that was a slight mistake there from Albert Friend out of guess what hairpin, running a little bit wide, getting caught on that exit curb. It was rough and ready, but now down in towards turn 1 they go across the start-finish line. Who is he going to go for the move here? No, he is not. He's going to stay behind. There was a bit of a move further back. Looked like maybe Charlie King getting a move done there down and around P11. But crucially, no battles happening so far at the front. They're all staying roughly similar as one of the Hunter Motorsport karts goes to the inside there. That looks like that could be Daniel Minto gaining a move. Good stuff there at the back of the field.
Yeah, gaining positions all the while is Minto. Here's the 126 on your screens. There's scrap going on there, involving the 187 and the 140. This is all in the second half of the order. 9.5 minutes remaining on the clock. This is what it's been like all weekend if you've not been here at the circuit. No one's been able to break away in Minimax 950, and it's been the case, Anthony, of you cannot put a toe out of line out there on circuit, because if you do, a whole swarm of them are going to be taking your place.
No, exactly that. You lose one, you lose them all. You get kicked out of that slipstream, and yeah, you just tumble down the order. And right now, look at this. This is fantastic. Look, 4 karts battling for that top spot now. Friend, Denham, Paddock, and Wolfit, who's closed in. We caught up with Wolfit in the Paddock show as well. You can watch that as well during the lunch breakers to the inside there, just with Griffin and Wolfit going wheel to wheel. And Wolfit now, I think, has got past Luke Holmes Paddock, so he's now up into 3rd place as they all try to sort themselves out. And now Charlie Wolfit here looking very, very strong, looking like he might go for an attack here on Cole Denham. Denham now, who's dropped back from Albert Friend, has not managed to get the move done despite moments here and there for our drivers. But again, everyone just closing in. There's Will Green with a big look over the shoulder there. You can see Jacob Ashcroft, the E-plate, with the fastest lap of the race, is starting to close in. That's now been taken away from Daniel Minto, who's there in 20th place, who's still trying to make positions up. But right now, it's still being controlled by Albert Friend, doing a good job at the moment. His best time on that last lap, 54.9. The rest of the field, 55.0, 54.8 from Charlie Wolfit. So Wolfit in 3rd is actually the fastest driver. As off the track there goes the 176. And that's not gone to Kai Clark, unfortunately, dropping down 1 or 2.
There was a touch of damage that we saw on the rear of the kart as well for Kai Clark. 7.5 minutes to go on the clock. I think if you're in the seat of Charlie Wolfit at the moment, yeah, technical flag sure enough for the number 176. So unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Kai Clark's race from any kind of points-paying benefit. Nothing really to write home about once that's been dealt with. Good move there. That was the E-plate holder, Jacob Ashcroft, needing to recover. This is a damage limitation job now for Jacob Ashcroft, but clean move down the inside, and that's him up into 5th place.
And exactly that. It was not the start he will have wanted, and yeah, he's now just going to have to try and fight his way back to the field, which he is doing now. Still battling there, side by side, wheel to wheel. Will Green and Ashcroft going at it. Well, Ashcroft has managed to get through. It's the 133. That's Joshua Griffin who he's actually battling away with. So Griffin trying to get involved in this one, and again sends it back down the inside. Will Green responds instantaneously on the exit and sends it back down, and I think that's all she wrote for the time being. I suspect they'll return to that battle later on in the race. There you can saw Ellis Bell just whizzing through. Still 176 not coming in and responding to the meatball flag out there. Kai Clark's still on circuit. He'll have to be careful. He might receive a black flag. He comes into the pit lane now, so responds to that one brilliantly. But unfortunate for him, he'll start the race final later on today at the back of the grid.
Yeah, it's been a really tough weekend for Kai Clark. Didn't have a good qualifying. Meant he had started from the back of both of the heats. Came through the field brilliantly in heat number 2 for quite a while, but then had another problem which shuffled him back a bit. Now that bumper issue here in the pre-final, a lot of testing races, but hopefully that, you know, knowing that the pace has been there this weekend, it's just not been a weekend where everything's fallen into place for Kai Clark. There's still positives to take.
Yes, indeed. 5.5 minutes to go. Charlie Wolfit's now up into 2nd place and has latched onto the rear bumper of Albert Friend. The battle for the lead, and Albert Friend's just checked over his shoulder there and said, "Oh, you're not Cole Denham. Who are you?" And yeah, all of a sudden, Charlie Wolfit's there and is looking to go for potentially his first race win this weekend. Because remember, it's been Albert Friend all the way throughout this one in the qualifying heats. But in this pre-final, I think Charlie Wolfit's looking to potentially start this one on pole position for the final later on today. Latches onto that rear bumper, can't go for the switchback move just yet, but again, he's got to be very careful about where he chooses to go for this overtake, because like we saw earlier on in Micromax, you saw how quickly a battle can ensue, and that was only 3 of them. Right now, there's 7 of them, all within a chance of winning this race, so if you're going to go for a move, you've got to get it done immediately and secured straight away.
It's a game of millimetres out there.
It really is.
In Minimax 950 this year. I absolutely understand why Wolfit's gone for that. I think that one's been coming for the last couple of laps because Cole Denham, for whatever reason, in this pre-final, just wasn't able to hold the rear bumper of Albert Friend. And we are talking hundredths, if not thousandths of a second at the moment. But Albert Friend, we've seen so far this weekend, the warm-up this morning, for example, he's been the fastest driver on outright pace. But he can keep him honest with the racecraft out there and start going for a bit of a move. And Charlie Wolford has got himself in a perfect position now, 4 minutes remaining on the clock, to give Albert Friend a bit of a challenge out there, something to think about for the race leader. Fastest driver at the moment out on circuit is Will Green, 54.51. Down the inside goes Wolford, right on cue. Beautiful move into Gasworks. Now what has Albert Friend got? He had a great response after losing the lead to Jacob Ashcroft in Heat 2 yesterday, but now he's got a much fiercer challenge here in the pre-final. 3 3/4 minutes to go. Wolford, your new leader. Friend back down the inside into turn 1. Is he going to have the run? He is. Beautiful re-overtake by Albert Friend, back into the lead of this pre-final.
Wasted absolutely no time there to get that move done, and now instantly once again back under pressure, because who's caught back up? It's the E-plate. It's Jacob Ashcroft has back down to the inside. Cole Denham now takes the lead of this race. That's brought everyone in. It's brought Ashcroft, Paddock, Green, Griffin, Barham. They're all there. They're all trying to close in on this battle now with 3 minutes to go. And with 3 minutes, that's a long time. That's an eternity. That's an eternity in a kart race. There goes Wolfit back down the inside, gets up into second place. So now Albert Friend is down into P3. He will not like this whatsoever, because Denham is starting to break away. They now need to try and focus to work with each other now to close that gap back up. If they continue to scrap, Denham will just drive away. But Albert Friend, once again, he goes wheel to wheel. They almost bang wheels as they go in towards turn number 1. So close between the two of them.
And Cole Denham, who in this first half of the race seemed to not have the pace, has he reserved something for the perfect moment? 2.5 minutes to go. Top 3 breaking away from those behind as it's all going on with Holmes Ballack and Ashcroft in there as well, and the 123 fighting through, the 113, apologies, of Joshua Griffin. As expected, this is going to be the class with the top entertainment out on circuit. So close out there, so many drivers who can win an individual race and are involved in this championship. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Good amount of time for Albert Friend to get back on terms with Cole Denham here. But it's so tight out there. And I think you're still right, Anthony, that it's this top 7. Any of them could still win this race.
You're seeing the mechanics there giving the instructions to the side, saying push. Don't overtake. Close that gap up. Try and close back up to Denham. And they have successfully done that now. Friend is in an opportunity here to try and re-attack, reaffirm that race lead in this one, but right now he's not going to be able to do it. Denham goes a little bit defensive there. Still 1.5 minutes to go. There's still a long way to go in this race, and now Friend's got the exit. They go wheel to wheel in through the chicane. Wolfit tries to follow through. He's not going to have the space. He's not going to have the power to follow through, and he holds that in third place. Now looking to the inside, Denham has to go defensive. That's brought Will Green back into the fray now as well. Argenti Motorsports' Will Green trying to get involved in this battle, and he's there in P4. He's going to wait for the prime opportunity to possibly send it down the inside, maybe on the exit here if he can get the power out of the corner down the start-finish straight. No, he can't. He doesn't pull out of the slipstream. He's not going to go for the move. The gap's not quite there. Less than a minute to go. Friend leads the way from Denham, who's there in second place, but under immense pressure now from Wolfit, who is just trying to get back up into the lead of this race. Everyone else is closing in. It is too early to call this one. Still 40 seconds to go.
Absolutely. You cannot call it, and we're hearing in our ears that there's spots of rain out there on circuit. A bit more drama for this Minimax 950. They're all on slick tyres. Are they going to start losing optimum track conditions? Is the rain going to be heavy enough to affect? But they will have warm tyres, of course. This might be okay if it's just small spots of rain here, but this is what the drivers have been having to deal with all through the weekend. Changeable conditions here at Warden Law. Are they going to get across the line?
Yeah.
Yes, they are. So there's going to be 2 more laps. That's not good news for any of them, because if the rain starts to fall harder here, they're going to have to do 2 laps in treacherous conditions, perhaps. Albert Friend still holds on to the lead of this race, and it's a pack of 5 heading through St. John's now. It's still too close to call.
All the meanwhile, the rest of the pack has been closing in as Will Green sends it to the inside there through St. John's and pushes Charlie Wolfett down. Jacob Ashcroft now getting involved, and now Will Green going wheel to wheel with Ashcroft as they squeeze, and down the inside, 3 wide into the back chicane, and Wolfett comes back through now. He may have lost the spot going in towards turn 1, but he gains them back here. Now that's released the top 2 as well. Friend and Denham now have a chance to just battle between themselves now to try and determine who's going to start on a pole position, who's going to have that inside line for the final as they make their way out of the final corner. Last lap board comes out now. It's going to be a defensive masterclass for Friend. It's going to be attacking masterclass for Cole Denham here as they switch to the outside now. Wheel to wheel they go through turn number 1, through Brian's Bend and in towards Dogleg. Again, don't clip too much of those apexes. They're very harsh. They're very bumpy. You don't want to hit them. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Denham smacks that exit curb out of Dogleg. Now he's lost a bit of momentum there. Albert Friend will have a chance to hold on to this one, but he goes defensive. He holds that inside line. That brings Denham back into it. Wolfett started to close in. Just a handful of corners to go here, Andrew. It might be all done here.
Rain's holding off. The pace is slower, but that's because the defence is so hard out there for all of them. All fighting for their positions. Just a couple of corners to go. Can Albert Friend hold on for another victory here at Warden Law in Minimax 950? 1 corner to go. Cole Denham's trying to fight this way and that to find a way through, but Albert Friend takes it again in Minimax 950. 2nd for Cole Denham, 3rd for Charlie Wolfett. Has there been a change? There has been a change. For 4th place, Luca Holmes-Ballock on the line, but he has a 5-second penalty. So Joshua Griffin, at least provisionally, will benefit from that. He finishes on the road in 5th. Will Green, Jacob Ashcroft, Noah Barham, Daniel Minto from the back of the grid inside the top 10. What a drive from Daniel there. Albie Lapper completes the provisional top 10. Well, no discredit to the other categories so far today, Anthony, but I think we've just had our race of the day so far there.
So far, there are still some finals to go, Andrew. Calm yourself down, lad. There's
Steady
more
on.
races to go. Steady on, lad. Steady on. Albert Friend then, after 15 laps, does hold on to that race lead and takes the race win on that one from Cole Denham. Charlie Wolfett, after a great recovery drive, 3 wide he was going there with Will Green as Luke Holmes-Ballock as well. Brilliant stuff from then. Luke Holmes-Ballock, who does finish 4th, but like you said, 5-second time penalty. That would drop him down 5 seconds. What's he got at the moment? 1.23. That would get 6.23. He's tumbling down the order. P15 it'd be now for Luca Holmes-Ballock. Big shame for him. Joshua Griffin then will finish in P5 from Will Green. Ashcroft from Barham. Minto, like you said, brilliant run for him. Super. Up into P9. 10 positions gained from Albie Lapper. Ellis Bell there in 11th place from Isaac Barker. Charlie King from Jarlath Sayre as well. Fantastic run for Jarlath Sayre. 6 places gained. Brilliant run for him as well.
Well, there we go. We'll see Minimax 950 back out later on today for their final, and due around 3 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock on the nose should be your start time for Minimax 950. Time schedule provisional, of course, as things run through the day. Drivers into going through all of their checks post-race. Super work from the Minimax 950 for all of those drivers.
Certainly a good race. We are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Honda Cadet pre-final is coming up next. See you soon. Honda Cadet GX200 is the next grid to head out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Ralphie Branscombe and Ryan White, or Rizo White as he's being dubbed now, they start on the front row. Ashley Haas and Ed Spain go from row 2. Ollie Thompson and Max Today, your current championship leader, standing there in the third row of the grid. Fenton Stoneman and Luke Jardine, Jago Reed Hardy round out the 5 rows, 9 drivers in this race as they make their way out onto the circuit. Now, we were talking about rain. The cloud that is looming over turn at number 1 is getting ever closer. That's a horrible looking day out there, isn't it? It is days like today. I'm glad I'm a commentator. It's cozy, it's sometimes warm, it's sometimes cold, sometimes too warm in the commentary box. We very much know these feelings, don't we, Andrew? Who comes back in, the legend that is Andrew Mather, who has run to go and get some grids for us.
And more to come, of course.
And more to come as well for that one. You sound a little bit out of breath, mate.
Yeah, I need to get in the gym more. This is, a problem. This is
think
why I'm not racing at the moment.
No, I don't think you do. You know, I just think you need to put more effort into your commentary. No, I'm kidding.
I'm doing star jumps whilst I'm commentating.
No, exactly.
No, looking forward to this Honda Cadet GX200 race. Smaller grid, but again, a grid that's been full of action so far this weekend. And another very intriguing championship picture, because before the start of this weekend, you had Max Today as your championship leader. Hasn't quite been at the front of these races so far. There's been a very good weekend so far for someone like Ryan White, who was second in the intermediate classification yesterday, of course. So, again, not the final round of the season this weekend, but very important one as away we go for 12 minutes plus 1 lap in the pre-final for the Honda Cadet GX200 field, and a very good start there for everybody through the first couple of corners. Ed Spain, I think, has already got up into second place. Yes, he has, in the number 72. Super start for Ed Spain, looking for a return to the top 3 in his championship score for the first time since Glanny Gores, but they're away and all running towards centre 1 for the first time. Your leader is Ryan White. So Ryan White, who's been on form so far this weekend, looking to get himself the championship lead at the end of racing here today, has taken the early advantage.
Yes, he has indeed. So they make their way out of the back chicane, up the hill now towards Gasworks. No change for the lead in this first section here, so they stay the same. It is still Ryan White who leads the way out of this one. No attack at the moment from the rest of the field. They make their way out of the final corner now, back over the start-finish straight. Let's see how they line up then in Honda Cadet. It is Ryan White who leads the way at the moment across the line. So everyone just trying to hold on to their track position right now as they make their way in towards Dogleg once more. Still very, very close, but no changes just yet. Ed Spain, though, like you were saying, brilliant start to his race. They're in P2. No drama from him whatsoever. And already they're communicating with Ralphie Branscombe, who's there in, I think he's dropped down a little bit now. Who's that in third place?
Ralphie Branscombe.
It is Ralphie Branscombe.
In the number 96.
It is the 96. There we go. I was reading it. I thought it was a 56. There we go. Shows I need glasses.
It's classic Honda Cadet conditions at the moment. I still think that this class teaches racecraft and race brain power so well, because you've got to keep that momentum up as Branscombe's looking down the inside there of Spain for second place and finds second place. 10 minutes to go on the clock. Apologies for you guys at home. Brief technical issue. We're not able to bring the timing graphics up at the moment, but don't worry. We're on top of it here to keep calling where our drivers are out on circuit. See Max Today there in the second group. So you've kind of got 2 groups at the moment. You've got this top 3 of White, of Branscombe, of Spain, and then it's the others trying to find a way back into that top 3. That was a bit of a moment for the number 17 of Ashley Haas. Just loses a position to the number 48 of Fenton Stoneman. Had a very good start to the season. Won at Glanny Gores, of course, and is looking to get back into the top 3 this weekend after a difficult time last time out at Lark Hall.
Yes, indeed. Still changes here, side by side. Down the inside goes Ollie Thompson. Gets it done. Ollie Thompson, who set our quickest time on the reaction test challenge over the course of this weekend. 1 of a second, his reaction time to the lights going out. That is quite impressive. We'll play that for you during the lunch break as well. So look forward to that one. But yeah, right now, still, these drivers just working hard. Now, obviously, big change to Honda Cadet over the course from last year to this year. The regulation changes, gone are the GX 160s, now in with the GX 200s. The bigger engine for the drivers to give them not more power to make them faster out there. It wasn't to do that. It was more, I think, the reliability side of things. They're a seals unit, making the championship a lot closer out there as well. So more easier to manage and maintain a consistency across the entire field going into this year. Obviously, with that change came a lot of drivers who were like, "Oh, I don't have that engine," or "We've just got this one." So we need to bring that. We need to bring that back. So the championship at the moment for this year is still in its growing ages again. It's been reborn, has Honda Cadet, and I think going into next year is where we're really going to start to see bigger grids in the category for the Honda Cadet category, like we saw in previous time. As a change for the lead, Ralphie Branscombe gets past Riso White and moves up into that race lead with the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, lovely move from Branscombe. And feeling the need to get at the front. And let's see how this middle phase of the race goes for Branscombe now. Another one of those drivers with a lot of confidence before the start of the weekend. Spoke to him during the Paddock show yesterday. See Stoneman ahead of today there as well for 5th place. Good to see as well Jago Reed-Hardy, who's, I think I'm right in saying, yes, this is his first appearance in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2023 at least. Is running in as part of the pack. Down the inside, that's Thompson going for a move on Haase. Time is up according to our information. So
I don't think that's fully true. It might
lap board this time around. We'll confirm that through in a minute. No, I don't think that is.
I'm going to do some refresh work. Yeah, give me a moment, lad.
Ryan Branscombe, though, continues to lead this race whilst Anthony adjusts the technology here in the box. Ed Spain continuing to have a good run in 3rd place. Stoneman and today they're going into Senna 1, not too far behind our Thompson and Haase.
6.5 minutes to go,
6.5 minutes. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. I went out the window to see the big digiboard.
Yeah, that's
one way of doing it.
That, yeah. How do you learn what the time remaining is? Look outside, Anthony. There we go. Wheel to wheel here, down to the inside, and a side-by-side moment, and a spin there for the 18 of Ollie Thompson, and a half spin there for another. It was Max today. Yeah, Max today, who's really struggled here this weekend. A big shame.
Yeah, it's not quite been what we've seen from Max today so far this season, but he can recapture the form. He's a driver who's really impressed me in the last 15 months. You see it sometimes with a driver where something clicks, and I say I've watched Max race a lot in the last 2 years, and he definitely had that around June last year, and to see him grow in confidence as a driver. So yeah, it's not been the results that he's been wanting so far this weekend, but the tenacity that he's got as a driver, he'll bounce back from this, and he could very much bounce back from this with the remaining time that we've got in this race and the final later on today.
I know exactly that. Looking forward to seeing what is going to happen in that one, because like you were saying, those championship points super close, aren't they? And when it really comes down to it at PFI, and the Honda Cadets have a special place in my heart when they go racing, only because I have a great memory of a race for them, which was actually at PFI as well, which was, I think, 30 Honda Cadets battling for the race lead at Kartmasters on the final with like 1 lap to go. So, it was the Hondas always have a spot in my heart, because, again, the racecraft of them as well is very different back then. It was all about the slipstream. It was like mini NASCAR, always to do with the bump draft, always pushing them along. If a driver tried to go for a move to the inside, he had to make sure that he had drivers behind who would push him along as well, because if they didn't, he would just fall down the order. He would lose the slipstream, would lose the toe, and he would just pummel down the order. That always brought a different dynamic to the other categories out there, was that.
It's still one of the earliest races I ever called with our good friend Chris McCarthy at Wilton Mill. It sticks in the mind because you don't often see this. Entering the boot, 5 karts, and it's the driver in 5th place on the entry to the boot who wins the race.
Yeah,
on the last
exactly,
lap. That's
exactly.
exactly what Honda Cadet's all about.
You never knew who was actually going to win. That's what made it exciting. And yeah, for this one, with the GX200s again, championship is just starting to get back on its feet now again after the regulation changes. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing Honda Cadet what happens next year.
Meanwhile, in this race,
3 minutes,
3 minutes
to go.
remaining, and good scrap going on, and actually harder there in the number 17, ahead of the number 48 of Fenton Stoneman. So that has been a change for 4th place. Good run for Ashley at the moment, taking advantage of the half spins that we saw for a couple of the drivers earlier on in this race. But Ralphie Branscombe doing a great job at the moment, as is Ryan White. They really are making a bit of a statement, not just in terms of this round, but also the championship. So we're past the halfway stage now, on the run-in to see who is going to be your new Honda Cadet champion. 3 minutes on the clock there, you just saw. Still plenty of time for drivers to improve and find out. And just to comment on the rain as well, I mean, judging from the old... It's always a strange one for commentators, because, as I say, we're the lucky ones in the dry, but I'm looking for spots of rain on the windows. I'm not really seeing them at the moment. Maybe a 1 or 2. It's still, at most, very light rain out there.
Yeah, now, it was cloudy all morning, but now the clouds are just a little bit darker now, aren't they? So that suggests rain is on the way. And I can imagine every time we say the R word, mechanics are twitching in the dummy grid area, going, well, what?
Not now.
They look up. So, yeah, I'm sure they never appreciate us saying the R word. But nevertheless, we will talk about it to our heart's content. Yes, not many laps left in this race. 2 minutes to go. It's still Branscombe who leads the way in this one. Ryan White just unfortunately dropping off the back there as they still battle away, though. This one here, still Ashley Haas who leads this battle. And yeah, right now it's just a waiting game, really, to see who's going to break first. It's like when you watch a battle like this unfold, it's like a champagne bottle being shaken up. You know, it's just, when is the cork going to pop?
And to the point, Max today has recovered from that half spin really well, because he'd lost, what would you say, 3-4 seconds?
A chunk of time,
a significant chunk of time. He is now closing in on this pair. If they start squabbling, they're going to bring the championship leader before the start of things here this weekend really into play for what could be a crucial 4th place on that grid.
And he needs it as well, because like you say, these few points, championship points that you can get, they do mean so much. Yes, okay, you may only be getting, you know, 1-2 extra points for taking these 2 positions, but that 2 points could mean you leading and winning the championship versus not. Later on. So yeah, it is a very, very fine line as we go on to the final minute of the race. We'll let you know when the last lap board is coming out. And again, I'm just seeing different racing lines here. Ashley Haas just holding that inside there, and now back to the inside. Fenton Stoneman just trying to find a way past, and each and every time that Ashley Haas takes a tighter line just like that, Max today closes in just that little bit more. The 2 Zip Factory drivers at this moment working together. Well, I mean, that one privateer, one with the Zip Factory team. Fenton Stoneman with the Zip Factory team. Privateer is Ashley Haas. And again, just starting to battle away. Little wide there, little mistake from Haas as they try to now make their way into the horseshoe. This battle far from over. And if you are the driver like 3rd in this group, you do find yourself having probably the best advantage from this, because you can see what happens between the 2 in front. You know, if Stoneman goes to the move, has to retaliate, and then Max today can just latch onto it as down the inside, and that's exactly what we're talking about there. Stoneman to the inside, gets past Ashley Haas, and now Max today capitalizes on that one. Stoneman communicating there with Max today, just saying, right, let's try and break away. Don't attack me almost straight away, but I suspect that Max today will forget that order and will go for an attack almost immediately, because championship points are more important than position right now.
And the pace that he's had the last few laps to close in on these two drivers. I would hope that today has the confidence to go, well, I've caught them up with a better pace when they weren't fighting.
Yeah.
If I do get through, I can push off the front of this group with the time remaining, and there's not a lot of time remaining at all. Are we on? Yes, we are on to last lap. Just saw the number plate there being shown. So last lap for the pre-final here in the Honda Cadet GX 200 category. Ralphie Branscombe, per our understanding, still leads this race ahead of Ryan White. There's this fight here between Ashley Haas match today and Fenton Stoneman, which is the main focus out there on circuit. Down the inside goes Haas. That's a beautiful move on Max today. Race leader is, I believe, heading up towards the horseshoe.
Yeah, just going into the horseshoe now. There he is, the number 96, Ralphie Branscombe. No real drama here for Branscombe. Wasn't the best getaway off the line, but for the rest of the race, it seemed to go his way. He crosses the line, he celebrates with that one. Checkered flag and a nice chunk of championship points. He is certainly helping out his championship battle here as he gains another chunk of points to his name. Across the line, though, the rest of the field goes. I believe Ryan White holding on to second place out there. Ed Spain, I think, finishing in third. Apologies for the people watching on the live stream with the lack of the timing tower. The guys and girls behind the scenes are working very, very hard to bring you that live timing out there. So this has been a good run all the way throughout for the Honda Cadets. Looking forward to their final later on today, which should be the penultimate final of the day, the penultimate race of the day. No, it's not. It's actually race 24. Their final due to go out at 2:30. So make sure you set your alarms for that one.
Good. I just want to say, because we didn't see too much of it there, unfortunately, because we were covering the three-kart battle a bit further back. That's a really good result for Red Spain. First time in the top three. Provisionally, of course, at this time, just after 12 o'clock. But that's a return to the top three for the first time since Clanny Gorse. So really good stuff from Ed Spain there. And yeah, we've just had the provisional results flick through on our timing screens at our end. To confirm, Ralphie Branscombe won by 2.85 seconds ahead of Ryan White. 4 seconds, or 3.5 seconds further back, you found Ed Spain. Fenton Stoneman winning out in that battle for 4th place ahead of Ashley Haas and Max today in 6th place. Ollie Thompson in 7th, Luke Jardine in 8th place, and a very close battle there between Jardine and Jago Reed Hardy, racing for the first time this weekend. That was your top 9 there in Honda Cadet GX 200. Well, next out on circuit, we've already seen their repechage earlier on today. Race 20, the Junior Rotax pre-final, is up next after a few of these messages from our sponsors.
Here we go then, the pre-final for Junior Rotax. Joshua Graham and Macaulay Bishop, they start this one on the front row. It's been a tough weekend for all the drivers, but Kenzo Craigie and Lewis Goff, they go from row 2 on this one. Ewan Charman and Harrison Whitcomb round out row number 3.
Ethan Jeff Hall and Archie Clark start from the 4th row of the grid. Gustav Zuskovs and Leon Hasty start on row 5. Brandon Truman and William Antrobus start on row 6.
Thomas Min-Spearing and Archie Buttle go from row 7. Joshua Turnbull and Thomas Ingram Hill. Lizzie Mentier on row 9 with Timo Jungling alongside.
Thomas Behrman and Ethan Head start on row number 10. Harrison Crowther and Gabriel Cullen on row 11. Rachel Robertson and Oliver Majewski start on row 12.
Hugh Moulton and Aidan Hassan go from row 13 from Ethan Carney and Nicholas Ellis on row 14. Kai Veach and Aris Miaskis, who have come through from the repercharge, up on that 15th row of the grid.
Remaining drivers on the grid, Zach Turner and Armin Bansal, Shun Sekiguchi and Joe Anderson, completing the 34 runners here in the Junior Rotax pre-final. As we said, at the bottom 6 all moving through from the repechage earlier on this morning, in conditions at the moment I would say fairly similar to what we saw in that repechage early today.
Yeah, exactly. Clouds brightening up now as we go green and racing across the line, and it's a good start. Who's going to get the whole shot in towards turn number 1? And it's the outside row, Bishop, who gets it in towards turn number 1, and look at the advantage he's got already. Bishop wasting no time whatsoever, holding on to the lead. One kart off in the background there as they tried to get back on. It looked like possibly one of the Hunter Motorsport karts that has gone wide there. Not sure who that is, possibly Ethan Head. We'll find out in a moment's time. Back through as a slight half spin there, 3 wide. Couple of the DHRs getting a bit tangled up on each other there, but the rest of the field, crucially, getting done there quite nicely. One of the Coles karts going wide, and Lizzie Mentier going to the inside there as well, gaining positions. Out the back chicane in towards Gasworks. Harrison Whitcomb sending it down the inside. He's gained a couple of positions in this one as he tries to defend off on the drivers from behind. But so far, it's a nice, clean start.
It is indeed. End of lap number 1 then. Bishop leads by 0.9 of a second from Graham. Kenzo Craigie, who was stunning yesterday in the last heat of the day, took a fantastic victory in this race and has really impressed me this weekend. The youngster for Argenti Motorsport is 3rd. Harrison Whitcomb, good start, is up to 4th place. Looking a bit further down the order, Aidan Hassan, at least from the information I've got, has gained 9 places on that first lap, up to 17th place. Also good starts for Thomas Ingram Hill and Timo Jungling.
Yes, indeed. So big moves happening all the way throughout this field. I think there's been a slight issue with Hugh Moulton out on track, as it looks like he potentially had an issue. He's back on the track now. Yeah, like you were saying, big moments there for a lot of drivers, but crucially a clean getaway. Now, keeping an eye, Bishop, though, who has, well, look at that. I mean, over a second already for Macaulay Bishop, just breaking away from the rest of the field. Graham, battling for 2nd place, has got the company of Kenzo Craigie. Like you say, the 2 Argenti Motorsports there. Harrison Whitcomb, who's managed to get up into 4th place as well. So Argenti 2nd, 3rd and 4th out there, all trying to hunt down the DHR driver of Macaulay Bishop. Then just behind as well, you've got Lewis Goff, the rookie this year for the Sam Pollock Racing team. Got Ewan Charman just behind. Ethan Jeff Hall, the number 5 seed as well. Gustav Uzakovs, who was 4th in the championship last year as well. He sits there in P10. Thomas Min-Spearing, the E-plate, the English champion, is currently in 19th place.
It's kind of what 2023 Junior Rotax Racing's all been about. It's so competitive out there, and you can see drivers go from winning a race down to 15th in the next time they go out on circuit. Means it's, I would say, one of the toughest classes out there in the British karting scene at the moment to win a championship in, and that's also the plaudits of our race leader, because he's probably the one driver who's had that consistency that we've talked about in the other classes of just win after win after win at the top of the standings. Can't win the championship this weekend, of course, but he can move a big step towards doing so. Down the inside goes the number 99 there of Harrison Whitcomb. That was for 2nd place. So a change in the order for the Argenti boys. That was a nice move into Senna 1.
Driver of the day from GYG, Thomas Behrman, with the fastest lap of the race. Now, as he makes his way through, there's a 5-second time penalty going out as well to Rachel Robertson. So the number 56 not having the best of starts to this pre-final. Across the line, what's the gap? It's now 1.6 seconds to Macaulay Bishop from Harrison Whitcomb, but Whittingham has been on a superb charge in this pre-final. Up into P2, He's gained 4 places in this one. Do you reckon he's got the waft to close a gap?
He might well have the waft to close the gap, because you also consider he's putting an overtake in on that lap, and he was still quicker at that point of the race. Oh, bit of a moment there, and then there's a slight rub between the 38 and the 42, so that's Leon Hasty having a moment with Ewan Charman. That was all around 7th place.
Charman gesticulating there, just saying, what was that? But, you know, well, we couldn't really see much from that angle, so we can't say anything about it. But, yeah, clearly he's not happy with what happened there. So, yeah, I suspect there may be a talking to after it.
7.5 minutes or thereabouts to go. What is the pace like? Well, very even between Bishop and Whitcomb at the front. Only 200th separating their lap times, means the gap is still over 1.5 seconds in the direction that benefits Bishop, who gained positions that last lap. Well, Gustav Zusakovs has also started to gain. He's up to 7th place on that last lap, number 4.
There's a moment there for Lewis Goff. Looks like he barreled into the corner there and he tipped it in, and you can see the rear wheel peeking up at the background there, going into 3 wheels. That's tipping it in, by the way. And, yeah, he's doing just that. And right now, he's the only threat towards Whitcomb and Joshua Graham right now. Those two wanting, I suspect, right now to work together, try and close in. And that moment in time, it's like, wow, Kenzo Craigie has faded in this second half. He was right there in and amongst it in that battle. And now he's finding himself defending for around P11 out there. Yeah, Archie Clark right behind him. 5-second time penalties just gone out to Ewan Charman as well. So that incident where we saw the two of them coming together, race control deeming that he be at fault for that. So, yeah, that's a decision been made. As again, chopping, changing. Timo Youngling coming back down the inside, getting past both of them. And Timo Youngling gaining positions there nicely.
Kenzo Craigie was also replying, got back down the inside of Leon Hasty. Nearly 3 wide into Gasworks. That's not going to work. And the number 38 of Leon Hasty comes off worse in all of that and has a loose bumper. We all know what's going to follow that. Not a great moment for anyone involved there. Fu Gasworks, just too many carts into one piece of road.
Yeah, 3 wide, like we were saying, that it is wide up there, so you can do it, but
it tightens.
It
tightens quickly.
It tightens very quickly on the exit, yeah, so you've got to be very careful. Fortunately, it's just not worked out for them as well. Leon Hasty, mechanical failure, technical flag. Coming out for it as Lewis Goff absolutely sends it to the inside of centre 1, says thank you very much to Joshua Graham. I'll take P3 off you.
I say fair play to Joshua Graham there. He gave him enough space, racing space for that move down the inside, and keeps himself in the battle still. An amount of time on the clock that means anyone at the back of this group has got the opportunity to move their way up into, say, around that top 3 that we're talking about here. 5 minutes remaining. Situation at the front of the order, well, the gap is coming down, but similar to what we saw earlier in the day with the Minimaxes, it's coming down, but not at a rate that would worry Macaulay Bishop at this point. But if Harrison Whitcomb can get, you know, we're talking a 10th here, a 10th there on a single lap. But if he can start closing in at 2-3 tenths instead of half a tenth that he's having at the moment, this race isn't done.
Yeah, Ewan Charman, despite that 5-second time penalty, is still pushing his way through the field to try and gain as many places as he can. Obviously, that 5-second time penalty in a grid so packed and closed in like this will be very detrimental to your health, I suspect, when you come back in. So, yeah, he will want to gain as many positions as he can. But right now, there's Kenzo Craigie at the back of this train. Now he's got back up into P10. He's sitting there behind Brandon Truman. But, yeah, has just dropped off the back from his teammates. Now, Whitcomb, the gap now 1.1 seconds. Still 4 minutes to go. The gap's slowly closing in. But, yeah, like you're saying, it's one of those things right now with the racing really kicking off behind. He's not worrying about what's happening there as everyone's just trying to gain positions left, right and centre. But, yeah, right now it's all just going the way here of Bishop, who just needs to, again, just maintain his composure, maintain his track position, do well. But right now, with everything happening, as Ethan Jeff Hall going defensive there in the background into Gasworks, is really not here fighting for that top spot. His battle is here for P4.
You can imagine at the moment that Bishop is in grade A race management mode at the moment, and the communications will sure be coming from the sidelines to say, right, now is the time you need to up the pace.
Yeah.
And I think he has just done, because he's just put in a 51.21. Still not as quick as Harrison Whitcomb, but Whitcomb was only able to take 200ths out of his lead that time around. New fastest lap as well for Thomas Behrman, 50.94. Still very tight in amongst it. This is all from 4th, 5th, 6th downwards. Number 57 of William Antrobus having a good run there on the Sam Pollitt racing machine. He's currently in 8th place. This is where the action is out on circuit with just under 3 minutes to go. Yeah,
Ethan Jeff Hall is rolling roadblock there, out there at the moment. He gets a warning flag for, I think, going a bit too defensive out on circuit, because right now, look at the train that's starting to form behind him, and crucially, look at the mechanic signals that are coming out from on the sidelines, just saying, go for the overtake, and that's exactly what Joshua Graham does in towards turn 1, and now starts to release the pack. So Ethan Jeff Hall still there now in P5. Has still got a big chunk of karts behind him who are all trying to squeeze their way through. But Ewan Sharman now having to try and find a gap. Already has that 5-second time penalty. And with this closing in, he will drop well into the order. He really needs to get past Ethan Jeff Hall here.
He does. He does. This is going to cost him a lot of points with the situation as it is at the moment. Jeff Hall defends once again into Gasworks. Is holding on to these positions with all his might. This is a tough phase for Ethan Jeff Hall, Strawberry Racing driver. 1.5 minutes remaining on the clock, thereabouts. And yeah, Macaulay Bishop, I think, has had the note from the sidelines to say we just need a little bit more, because now the rate is next to nothing. Harrison Whitcomb 1.08 behind now. That's a nice buffer for the championship leader to work with. The train's getting longer, Anthony, behind Ethan Jeff Hall. He could hold on here for 4th place or end up 14th. Either way, we're going to find out in the next minute and a half.
I suspect so, because when they cross the line and see that, right, there's 30 seconds to go, I've had enough. Yeah. They're just going to go for it. And, yeah, this is what we're going to see. It's building up here. Tension's building up, because now you're starting to see Gustav Uzakov trying to go for the roof. Now the drivers behind are starting to overtake each other to try and get into this one. It's just the concertina effect. Everyone is so close in this one. But right now it's really, Joshua Graham really needs to try. Well, he's got past. It's all down to Ewan Sharman right now. He needs to try and do it, and he's going to look for it through turn number 1, but the door slammed closed there from Ethan Jeff Hall. 30 seconds left on the timer. Drivers behind are going to start to get frustrated here.
It's looking a little bit like a run up the A1 on a Friday night.
It really
this part of the
really
world
is
at the moment. But Ethan Jeff Hall's doing a great job to hold on to things here. And now everybody else is going to start squabbling behind. Usakovs has a look for a move there. No way through to gain another position. Still the leader. Zayden Hassan's going to come through. That's a driver who doesn't need a second opportunity to make an overtake, and is driven really well in this race. Up 12 positions and now 13 positions up to 13th.
Yeah, that new chassis he got after Kim Bolton certainly seems to be working very well for him in the second half of the season, as he now gets involved in this humongous train as they cross the line. 5-second time penalty going out to the E-plate. Thomas Minspearing, who's down there in 17th place, will have another 5 seconds added on to him. And Ethan Jeff Hall, well, despite that, his defensive masterclass, he's actually opened up a gap now to Ewan Sharman. So now it's Sharman having to defend from the rest of the field as we're on the last lap. Bishop's gap is still just it's just under a second now, but it's 9/10 of a second. He's had no drama in this race whatsoever. Brilliant start to his race. Got that outside line, just took the lead immediately. No drama there whatsoever. As off the track, there goes the number 51, and that's an absolute disaster.
Hugh Moulton.
Yeah, Moulton, who as well, the weekend goes from bad to worse. He'll start this race at the back of the grid. Checker flag comes out, though, and the driver who will start the final on top spot will be Macaulay Bishop. Harrison Whitcomb, despite his best efforts trying to close that gap, does get a good result, though, finishing in P2 after gaining 4 positions from Lewis Goff. A brilliant run for him for the Sam Pollitt Racing team. Graham holds on to 4th place from Ethan Jeff Hall, despite absolutely everything. He holds on to P5.
That's actually a very good drive from Ethan Jeff Hall. I don't know what was causing the slightly slower pace than we're used to with Ethan Jeff Hall, but he's got a good haul of points in there. Got to ask the question, though, is anybody going to be able to stop Macaulay Bishop this weekend and this season in Junior Rotax, going for the double honours, of course, in the junior categories this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Another win, a very well managed race. It was all about that start from the outside of the front row, which we've seen so many drivers struggle with today, but Bishop got it absolutely spot on and wins by 1.13 seconds ahead of Argenti Motorsports' Harrison Whitcomb. Lewis Goff fights through to third place, Joshua Graham fourth, Ethan Jeff Hall completing the top 5. Ewan Charman sixth, Gustavs Usakovs seventh, Kenzo Craigie in 8th place, Timo Youngling and Archie Clark wrapping out a top 10 covered by 5.6 seconds. William Antrobus, Thomas Behrman, Brandon Truman and Aidan Hassan all inside. A top 15 completed by Thomas Ingram Hill.
Look at that, very, very close indeed out on circuit. Plenty of action to come later on today. Make sure you stay tuned for it. Right now, though, it is the lunch break, which means we'll leave you in the capable hands of ourselves for the Paddock show. But before the Paddock show, we did a reaction test. Now, drivers always have to react to the lights out on circuit of when they're allowed to go. We saw some of our good drivers see what sort of times they could do. We'll take a short break. We'll be back, though, in half an hour's time. Stay with us for the finals. Well, it's British Champs weekend, and again, we always like to chat to our drivers and give them a little bit of a challenge, and this weekend we have another one of those challenges. It is a reaction test. How good are they with the lights? I was pretty good. I did 0.133. Was an accident, though. I sneezed when the lights went out. But what are the drivers going to do? Let's go find out. Reaction test. Yeah? You done this before?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah? Cool. All right, let's give it a go. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. Oh, they went quickly. Oh, I wasn't ready for that one. Go on, give it another go. Give it another go. Tap screen. Tension building, tension building, tension building. Oh, very good. 2, 6, 7. After he threw shade at me yesterday for my golf swing.
Oh, no.
Ready? Tension, 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 tension. Okay, triple 3. We'll give you another attempt. Go on. Wow. And... Oh, 3, 6, 7, mate.
Oh, well. You're just the best, mate.
What a legend! Right, okay, ready. Oh, 3. Well, that's not bad, actually. Out, and... Oh, jump start, fail! Oh, 300, well done, lad, well done. Okay, here we go. Oh, he's got the audio as well. Oh, it's, what was that? 3, 6, 7, right, okay, try it again. Right, lights. Go. Oh, out. There it is. Oh, it's even slower. Tension building. Tension building. Oh, jump start. Whoa. Oh, 3, 6, 7, mate. You're about to go out on track.
Yeah.
Excellent. Right, well, to sort you out, to get you primed ready for it, I've got a reaction test for you. Okay? Right. Hold on. Wait for it. Ooh, treble 3. That's not bad. Do you want another go? Do you want to better it? Go on, tap the screen. Oh, 300. Yeah, it's an improvement. It's an improvement, but not much. You didn't beat my score, mates. How are you with your reactions?
We'll see.
Wait. Go. Oh, 3, 6, 6. That's not bad. Do you want another go?
Go on.
There we go. See if you should be driving. There we go. Let's see. No, there you go. You got work to do. Cart's behind you. Work to do. Want to give it a go?
Yeah, right.
Excellent. Right, there you go. Just tap that screen. I'll hold the phone. Go. Oh, 400. Do you want another go?
Yeah.
Oh, 2, 3. That's the best so far. Well done, lad. Well done, Kenzo.
Oh.
How are your reactions?
Good.
Good?
I think.
You think? Go on. Give us a test. Tap the screen when you're ready. Gonna jump start. Oh! Got you. Go on. Tension. There it is. Ooh, 300 on the dot, mate. Just tap the screen. And the lights, they'll go out. No pressure. Oh, can you go any faster? Go on.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yeah. Try again. Tap the screen. Yeah. Oh, wait for it. Oh, fractionally quicker. 2, 6, 7. Okay, go on. Right. Tap on that screen when you want the lights to start. Go on. Test your reactions. Wait. Go. Ooh. That's not that bad.
It's rubbish.
No. Wait for it. Go. Yeah, there you go. Improvement. Lots of words. Give it another go. Right, okay, give it. Right, okay, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they went quickly. Oh, treble 3. That's not bad. You beat Matthew.
Ha.
Ha! There you go. Who do we have here?
Ollie Thompson.
Ollie Thompson, right, Ollie Thompson, Ollie Thompson. There we go. Excellent. Are you ready? Oh, you've got exactly the same reaction team as someone else. Right, okay, let's try again. Be steady. Oh, he's beaten my score. Look at that one.
8 minutes.
28 minutes. Got it.
Yeah.
You good?
Yep.
Happy?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Good.
Hello,
Hello.
everyone. It is the Paddock Show. It's event 10. We're here at Warden Law. It's what? Round 4 for Rotax. It's round 4 for Honda. And it's the finale for the Bambinos, the Bambiscos, the mighty Bambinos. It's their last round. We're going to decide a champion this weekend. But before that, we have the Paddock Show. Welcome, everyone. I'm Anthony Jordan. Andrew Mather joining me on this one. Andrew, how are you?
Very good, very good. Finally here at Warden Law after many years.
Many moons.
Yeah, it's very good.
How are you liking it?
It's very professionally laid out, welcoming circuit. The weather is typically September-ish, but I think that adds to the spice of what should be a really good weekend of racing.
Yes, indeed. It's very wet here. Let's go for a walk, shall we?
Yeah.
Qualifying heats, they're underway. My voice broke there. What happened there? It's qualifying heats, mate. They're underway. In terms of results on that one, we have no idea where people are going to be so far, because we are, midway through the racing. So a lot of drivers are out on track. Some are on the dummy grid waiting to go. So we'll head that way. What instantly as we turn the corner, there's a driver, Mr. Charlie Wolfett. Please stand in the middle of us here. Charlie, firstly, you've had one race heat so far today. How did it go?
I mean, goods and bads. I mean, we started second, didn't get a great start. I think we went down to like 10th because we was on the outside. And then basically just like locked up, hit into the back of my teammate Josh by accident. Got a 5-second penalty, but then I think we came to like 3rd, but dropped us down to 8th for the 5 seconds, so not too bad.
Okay, so that's all right there. It was busy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what's the plan for the next one? Do better than that, or kind of consistency?
Yeah, just try and get in at the start, and I think we're quick enough to win, so.
Awesome. Good lad. Keep it up.
Cheers.
Best of luck. Go distract the one to go in. So we've got Argenti, a few drivers in that one to keep an eye on. The main story, really, from probably the biggest team in the pit lane, Danone Racing. A lot of their drivers in the top spot for the championship this weekend, aren't they?
Yeah, I think we said 4 drivers of their awning have a chance, or at the very front end of their respective championships. So it is a big weekend for them. It's a weekend, I think, for the mentality of the drivers. They need to consolidate the results they've had so far. It's not the last round of the season. That'll come in a few weeks' time when we're at PF International. But you don't want to be going into that last round thinking, oh, I've got to get this set of results or that set of results to win out. You want to be going into that last round with as strong a set of results after 4 events as possible. And that's what you've got to do here this weekend.
No, exactly that. And they've still got another round of PFI as well, haven't they? So they can still look out for that one. Now, if you'd like to quickly turn around, look at the fine legs there on JP, who's just walked away. There he goes. Look at them. I'm sure those shorts are about 3 sizes too small for him, but he still consists of wearing them. Excellent. We've got a driver in here. Hello. Who do we have here?
Harry Taylor.
Harry Taylor. Harry, how are you?
Good, thanks.
How's your weekend gone so far?
The practice was good. Quali was not the best, 8th. And then the heat was a disaster. But
Okay. Why was it a disaster?
it just wasn't fast, wasn't just mentally prepared.
Yeah. But you know, so you now know the reason. Do you feel like you can go into the next one a little bit better? Are we feeling a bit more ready for it?
Yeah, confident, yeah.
So different strategy, try it again, give it your best.
Yeah.
Yeah? Excellent. What are your predictions for this weekend? What are you hoping to achieve in the final?
To win.
To win?
Hopefully, yeah.
I like it. Yeah?
Yeah.
Excellent. Good stuff. Who's on your spanners?
Dave Wooder.
Dave Wood, and is he doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff. Good old Dave. Excellent. Cheers. Thank you very much, Harry. Enjoy that one. Emerson McAndrew. Do you want to chat to this man just here? Andrew, you're in a championship fight, aren't you?
Emerson, how are we doing so far this weekend? Saw you out there for your first heat.
Yeah, we've had a good first heat, over 5 seconds in the lead, and in quali we didn't have the best because we were too low on pressures, but we've come through the pack quite well.
How hard is it to keep on top of the conditions here this weekend? It's neither dry, it's neither very wet, it's changeable back and forth. How are you dealing with that?
Yeah, I mean, the team's doing great, and it's quite hard changing, like, because in quali we went through the game with 2 seconds to go because it changed to wet, so yeah.
And looking forward for the rest of the weekend, what's the target? What would you be happy with what comes Sunday night?
I mean, we just need points, but I'd be happy with P1.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Emerson, for the rest of the weekend. Have a good one. Quite confidence I'm feeling from a lot of the drivers this weekend, Anthony. It's like everyone's raring to go. It's, as I say, it is a challenge with these conditions, and it's a technical circuit as well. It's not, say, your conventional big long straight, big braking zone. It's a very, you've got to get the flow going here.
No, exactly. It's not like a track like PFI or Mansell Raceway or anything like that. You know, it is a pure driver circuit. It's fast, it's technical, it's demanding on a driver. There are technical sections, and the curbs do not play ball if you hit them in the wrong angle, so you do have to be careful with that one. And in the conditions that they've got right now, it's half and half. We keep getting sprinkles of rain. There are clouds all over the place. It keeps dancing with like rain and dry conditions, so it's horrible for the drivers right now. It's not very nice. We have a gaggle of drivers here. Andrew, would you like to get involved? Dive on in.
We'll have a chat.
Who do we have?
We'll have a chat with Austin. He's running away from me now. We'll have a chat with Austin here. Come on, you don't get away that easily. Austin Oman, how are we doing this weekend?
Good. I've had a 4th and a 4th again.
Do you like this circuit, Warden Law? Say yes.
Yeah.
What do you particularly like about it?
It's fast, very fast.
And looking forward to the rest of the racing and those finals tomorrow. What are we hoping? What are we going for?
Like just a top 3 so I can get high up there in championship.
Anything that we're going to be particularly working on overnight?
Gasworks and the hairpins.
Good stuff. Well, we'll see you out there tomorrow, Austin. Really going very well this weekend, Austin Oman. I also want to have a chat with Riley Murray, who's currently comparing his heights to another one of his teammates. Riley, how are we doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm very good. While since I've seen you, stepping up now through the ranks. How would you sum up your season as a whole?
Decent season. Been getting better throughout the year. So championship isn't just where I think we are, but not bad.
What's the hardest part of this weekend? Is it the track? Is it the conditions? A mix of the two?
Just the conditions changing and have to react to the track.
And in terms of out there on circuit, I was on the infield when you had your first heat. How did that go for you?
I think we could have done better, but still good enough.
What do you think the team have been working on the most in the lead up to this event?
Probably just like gearing, pressures. They're just concentrating on the main things, not really trying to add extra bits to make us any extra faster.
Good stuff. Who do you want to thank? Who's been a big help so far this week?
My dad, Nigel, HRS Racing Engines, Kieran, my mechanic, and that's it.
Good stuff. Well done, Riley. We'll see you later on. And good to see Riley Morrow and Austin Oman. I was talking to Joe Bradley earlier, who's of course a big part of things here at Karting North East. How drivers in the Bambino categories moving up, and we're now seeing them into the Cadet categories. Riley and Austin being great examples of that. And they're already so experienced at a tender age.
Already at the sharp end in the category, aren't they? Despite the fact that Cadet racing is a big learning curve from Bambino, because lots can happen in terms of slipstreaming, positioning the kart, and how you handle the kart as well. Very different pieces of kit, and especially the jump from cadets into the inter class as well. Now that's a change in regulation from Motorsport UK, and I think that's been a benefit, because usually it was from really cadets into juniors, really, wasn't it? And that was an extensive jump. That's all changed now. Good to see, though, Sam Pollock Racing with a huge awning, with a great example of drivers. Let's quickly shimmy on because we don't have much time. We've only got a few minutes in this one. KR Sport, no one in there at the moment. I think they're half out on track at the moment. There is plenty going on out on circuit, though. Really looking forward to seeing what is going to happen because the championships are super close, aren't they? I mean, we're talking 1 point between seniors, 4 points between Honda Cadet or something like that.
9, 9.
There are literally a handful of points in the championship between a lot of drivers. That's going to make it super exciting. Not for this round because, of course, they've still got another round at PFI left to go. But certainly, it's going to change a lot of the strategy, I think, for a lot of drivers.
It's making every single race, in effect, count. They're all trying to improve their scores from what they've got so far this season, even down to the heats. Yes, they have multiple of them, but when the points are so close, 1-2 points, a win in an intermediate classification versus second could be what makes the difference.
Exactly. I'm not taking over Paddock Show Pooch, but we need to get a Paddock Show Pooch in, and we don't have one. We have 3 Paddock Show Pooches here. Can we say hello to all 3? We need names and everyone. Hello. Hello.
We've got Lottie.
Lottie. Hello, Lottie. Who do we have here?
Rocky.
Rocky.
We've got Willow at the back.
And we've got Willow at the back, who's a bit camera shy.
Yeah.
Hi, Willow.
Sam Pollock Racing.
They're always Sam Pollock Racing. Excellent. Look at that. They're absolutely tiny. You're going to have to put bells on them or something so you don't lose them. But there we go. Look at that. I am enjoying the rain. Perfect. Look at that. Absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. Right. Andrew Mather seems to have grown a hairline. Claudia Short joining us. Claudia, right. Hello, Paddock Show. Welcome. You are a very familiar face in this paddock, Claudia. You are around. You work mainly with the reception, with getting the drivers ready and suited, booted, ready to go for a race weekend. Lots have to happen behind the scenes, don't they, to get these drivers ready?
Definitely, yeah. There's a lot of hard work that goes into preparing the events and when you're here as well. Yeah,
exactly that. And it's not just before the event that you're helping out, it's at the events as well, where a lot of the drivers, they come in, they head into the reception here, they go, hi, I need a transponder, or I've got some stickers, I need this, I need that, and you sort absolutely everything out, don't you?
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid questions that get asked as well, but yeah.
There's no such thing as a stupid question. Trust me, I know, I ask many of them myself. Right. Coles Racing. I feel like we should dive in here. Is there anyone from Coles that you know?
No, pretty much all the teams and drivers.
Yeah, so all of it. Is there anyone in here that you fancy having a quick chat to? Or is there any drivers, mate? Are they all hidden up on top of the roof? Where are they all? They're all on the roof. What are they doing up there? Are they what? Are they what? Is there a couple out here? Right, okay. Well, while some of them hide on the roof out here, let's see who we can find out the back here. Is there a couple of drivers? No, there isn't. There's absolutely no Coles. Well, this is going absolutely well. They're hiding. They are literally hiding from us. I'm going to investigate in the back of the Coles truck. Right, not up there. That's the hospitality area. Are they all hiding in the back of this truck? Any drivers? No. Well, there we go. Useless.
Missed the chance.
Ah, here's a driver. Perfect, here's a few. Right. Come here, where have you been hiding? Are you going fishing or karting? What's going on here?
Karting.
Karting? Why are you dressed up to go fishing?
It's a wetsuit.
It's a wetsuit, excellent. Perfect, right, so, for the ladies and gentlemen, introduce yourself.
Charlie King, Intermax 174.
And?
Victor Hansen, 21, Junior Rotax.
Excellent, right, so, as you can see, lots of mud. It's horrible out there, isn't it?
Yeah. Very wet. It's very changeable conditions today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything you would want to change about that? Or?
No, not really. Quite like it, actually.
Yeah? Quite like it. Anything from yourself?
I just want it to stay dry now. I'm sick of the wet weather. It's miserable.
Well, you're not in the right part of the country for some dry weather, all right? You've come up north, expect rain, expect horribleness. Obviously, lots happening. Claudia, from your point of view, these drivers, they've done all right in this first half of the day, do you reckon? Or do you reckon there needs to be some improvements with, attire, clean themselves up a little bit, aren't they?
Maybe get the suits, give them a wash and, tidy yourself up a bit.
There you go. You're in trouble now, guys. Well, sort yourselves out. More races to go today?
One more heat.
Yeah. And?
I've got final heat in 5:15.
Excellent, okay, and and other than that, you're all fine, you're all ready to go, and the carts, wagons are rolling well?
Hope so, yeah.
Hope so?
Yeah.
Excellent, cool, excellent. Right, lovely. Cheers, boys. Thank you very much. Tidy yourselves up, because you look a bit messy. There we go. There is a not-so happy-looking Reg Haywood's wagon over there. It's got a front end that's not fully attached. Hopefully, wagon is all right on that one. Lots happening on this one. The paddock is quite spread out here at Warden Law. Right at the top there, you can see the top paddock. That's a new bit that was introduced here, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know how many teams we've got up there?
There's a Strawberry, Craft, MLC are up there, RCE. There's quite a few.
It's quite a few, yeah. A lot of the Bambinos are up there as well, everything like that. So, yeah, you can imagine it's quite a spread out pack as well. We've got drivers round the back, and I think if we head this way and tuck round, I'm pretty sure there's a couple of Honda Cadets tucked round the back. I think it'd be nice to chat to a couple of them, because, again, a lot of drivers in that one sorting themselves out. And, well, there you go. Here's the driver in a Thule Motorsport who's just been run over by a car because he wasn't paying attention because he was running away from us. There we go. Come.
No.
He's going to walk away. No, he's going to walk away.
No.
He doesn't want to chat to us. Absolutely unbelievable. No one wants to talk to us these days. No one wants to... Well, here's the driver. Who've not spoken. You've just been ambushed right now. Come and have a chat to Claudia just here. Introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
What's your name and what class and number?
I'm in Micro. My name's Arthur. I'm on number 24.
Perfect.
41, sorry.
How's your day been?
Not so good, I reckon, because I didn't qualify so good, and the first heat didn't go so well. So yeah, not so good so far.
So a lot of work to do in your second heat then.
Yeah.
We got any expectations?
Just to get top 10 basically. Yeah, that's it, I reckon.
Perfect. And going into the penultimate round, are you anywhere in consideration in the championship?
No, I missed a couple of rounds of it, so I don't think I can win it.
Right.
Excellent, lovely. Your way. Thank you very much for chatting to us. There you go. Oh, blimey. This is a lovely place to stand because you can chat to a couple of drivers. And here's someone. Hey, we've got Stuart here. Right, Stuart Angus, right. I'm quite all right. How's your driver doing?
Challenging today.
Challenging?
Challenging. Good moves at the start, started at the back, went through. Didn't quite go to plan with a wee overtake and then got shunted to the back.
Oh.
So that's it.
It's not gone too well then?
No. Still a learning curve. We're still, I think, the youngest on the grid, so still got next year to work towards and go forward.
Yeah, because it's Lachlan Johnson you've got, isn't it? Yeah, and Lachlan obviously was a driver who was well known in the cadet areas, I think.
Micromax, more Micromax.
Micromax, yeah. But again, jumped into it. Now obviously in juniors, it's still a fairly big step, isn't it, for a driver?
Well, big step. We're going from a 950 kart to the full-size kart. We're also up against, obviously, it doesn't turn 12 till November, so we're up against kids that have done this, been in the big kart through Micromax, the old Micromax, into junior, who have a lot more experience, a lot older as well. Can be a bit intimidating for them, I think, sometimes. We are quick when we want to be. The pace is there, it's just getting the confidence up in him to go forward.
Yeah, that's what you need, isn't it? Well, you've got another race today, haven't you? And then tomorrow?
Last heat for the juniors this afternoon, and then tomorrow we'll see how we get on again.
Okay.
So that is it.
Excellent, lovely. We'll let you crack on. Enjoy. At least it's come back relatively clean as well out there. So he's done a good job.
My hair's gone again.
Your hair's gone again.
Yeah.
You're also on the wrong side.
I'm also on the wrong side.
Sort it out. Right, shall we head left here? I said right, then we head left. A couple of drivers behind us. They're getting themselves sorted out. We're going to head left. Because I want to get a couple of Honda Cadets in, perfect. There's a Honda Cadet right there. And actually, I want to chat to this man because he did very, very well earlier on in our reaction test. Oliver Thompson, Ollie, oi. You did our reaction test earlier on and you got the fastest time, so congratulations for that.
Thank you.
You don't win anything, but I just wanted to let you know.
That's sad.
Yeah, no, it's all right, though. Never mind. You, this weekend, in the Honda Cadets, how have you found it?
Yeah, it's been all right. Not the greatest of, weather, but, yeah, it's been good.
It's all complaining about the weather. You don't have to worry about the weather. You're in a cart, you're comfortable, and anything like that. How wet do you get out there? Is it quite bad? Even if it's just a damp track, does the spray get you covered?
No, not really. The spray's not too bad.
Oh, there you go, then. What are you complaining about?
I don't know.
Excellent.
I'm not sure.
No, you're not sure, but excellent. But how's it been so far this season in the Honda Cadets? Because it's been a tough one, hasn't it?
Yeah, this season it's been pretty good. It's my first season doing the British or the UKC or anything big like that. So.
Oh,
yeah.
You said a swear word there.
Did I?
Yeah, you don't say the other championship.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad.
Excellent. But other than that, you've got used to, obviously, you've got the GX 200s on here now, gone are the 160s, so a bit more oomph. And so this is your first season in the 200s. Did you ever drive the 160s?
Yeah, I did a whole season last year in the 160s.
Yeah. So you were used to that one, and have you found these better to drive, or how has it been?
Yeah, a lot better to drive than the 160s.
Excellent. There we go. Moving forward then, aren't we, Andrew?
We are indeed, and I think it's good to see as well with the Hondas that the racing is still as good as it always was. Yes, with the change of engine, it's always close, it's always tight, and it always makes it a bit unpredictable for as to who's going to emerge on top at the end of the weekend.
Does. That driver looks like he's going to burst if you don't talk to him.
Hi, young sir. What's your name? Introduce yourself for the live stream and everyone at home.
Ralphie Branscombe, Honda Cadet number 96.
Now you had a very good qualifying. I was watching your qualifying with Joe Bradley in the timing tower early on today. Tell the folks how's it went out there.
So it went good. I did some good laps, pulled a gap from the people in P2 and P3 and got some good times and managed to pit on pole for the Heat 1 that we just did by 6/10.
And how did Heat 1 go for you out there?
Heat 1 went lovely. Everybody got kind of caught up except for about 3 drivers. Ashley Hess got me on the start and then I was just pushing and he won a bit wide and I got him and then I pulled a 3-second gap to take the win.
How do you keep on top of the conditions? We're talking about conditions a lot today, but it seems like you've got that little edge of pace over everybody else, just reading what the track's doing.
Yeah, it's just nice to watch the session before and use what they kind of use on the last lap to the first lap and then see what happens at the end.
And going into tomorrow, a few more heats, so a bit more heat racing, and then the finals as well. What are we hoping for?
P1 hold all day, hopefully. So hopefully we can do that and see what we can do.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Ralphie. I'm sure you're going to be doing very well this weekend. To say Ralphie Branscombe doing very well this weekend.
Yes,
and is definitely in the mix for the win on Sunday.
Yeah, it is indeed. There he is. It's a Rizo White. Isn't it supposed to be Ryan White? It's Ryan. Okay, so tell me the story. Why Rizo White? What's the story behind that?
Well, my mum named me Ryan because she thought no one could give me like a mean nickname and I couldn't get bullied at school. And then my uncle Wayne, one day he said Rizo and it just stuck.
It just stuck. Okay, I thought you were going to play on Ryan and Enzo or something like that, like Enzo Ferrari or something like that. It'd be a good name.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like it, Rizo. Okay, so do we call you Rizo White in the commentary from now on?
If you want to.
Excellent. There you go. Write that down,
Will
Andrew.
do. That's going in the
Rizo
notes.
White now. Okay. And for you, how's the weekend been? Are we feeling confident, prepared, ready?
Yeah, it's been really well. Qualifying, I came second behind Ralphie Branscombe. First heat, came third because I got taken off. But haven't lost my confidence. I'm ready to face whatever comes next.
Excellent, lovely. I think you got some chocolate around your mouth there. There you go, there you go. We caught him in the act. He's eating chocolate in between heats. Perfect, there we go. Thank you very much, Ryan. Enjoy that. Or Rizo now. From now on, you're on the wrong side again.
On the wrong side.
Right, so, Thule Motorsport here. We've got about 5 or so minutes left. It's a quick paddock show again. The lunch break only very short. Thule Motorsport, we've just spoken to one mechanic and his driver, Lachlan Johnson, of course, having a challenge, so that's all good. We've got JDR. Now, is it actually JDR or is it they've let their awning loose with someone else's? There is Kian Bedard just coming through. Kian, quick chat. You've got your helmet on. You're running. You're about to go out on circuit.
Yeah.
Excellent. Is this second heat?
Yeah.
Excellent. How was the first one?
So I think we went a little bit low on the tyre pressure at the start. So then I dropped off a few positions at the start. But then when the tyres were in, I was making my way through the field. But then for some reason out the first hairpin, something happened. So I don't know if the engine switched off or something just cut. And then I lost 3 positions, but then I came back to come back to second.
Nice drive on that one. We'll let you crack on because you were running there, so I think you may need to continue running so you don't miss the gate. Go on, don't miss the gate. Run, Kian, run, 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 run. Right, with the last few minutes ago. Oh, you've changed again.
I'm back,
what's going on? They're constantly changing. Right. Jack-Dex Racing, is it actually Jack-Dex Racing? I think it could be because, well, we've got a pro train in here, we've got, I think, Lizzie Mentier in here as well, we've got a driver who's sitting over here. Right, OK, driver sitting down with earpods in. Go chat.
So, introduce yourself and how's your day been?
I'm Jude. My day's been pretty bad so far. We had a mechanical in qualifying, so we've had to start at the back for the heat. And then, yeah, It's an alright heat, made up a few places, but yeah, let's see how it goes for the rest of the day.
Perfect. So have you got Heat 2 still to go?
Yeah, we were in the last heat today, so
So what's going to be your biggest strategy moving into Heat 2?
just see how many places we can make up and see how much progress we can make for the pre-final tomorrow.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Jude. So let's see who else we can find in the Jack Dex awning.
Yes, indeed. This is Liz car. Liz is not here, but I've got a couple of spanners here who can assist. Oh, this a spanner here. Thank you. Right. So, how's Lizzie done?
Yeah, good. So far, so good. Good qualifying. Our first heat was good as well. So far, so right.
And more importantly, introduce yourself as well to the ladies and gentlemen watching.
I'm Matt. I'm Lizzie. I'm Lizzie. I am
Lizzie's mechanic?
Yeah, mechanic, that's it.
Excellent. And what are you doing right now? How are you getting the kart ready?
Cleaning.
You're just cleaning?
Just prepping it.
Excellent. Where's the axle gone?
It's over there.
Oh, it's over there. Why does that look like it's in a bin?
That's not mine. The one behind.
Oh, the one behind. Right. Okay, there we go. Cool. I thought you were just throwing important parts away of the car. Okay, but other than that, it's all gone well. You're cleaning it and you're getting ready for the next race.
Exactly that, yeah.
Predictions. What's it going to do? What's going to happen?
Cool. Top 10.
Top 10. Excellent. Stay tuned for that one. Excellent. Looking forward to see. Thank you very much, Matt. And then everyone there, Lizzie, Jack's Dex Racing, thank you so much. Wow, like I say, it's a very compact paddock. There's not much going on down there. That's a car park, really, isn't it?
Yeah. And we're about to get run over.
And we're going to get run over by a Ford Fiesta. If there's any way I'd like to go out, it would be this one. Who do we have in here as well? Who's in here? Hello?
Chris, Marcus.
Yeah, and no one important?
No one important.
OK, perfect. Thank you very much, no important people. You carry on. Perfect, excellent. They're in the Ford Fiesta. There you go. I like a Ford Fiesta. Well, we've run out of time. That's it. There we go. Yeah. Andrew's first paddock show with us as well. Claudia, your first paddock show. Yeah. I've done too many of these. Andrew, come on in. You're part team on this one, mate. Go on. Right, so where can the ladies and gentlemen watch the racing over the course of this weekend?
Alpha Live YouTube channel.
And the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, and they can catch the live timing on Motorsport-Timing, courtesy of Ian Rogers, and Yazoo's in there as well.
Yeah,
not that I can see her in there, the windows are quite high, she's not. But anyway, yes, catch it all live as well on that one if you're watching this during the lunch break. Back to the racing if you're watching this one on Saturday night. Have a good night's sleep. We'll see you bright and early live here at Warden Law. Sunderland, located in the northeast of England, it is a city known for its rich maritime history, vibrant cultural scene and stunning coastal beauty. With a legacy tied to shipbuilding and coal mining, Sunderland has evolved into a modern city that celebrates its heritage while embracing innovation. And no better place sums this up better than the Warden Law Kart Circuit, also known as Karting North East. It's quickly becoming known as the birthplace of champions. With a sprawling track length of approximately 1,000 metres and 14 turns, it offers an exciting, challenging experience for our drivers. With this weekend being the penultimate round of the championship for both Rotax and Honda, the nerves and tensions is starting to build in the paddock. In Micromax is Edward Haynes, who leads the way from rookie sensation Emerson McAndrew-Urin, who trails by just 4 championship points. It's the same in Minimax, with the dynamic DHR duo of Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft leading the field, separated by just 2 points. Fresh from his Junior X30 Championship win from Wera, Macaulay Bishop is looking to do the double, with him leading the championship standings in Junior Rotax. But one other driver is set to change that, with Ethan Jeff Hall hot on his heels in second. Kartmasters champion Kai Hunter leads it in seniors, but by only 1 point from Wales' Matthew Higgins. But with Warden Law being Kai's turf, he has the home field advantage. And with the rumble in the jungle, the Hondas are the closest, with the top 5 all separated by a handful of points. It's just a waiting game for championship leader Max today. But with that being said, they all have one more round to go at PFI. The mighty Bambinos are to be decided here at the birthplace of champions, with just 4 of the top 5 drivers being here. It's down to Chapman, Kempson, Algar and Hibbett to decide who will be the British kart champion in 2023 for Bambino. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the lunch break, the finals are upon us, and we are going to decide a champion. And also, we are going to decide many other more things as well. The clouds have gathered in force over the circuit. Rain is looming in the air. Now, Birdie told us that it probably going to be around 2 o'clock. A main shower, you're predicting.
The Oracle of Warden Law, Mr. Joe Bradley, who's been a great help this weekend, told me this morning 2 o'clock is when the rain would come, and I think he's still on course for that, because what we're seeing out of our windows, hello everybody,
hello,
is it's clouded over. Those blue skies that we were blessed with earlier on this morning, they've gone, and it's actually got a bit dark here at Karting North East. In the last 20 minutes or so, and there's a nervous energy that we are going to be getting a little bit of precipitation later on this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. But before the rain starts, hopefully we should get our first final in. It's Bambino's, and it's coming up next. Right, ladies and gents, I hope you're comfortable, because it's going to take us a while to get through this grid. Henry Algar and Ronnie Kempston start this one on the front row. Harry Chapman and Mason Hibbert go from row 2. William Wainwright rounds out the field on row 3. 5 cards. Looking forward to this one, though, because a champion is about to be decided in this one. And how are the points looking after their qualifying heats?
Provisional with a capital P, but actually a bit more than provisional with a capital P. Thank you to Ian Rogers. The virtual championship scores are up at our end, and my table works, Anthony. That's the first thing I've noticed there. The second thing we've noticed is we have a tie on points, 394 apiece for Harry Chapman and Henry Algar. Ronnie Kempson is 4 points back on 390. Mason Hibbert on 375, but my information is telling me that he's now outside. So it's between 3. It's Chapman, Algar, Kempson. 2 of them tied on points. This could go any which way in the next 15 minutes plus 1 lap.
Kempson's got an issue, though, with this, because, well, he's going to need Chapman and Algar basically to... Well, even if they come 4th and 5th, surely they're getting enough points to be able to...
65 points for the race win in this one, and so more crucially trying to overturn that 4-point disadvantage. If Kempson wins this race and either Chapman or Algar finish second, it will go to that driver who finishes second.
Yeah.
That's probably the most simple way of putting it for these guys. But lights on, about to go racing here in the Bambino final. Away we go for 15 minutes plus 1 lap to decide the title here at Warden Law. First final of the day, first final of the weekend for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at Karting North East. And it is the number 17 of Henry Algar, who's been on this crescendo of form since he won at Lark Hall. Can he win out again here and potentially take the title with it? Good start as well for Harry Chapman, up to 3rd place, and in between the two of them is Ronnie Kempson. So it's our 3 championship leaders at the front of the order. There are 3 championship protagonists, I should say, with Mason Hibbert there in 4th and William Wainwright in 5th.
I've got to say, I think the rain's falling, because I'm looking out the window and there is a mist of rain in the air. Rain now falling at the circuit here at Warden Law for the first final, and it had to be the championship decider, didn't it? 15 minutes plus 1 lap this race. The longest race these drivers will have done, as down the inside, swooping into 2nd place there goes Ronnie Kempson, holding on to that 2nd place spot as he's having to defend here from Chapman, Hibbert and Wainwright, who are all right there in that rear bumper. And I've got to say, Algar is trying his best to try and break away here as we go side by side at the back of the grid now. Down in towards turn 1 they go. And this is just, well, for these drivers, a big, big challenge right now, because the rain coming down, the track's going to get wetter and wetter. The only plus side that they've got is that they're on cut slicks. They don't have full wets, but they don't have slicks. So if anything, it's a little bit of a breathing spot for them.
Yeah, it's what they call an all-weather tyre, and it does the job very well for the Bambinos. Those tyres provided by Lecan. So Henry Algar leads. What does this do championship-wise? Well, it's pretty straightforward. If Henry Algar wins this race, he wins the championship. It moves him provisionally up to 400 points. Kempson at the moment second, would be second in the championship as well on 3.95. Chapman, third on the road, would be third in the championship on 3.94. But Chapman has slipped down to fourth place. That's the wrong direction for Harry Chapman. He needs to be moving up through the order. Really, for Kempson in his championship scenario, his best friend out there is Mason Hibbert, because if Mason Hibbert could get up into second place, we repeat the kind of performance that we saw back at the start of the season at Glanny Gors. Of course, Kempson win the race. That's what he needs in terms of a scenario to emerge from this race as champion.
No, exactly that. And yeah, right now it's not what he needs. So Algar leads the championship standings at the moment, like you were saying, with the 400 from Kempson and Chapman. That's the only change that there's been. There's only 1 point separating those. But right now, look how close the top four are in this one. They've not broken away, and I think that's quite a crucial one, isn't it? I think that, you know, Algar, who may be leading this one, is feeling like he's somewhat of a guinea pig with the conditions that he's having to deal with now, which is why it's closed in just a little bit more than what we saw earlier on.
And we have seen this across the course of the heats and the practice sessions earlier on in this weekend, that these four drivers do like to run together as a group. They know each other very well. They've raced against each other a lot, whether it's been a first year here in the Bambino categories or a second in the case of a few of our drivers here. However, when we have seen a bit of rain thrown in there, particularly I remember back to the qualifying session from yesterday, you can see it through a few thrills and spills as down the inside goes Kempson. Now that's an interesting move. Henry Algar went for the wide wet line outside there, left the lane open and probably a few more lanes for Ronnie Kempson to go down the inside, take the lead of the race. So there is a good amount of grip still through Gasworks. It's rearranged the order now with Kempson leading, Harry Chapman now up into second, Algar third, Hibbert fourth. And I think we're about to see on our virtual championship the advantage swing back in the advantage of Harry Chapman now, because now you've got one of those situations we talked about earlier with Ronnie Kempson. He can win this race and is on really good form this weekend, and it would be not a massive surprise if he did do so. But he needs Mason Hibbert up in second place, beating out Algar and Chapman in the championship stakes, because whoever finishes second behind Kempson in this order at the moment, whether it be Chapman or Algar, they will take the advantage and they will take the championship.
They certainly will. And right now, with that change, it certainly changes things dramatically further up the order. Kempson would lead the championship right now with 398 championship points from Chapman and Algar. Very, very close in this one, but again, they've just got to close back in on each other now. There is still 10 minutes to go in this race. There is still plenty of time, but they're just going to have to try and find a little bit of momentum here and there. What are they going to do as they go across the line once more?
Ignore what I've said, because the drop scores are now coming into play.
Yes,
now.
they are.
So yeah, so Kempson would. That's actually quite simple in the way then for Ronnie Kempson. Goes out, wins the race, wins the championship.
Yeah.
Can get his head down now and focus on the job in hand. 9.5 minutes to go. Rain holding at the moment. It's not getting heavier, I would say. The wind has dropped as well. It's not as fierce as it was earlier on in the morning.
It's certainly still a big shake-up here as it's getting very horrible out there in terms of conditions. I'm sure the rest of the grids out there are looking at this race and thinking, oh, that must be a little bit challenging for these drivers right now to see what they can do. And I mean, it's a big stepping stone, is winning a championship in Bambino, because it can certainly take you places. Riley Morrow last year, obviously winning the championship, stepping up into the world of the cadet racing and doing good as well. You know, it's really shown that he's gained some true momentum here. And for Kempson, this is certainly going to mean the same thing. Whether or not he steps up or continues in his fight here, it's going to be a challenge all the way to the end. Now, what's the gap? 0.8 of a second. Whoa, it's gone down to 0.3 of a second now. Chapman is closing in, and so is Hibbert. This championship fight is not over yet. Now, where is Henry Algar? There still. He needs to close in on this battle if he wants to try and win this championship. He needs to close that gap back up. He has been on perfect form all weekend. With doing the double in terms of the wins in the qualifying heats. He needs to keep that momentum now. But these drivers have been probably told, you need to now start to make sure he doesn't win. You know, you need to get the move done straight away. Don't wait around to the last lap. Get it done straight away. You're going to have to fight for 15 minutes for this one.
The good news for Algar as well is that there's still over half of that time remaining.
Yes.
There's a good amount of time here for this race to change, for the conditions to change as well. I've seen Henry Algar race in the wet earlier on this year. He's got the skills. He's got the skills if the rain really starts to come down here. At the moment, it's probably, would you even say it's stopped out there? What are the lap times doing? 1:16's last time around. They're about to complete lap number 6. Ronnie Kempson still holding at the front of this order. Harry Chapman there in second place, third for Mason Hibbert. We're into the second half of the race now. Are the lap times improving? They are improving. So I think the track is drying out there, and this is going to benefit those drivers who are able to get on top of these conditions as quickly as possible. New fastest lap for Harry Chapman, 1:14.9, and he's quicker.
Yeah.
He's quicker at this stage of the race, Anthony, and knows that he needs to get through to take the lead of this race and also be in pole position for that championship win.
Yeah, he's starting to position the kart on a different racing line now to Kempson to just try and maybe force a move here. If he sees a gap start to appear, I reckon he's going to try and push that kart right in that gap. But right now, he's just trying to assess the situation. Again, holding a tighter line on the exit there. You just think, it just looks like he's going to try and drive down the inside. At this moment in time, just thinking against any moves. Because again, whatever move you're going to do right now, you need to make sure it's crystal clean.
Yep.
You cannot afford to get a 5-second time penalty right now, because it can cost a championship. Right now, you've just got to focus. If I'm going to go for a move, it has to be 100% on.
Yep.
If it's not, you've got to have to back out of it. But then, again, it's just that mental game of, yes, okay, I don't want to risk that, but I need to risk it to get the championship.
And it's where a greasy track surface really doesn't help at that point, because it gets everything into that range of you're more likely to make a mistake. But the pace of these front two is good at the moment. In a way, what they are doing right now is they are, unfortunately for Henry Algar, dropping him out of the discussion, because we did say who of these drivers are going to be able to get on top of the conditions. Well, Kempson and Chapman quite clearly have. They're into the 112s. Everybody else is in the 114s or slower. They can just push off the front here and sort of treat this like a heat. Let's just take it to the last lap, chaps, and fight it out once there's a lap or two to go.
No, exactly that. And, you know, you can't take it away from Henry Algar. He's had a fantastic weekend. He has worked so hard to close that gap. He did exactly what he needed to do. He put himself right in that championship fight to try and win it. Unfortunately, it's just not gone his way in this final. These guys have really tried to push their way through, and they've done just that. And for Henry Algar, it's a valiant effort, and I feel like at the end of this race, he certainly needs to walk off this track with his head held high, because what a championship he's had, you know, what a fight he's had over the course of this year, and, you know, to come away with some decent results in the qualifying heats, you know, that's still an amazing achievement.
And he's very much proven to me and many others, I'm sure yourself included, Anthony, that he's ready for that step up.
Yeah.
He's learnt a lot in his time in the Bambinos, and he's in that position now where he can make to be a really good cadet racer. Down the inside goes Chapman, takes the lead of the race, at least momentarily. He's going to have to do a bit of work through the second part of the CNRS, and he has done. Change for the lead, but more importantly, a change in the championship stakes. If this lead holds, this will flip things round. 9 points to my early calculations. 395 for Kempson, but Kempson switched it back. So cancel all of that. Kempson returns to the lead of the race, holds his position at the top of the standings at the moment, which would be a total of 398 points. Chapman stays there on 396 with 3.5 minutes to play.
Yep, this is still far from over. But Kempson now back in control of this one. Chapman will not be happy, though. He will want to go for that move once more. But where will he do it? We saw him do it through the CNRS's last time around. Kempson now knows that.
Yep.
He's played his cards, I think, a little too early here, has Chapman. He's given away where he's strong out on circuit. The same, though, can be said for Kempson. He's given away where he's strong on the circuit, which is at Gasworks. So again, both drivers know where they're weak and strong. This is really just a game of Who's going to crack under pressure first?
This could be the best opportunity for Henry Algar. The gap at the moment is 5 seconds. He's got back ahead, yes, he has got back ahead of Mason Hibbert in that fight for third spot. If he can get his head down as the conditions continue to change, what is the pace looking like? Well, the top three are all in the 1 minute 12s. Mason Hibbert in the 1 minute 13s at the moment. I wouldn't count this as done yet for Henry Algar. It takes one mistake from these two drivers to close that gap back in. 2 minutes 20 remaining on the clock. Here comes Harry Chapman though. Pulls out of the slipstream, running down to the first corner. New fastest lap, and now a new race leader. Great stuff from Harry Chapman. Retakes the lead of the race. Can Ronnie Kempson respond once again?
Yeah, that's a good spot to do it, isn't it? Through turn one, no real chance to really take back the spot in the early stages. But again, Chapman now needs to be very careful here because he knows where Kempson's strong. So that's where he needs to make sure he's got the defensive line going in towards Gasworks. But he's got to be very careful.
Yeah.
Again, if he goes too defensive, runs out wide, Kempson will just get it back on the exit now. So again, it's all just down to what happens here. It's just so close in the points. You just don't know who is going to come out on top on this one. It's purely a two-kart battle now all the way to the end of this race. I mean, still, you give it to Henry Algar, you give it to Mason Hibbert as well, you give it to William Wainwright, which is his first season in these karts as well for William Wainwright. He's been learning this track so hard. He's been getting quicker and quicker as the weekend's gone on. Now they cross the line. The points update. Chapman would lead the virtual championship. 399 points from Ronnie Kempson. Kempson would be second on 395. It is literally down to these two here. Who crosses the line first, and how close were they across the line the other day?
They were very close over the line the other day. It was nearly a photo finish. Also, just going to point out that Henry Algar has just found some pace. 1 minute 11.53.
Wow.
This isn't done yet. There's this lap plus one more to go. But if there's a fierce fight between these two at the front, that gap, that 4 second gap, if on pure pace it comes down to 3, maybe 2.5 on this lap, all hope is not lost for Henry Algar yet. There is your latest live championship. Points on your screens at home. 399 for Chapman, 395 for Kempton.
Watch
and
the
Algar. Switchback there. Kempton's going to be side by side with Chapman. Chapman will have the inside line as they run through Horseshoe. That was well responded by Harry Chapman. There was a moment there where I thought Kempton was going to sweep through, but Chapman will hold on to the lead of the race. Last lap board on drivers left. Chapman has to white line it all the way down to drivers right, but how close is Henry Algar? 3.6 seconds now. Is there a switchback on for Kempton through turn one and into Brian's Bend? No. Harry Chapman is doing a brilliant job here, Anthony, to hold on to this lead.
He certainly is, but he's still got a long way to go through this lap to try and defend it. Remember, last year it was Riley Moore and Austin Oman who were battling away in these sort of very same situations, battling for the last final points of the championship. Now it falls down to Chapman and Kempson. Whoever wins at the end of this lap will be the 2023 British kart champion for Bambino, and right now it's going in the way of Chapman, but Kempson knows he's strong going into Gasworks here, and Chapman knows that as well. This is the final opportunity now. It is down to this, and look at that, just hugging that inside line, and Chapman runs a little bit wide. They go wheel to wheel once more now. Kempson's got to run this time. He's not going to give up that position too lightly as Chapman holds on to it as they go down. This is going to be a run to the line and a last-ditch look down the inside. They both spin. They both spin. Oh, my goodness, it's a championship fight to the end. Oh, and now Algar comes in. They're all there. It's 1, 2, 3. Who's it going to be? Chapman crosses the line first. Algar is furious as he couldn't get the move. Chapman crosses the line first. He celebrates. He is champion on our screen. But what is going to happen after that? I hope we've got a replay. I don't think we do, but I really hope we can see that again. What happened going into that final corner?
It just got very, very close indeed between Chapman and Kempson. But what would the view have been like for Henry Algar? We said he was in range. If there was going to be an incident between the two front runners, that Henry Algar might be able to go through down the inside between the two race leaders. That is the big question. Is the move on? It's definitely up for debate from our angle. And then I think Henry Algar gets the last corner, just doesn't expect the two karts to be there. And there's no way where for him to go. And has that second moment with Harry Chapman. And that was it. That was the moment. If he was able to find a way and weave his way through those two drivers, that would have been the championship. For now, and we stress this is provisional, that the virtual championship scores look like this. Harry Chapman, 399, winner of that race provisionally. Second place for Ronnie Kempson. At the moment is being scored as having 395 points. Mason Hibbert found his way through all of that. Nearly won that race. A first return to the top three since Glanny Gores. And a good drive there from Mason Hibbert. Henry Algar, what must be going through his mind at the moment? Fourth on the provisional classification. Third in the virtual championship scores at the moment on 394. William Wainwright, who's learnt a tremendous amount this weekend, finishes in fifth in the number 21. What drama in the Bambino final. And, well, we'll remain to see what the further news is from that one. Next up, out on circuit here at Warden Law. Hope you're enjoying the stream here on Alpha Live for coverage of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Next of our finals out on track will be race number 22, and it will be the Micromax UK final. An eagerly anticipated race here. It's been great to watch the Micromax Championship here this weekend, but can anyone stop the form of Emerson McAndrew Uran? It's been a superb run of results for Emerson so far this weekend, but this has always been a tight and close affair for these drivers. We saw that in the pre-final earlier on today, which if you missed it, don't worry, you'll be able to watch it back later on after the stream is finished. All of the highlights and the full race coverage from this season's championship available for you here on the Sunday streams from Alpha Live. But just to remind you of what was the results from earlier on this morning in the pre-final. That was race number 16 on your timing information. Emerson McAndrew Uran was your race winner and scored 65 championship points. Kim Bernard was second, the current GP plate holder, and scored 62 championship points from that. Edward Haynes has really impressed me so far this weekend, and another one of our drivers who's stepped up from the Bambinos, now racing here in Micromax UK, was third. Josh Cormack fourth, and Joshua Cook fifth. Remember, all of the information, if you want to review the results and the live timing, brought to you by Motorsport Timing. Thank you very much for them for all of their hard work this weekend. But they're all there. You can review them at your leisure, and it's very nice and straightforward for everybody here, because of course the pre-final results sets the grid for the final. And championship situation, let's get that up on our screen just to bring you up to speed on that one. So as we mentioned, Emerson McAndrew in the lead of the championship, 673 by my very provisional calculations at this moment. Edward Haynes is second, 666, the winner of a couple of the scores so far this year, but a final victory eludes Haynes so far this year. Third at Kimbolton, sixth at Glanny Gores, seventh last time out at Lark Hall. Can he take the win here in this one from the second row of the grid? A little bit of a gap further back to find your driver in third place. I'm just going to give that a little bit of a shuffle because it should be Keane Bernard. There he is on our screen, 636 points. It's that stage of the season where drivers may well be having scores on their scorecards that they would hope to have as drop scores come the end of the season. That's something that we'll more get into when we will be at PF International later on in the year, but for all it's worth at the moment, Bernard on 636 points in a really good battle for that third place, with Oliver Spencer on 629 and Jensen Chalk on 6.17. So that's your lay of the land in Micromax UK at the moment. Hello to you all in the comments watching on YouTube. Hello to Harry Friel, who's cheering on Emerson with the E-plate. Go get that trophy. Hello to Angus Fender again as well. Good to hear from you, mate. Hope you're doing well. We'll hopefully have some thoughts in a few moments. Just waiting for thumbs up. I think Anthony Jordan's hop skipping his way down to find our drivers from the Bambino final. So we will hopefully get some of our thoughts from them later on in the broadcast, but not at this moment. Hope you are continuing to enjoy the coverage here on Alpha Live. We'll take a short break in the commentary and get some words from our sponsors. We'll be back here with more action at Warden Law in a few moments' time. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at Warden Law. And we're getting ready for our next race, which will be out on circuit soon. The 22nd race on our running order here this weekend at Karting North East, the Micromax UK final. Still to come as well, remaining in this afternoon. So this next race for Micromax due to go off in 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes time. Nice and easy on the top and the bottom of the hours from here on into the end of the day. Senior Rotax due to go off from 2 p.m. Honda Cadet from 2:30. Minimax 950 at 3 o'clock, and Junior Rotax at 3:30. Plenty to get your teeth into here at Warden Law. My name's Andrew Mather. Anthony Jordan, I think he's on his way back from the paddock to get ready for this next one into our Rotax powered categories for very key race for all of our runners in Rotax this weekend. We've been talking about the consistency. This isn't their final round of the season. That'll be next month at PF International, but this could be a very crucial one when looking back at the story of these seasons at the end of the year. And we'll go for a short break and we'll be back in a few moments for the Rotax Micromax UK final. Here's your grid then for the final in Micromax UK, and the form driver of the weekend so far starts from pole position. The E-plate holder, Emerson McAndrew-Uren for Dan Holland Racing. Cian Bernard alongside on the front row of the grid. Edward Haynes and Josh Cormack start on row 2. Joshua Cook and Mason Brooks will be looking to move up from the third row of the grid. It's an all-synergy factory team. Row 4, Oliver Spencer starts alongside Jensen Chalk, who had a bad bit of luck on the first lap of the pre-final, and will be looking to get a better start this time around. Riley Murrow starts alongside Samuel Lowdy on the 5th row of the grid. Austin Oman and Harry Taylor on row number 6.
Row number 7 sees Josh Huska and Charlie Page, Arthur Farrow and Dean Pahal round out the 16 kart grid on this one. Looking forward to this, like you were saying, Andrew. This championship will not be decided here, as much as I'd like it to, because it's how close is it? It will be an absolute fight. It will end at PFI, which will certainly be a challenge for a lot of these drivers. Big old track, PFI, that they're going to have to deal with. But here at Warden Law, it's all going to be down to what these drivers can do right now to determine where they're really going to be positioning themselves at that final round. Warden Law, the penultimate round of the championship. Who is going to finish where? Lights go out. Here they go, down towards turn at number 1, and it is again a run to the line. Emerson McAndrew-Uren with that inside line, holds onto it. The outside line for Cian Bernard once again not working as he gets squeezed onto the grass. The GP plate is in trouble here and almost goes to the right, to the back of the grid.
Well, we saw it in the pre-final with Jensen Chalk. This time, once again, P2, not the place you really want to be starting these races here today. Not that that is a problem at all for your race leader. Emerson McAndrew-Uren continues at the front of the order. Massive moment there. Was that Austin Oman in the number 16? Yes, it was. Keeps hold of it through the first part of the Senna S, the Senna 1 hairpin. But not much time gone so far on the clock. But again, it's another one of those starts that we've seen so far this weekend from Emerson. He just seems to bolt off the front, assert himself on these Micromax UK races. It's another superb start in this final. Oh, big moment there, and that's going to be the number 25 of Dean Pahal going off into the wall. Can she get it going? No, I don't think she can.
Yeah, so Dean Pahal off the circuit, and that's not gone well for him whatsoever. Big, big shame for Dean Pahal, but the race continues nevertheless. Emerson McAndrew-Uren under pressure here from Edward Haynes. Haynes looks to the inside and gets it done. Wastes no time, but watch for the switchback here through the Senna S's. Senna 1 and Senna 2, and, well, Edward Haynes has got it done, has not allowed Emerson McAndrew-Uren to retake that position. Through the chicane they go, and again, look how close that is between the two of them as they make their way now up in towards Gasworks. Out they go, and Haynes now leads the way. This is all from qualifying 12th.
Yeah, really good stuff indeed. Good to see that Dean has got going. He's got the kart out of that moment there, but unfortunately is some 30 seconds off the back of the field.
Well, with that timer running out 13 minutes on the board, it's all down to these two here. Virtual Championship, it's still McAndrew-Uren who would lead the way by 4 championship points from Edward Haynes. So Haynes is doing what he needs to do right now, leading the way, keeping that gap close going into the final round. What he needs to think about doing here is what is he going to do about Emerson McAndrew-Uren, because he's still right there. If he leads this race, then he extends his championship lead. You know, he needs to start thinking about, right, I need the likes of Spencer to catch up. I need Mason Brooks to catch up. I need the rest of the field to close in right now and get involved in this fight to try and help out this gap. Yes, okay, Cian Bernard, well, I mean, this has not been the one for him. He's got the fastest up of the race. He's making his way back through the field. He's already back up to P8, so keep an eye on the GP plate. He is making moves. But right now, this is a long game now. This is a championship fight now.
You don't want to fight too hard, though, because the way we've seen this class be very close so far this weekend, you don't want to bring too many players for this particular final back into play. If you look at the scores at the moment, Edward Haynes, yes, second in the Virtual Championship points, but there's still enough races to go out, win, and it doesn't matter what everybody else does. You still go and win the championship overall. So do take your point that, yeah, it'd be useful in the context of how things are right now if Edward Haynes had some other drivers right up there to battle it out. But again, he doesn't want to bring more players into it and then ultimately in about 12.5 minutes time see himself in 4th or 5th place. So it's got to be very balanced with it. And it's one of those that if there's a bit of doubt in your mind in motorsport, just go for it. Just push out all the way. I think that's what they're doing at the moment. They're working nicely together. New fastest lap of the race for the race leader, Edward Haynes, 58.15. That was until Harry Taylor came over the line and went a couple of hundredths quicker. Currently Harry Taylor in 9th.
Exactly that. So, again, still battles happening all the way throughout. Spencer, right now, on his own here. Is he closing in by himself here? I think Oliver Spencer is, as Harry Taylor sets the fastest lap of the race, showing that that mid-pack still got some serious pace in there, because that's right behind Kean Bernard as well. All's trying to close in now. Gap is 1.6 seconds for Spencer. 1.5 seconds now. It's still looking interesting. This is about a little further down in the group. This is Mason Brooks leading a train of 4. Joshua Cook, Jensen Chalk, and Riley Murrow. As to the inside there goes the number 22 of Riley Murrow, goes wheel to wheel with Joshua Cook and gets the move done. That was actually quite a tidy move there through Horseshoe.
Yeah, that was lovely and left enough room on the inside to hold the speed, make sure that there was no moment there with Joshua Cook, and moving up the order, Riley Murrow showing that experience gained from the Bambino classes in previous years, of course, puts a good move in, can now focus on trying to close up to Mason Brooks.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, 9.5 minutes to go, and still the battle rages on. Mason Brooks, you can see Jensen Chalk now just ahead of him. This is good from Chalk. It's nice to see that he's recovered well after the pre-final incident. You know, he started on the front row, fell right back. It happened to Kean Bernard as well. You know, it's one of those things. It's good to see that these drivers can bounce back so quickly.
In a way, good time that it happened in the pre-final. It gave Jensen a lot of overtaking practice around this circuit that is now serving him well in the final. Down the inside there once again. Was that Riley Murrow going for a move
I think
on
so.
a Mason Brooks?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
it was. So Murrow up to 5th place now. 9 minutes to go. Still very close at the front of the order. Haynes and Emerson McAndrew are 0.06 between them last time around. I think at the moment the more crucial gap is that one back to 3rd place, Oliver Spencer. It's around 1.8 seconds
it's
right
going
now.
Up now, yeah.
It is going up. Having said that, Oliver Spencer's just gone purple, fastest of anyone through sector number 1.
Ping-ponging at the moment.
And Bernard working nicely together. It looks like Kean Bernard's got past Mason Brooks now for 6th place.
And, you know, Riley Murrow, who was Bambino champion last year, you know, showing this raw pace, really, you know, battling with a lot of these drivers. You know, Austin Oman is also out there as well, also battling away. It just shows that there is some talent that comes through, and these guys will have just probably watched that Bambino final and just been like, oh, that's where we were last year.
Yeah.
Now look at us, we're fighting for a championship even here in the bigger classes, and you know, right now it's great to see how good the skill level gets. You learn so much in your younger years of karting, and right now for all these drivers, they're just craft. You know, learning each other as well, learning what the drivers do, their styles, what they do. Do they defend all the way to the last lap, or do they just drive normally all the way to the last lap and defend like anything on the last lap? You know, lots of things can happen over the course of a season, and these drivers are just all figuring that out now.
And it's elements that they will take. As one of the things I love about the Rotax portfolio of products, that it does offer that ladder system right from the very starting point up to the top of the sport.
Yeah, from the regulation changes, yes, now that has come into effect now with the Micromax. This is their first year as a full British Championship series, so you know, whoever's going to be champion at the end of this one will be the first. They will make history in the Micromax category. Obviously with the cadet age as a change for the lead, Emerson McAndrew-Urin says, right, I've had enough of battling with you. Edward Haynes, I'm going to take the lead of this one now and try and drive away from you. Haynes is not going to allow that. Haynes will latch on to the rear. He was very good through the qualifying heats, was Edward Haynes, gaining those positions, getting himself up into some good spots, and right now, showing some good pace right now. So, with that, that's obviously going to help out Oliver Spencer. That's going to bring Spencer into the battle. He sits fourth in the championship at the moment. He's quite a chunk of points behind in the live championship. Obviously, championship was decided at PFI. Really, I think it's all falling down to these two here, Emerson McAndrew-Urin and Edward Haynes, with the 10 points between them. You know, I think it all falls down to them, really, going into PFI.
Next lap, I think, is crucial for the story of this race. Can Emerson McAndrew-Urin do what we've seen more towards the start of the races so far this weekend? Get his head down, get a gap of around 8/10, maybe more, and break that resistance of Edward Haynes trying to hold in behind. Looking a bit further down the order, there's Cian Bernard going through Senna 1 and now Senna 2. There's been a change of position there with Riley Murrow, so Bernard back up to 5th place ahead of the number 22. Jensen Chalk just ahead. The two drivers who've started the races on the outside of the first row so far here today, now potentially working together in the second half of this race. Harry Taylor still your fastest driver out on circuit with 57.71 now, is pulling along Mason Brooks, Joshua Cook, and good to see Samuel Lowdy in the top 10 as well. This one just simmering away at the moment, Anthony. It's very much got that feel of a penultimate final of the year. Everyone's just positioning themselves, not going all out for anything. I think we'll see more of that at PF. But
I think it's just a mental game of maths, isn't it, for a lot of these drivers right now? They're all just thinking, right, where do I need to position myself to really benefit going into PFI? You know, it is quite good, you know, the fact that they're so young going into it, and yet they're taking it so, you know, professionally and, you know, really trying to take the long game side of this, not think that every round is one opportunity, this is it, I have to do it now, I have to do it now. It's really just a thinking game all the way to the end for a lot of these drivers, and they are doing an absolutely fantastic job just trying to close themselves in. Now, this is interesting, as through goes Oliver Spencer. That's the battle for third place. Spencer now or into second place now, right? Yeah, because Emerson McAndrew-Urin has broken away just that little bit. So Spencer now up to second and is now hunting down Emerson McAndrew-Urin. What does this do for the championship? Because Spencer's is down there by a few points, is around 40 points behind or so, 38 points behind in the championship. That's still a doable gap to try and close in, but that's going to be tough.
Especially for Spencer when you look at the wider picture of his season. He's got a 17th around there in there from Kim Bolton, another teens position as well from Glanny Gores. There's two ways I think you can read it of that. One, not so good. Yeah, would rather have the points on the board this time of the season. Or there's the more positive and actually think more important way of looking at it, of like, that's what we hope will be a dropped score for Oliver Spencer at the end of the year. There's lots of more room for improvement. That can sometimes be quite freeing for a driver versus someone who's like got lots of first, second, thirds and top fives in their scorecard.
Right. It's starting to get a little bit interesting now as they are coming through to lap Dean Pahal. So Dean doing a good job of just making sure get out of the way there. And good to see that Dean Pahal, he's kept going in this race. He's not given up, you know, after, you know, crashing out quite spectacularly as well. It's very fast he went off the track there out the horseshoe. But you know, he's kept it going, and that shows good. I think that shows good driver mentality. You know, just keeping it going, not worrying about anything. As Jensen Chalk absolutely sending it down the inside there of Riley Murrow.
Yeah, really good move. There is always something to be learned from any lap on a racetrack, and when Dean is back, when he's back again for another go round Warden Law, whether it be here in Micromax or another category, and especially on a day like today when the rain's coming in and out and the wind's being tricky, this could be experience that's lent on in another visit, in another round of the British Kart Championship. So yeah, full credit to Dean for carrying on out there and got continue to set some good lap times.
Exactly. Less than 2 minutes to go in this one. We are still watching this battle for P5 on your screen. Jensen Chalk doing everything he can to try and get past Riley Morrow. Morrow not making it easy whatsoever, pushing himself along to try and catch up to the back of the recovering Kean Bernard, who's got up into P4 again. That's quite astonishing
really
on that one. Really impressive drive all the way throughout, and there Chalk has managed to get the move done on Riley Morrow and has moved up into P5. Chalk now on the charge to try and latch onto that rear bumper of Kean Bernard, both of them who have had to deal with falling back after starting on the front row.
Definitely into the latter stages of this race now, and the story of the weekend here in Micromax UK, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, just that at the time when Emerson is needing to pull out that pace. And what I think is most remarkable, Anthony, about it is how he's able to do it on his own. He's not doing these lap times with someone bump drafting along, and 57.69 last time around. 8/10 is now the lead over Oliver Spencer, who's had a superb final, up to 5th place, 3rd for Edward Haynes. And then you're looking at this 4-kart battle, 4th down to 7th place, which could end in any order. And down into Gasworks once again. That's onto the inside. Good move from the number 53 of Harry Taylor there. Takes 6th place. 2 laps to go. Very much looking like it's going the way of the championship leader.
Certainly is. Extending that championship lead now to a fair chunk of points now. Haynes, who was down in 3rd. And, yeah, still a number. But, again, just keeping an eye on these drivers. Just chopping and changing. Still battling away for position. Right now, just got to bring it home at the end of this one. You've still got another round to go. You don't want to risk it all on the penultimate round.
Jensen Chalk put in a really nice move there through turn 1 on Kean Bernard. Only time will tell whether that will be the crucial move to give him at least 4th place, because there's still time and laps to play with here in this scrap for just outside the top 3. Time has now expired on the clock, so the next time the current E-plate holder, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, will come over the line, that will be when we see the last lap board. There it is. I tell you what, he's not got this race won yet, Anthony, because that is a super penultimate lap of the race, fastest lap of the race from Oliver Spencer, 57.47 seconds. And he's halved the lead on that penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, and he's halved it. Well, look at the gap now. He's seriously closed it in through the first sector now. As they go into sector 2, the gap is down to 0.2 of a second. If I was Spencer, I've got this momentum. If I saw a gap, I'm sending it straight to the inside to try and take a maximum championship points here.
Gasworks is surely going to be his best opportunity between now and the end of this race, and Emerson McAndrew knows that. He's going to check to the inside. He's had a really good run out of the back chicane there. Has just got to find his way through Horseshoe and through Paddock, and it's going to be another victory in a final for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He has dominated this weekend and taken maximum points just on the line by 0.2 of a second over Oliver Spencer. 3rd for Edward Haynes. Jensen Chalk, it was a crucial move for 4th place because he comes over the line ahead of Kean Bernard in 5th. Riley Morrow can be pleased with the final there, up 3 places from the start of the race in 6th. Harry Taylor likewise up 5 spots in that final, finishes 7th. Joshua Cook and Mason Brooks also in the top 10, and Samuel Lowdy completing the top 10 of your provisional order there in the Micromax UK final. Blustery day here at Warden Law, but that was not a problem for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He takes the win for Dan Holland Racing by 0.2 of a second. It's another win to add to the ones that he's had already earlier in the season at Kimbolton, and more crucially, extends his championship lead over Edward Haynes and the rest. Oliver Spencer, super final, finishes in 2nd place there. That is a very good move in his ongoing battle with the GP plate holder, Kean Bernard, for 3rd place in the championship. And you never know with how the drop scores play out at the end of a season. There is a mathematical possibility that Oliver Spencer could be a champion, but that will all have to wait for PF International. There are your karts in the Parc Fermé area. Edward Haynes in 3rd place. Not the win, but again, more useful points in the championship for Edward Haynes, and is definitely in the mix there when we go to PF International in around a month's time. All of the racing on the Sunday for that round of the season finale for Micromax UK category. Well, you can watch here on Alpha Live. Just looking a bit further down the order, 11th place was Josh Cormack, 12th for Austin Oman. Josh Hushka in 13th place ahead of Charlie Page. A good run for Charlie Page this weekend. Another one of the drivers stepping up from the Bambinos, and good to see he finished on the lead lap there. Has learnt a lot here at Warden Law this weekend, and I'm sure there'll be more pace to come from Charlie Page and that number 31 this weekend, run by Synergy Factory Team. Arthur Farrow was 15th, and Dean Pahal, unfortunate there, really unfortunate with that moment on the first lap, but continued round, completed 16 laps, and of course will score a good haul of championship points for that effort as well. Hopefully be down in Parc Fermé shortly with thoughts with the drivers. Anthony hop-skipping his way down to Parc Fermé. So hopefully we'll be able to bring them, and indeed we can. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan, who's got our drivers there from the Micromax UK final.
Thank you very much. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé, here with our race winner, Emerson McAndrew. Mate, what a drive on that one. Tough fight though. You had a battle on your hands there for some of that race.
Yeah, for the first of the race, I just had to push Wera with Edward, and we got a bit of a gap, but eventually I had to overtake and try and pull the gap myself, so we had quite a good gap then. Ollie caught up, so it was quite a tough race.
What were you thinking at the end there, where you saw that gap just getting a little bit smaller with Ollie closing in?
I was just like, keep pushing and focus.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, it worked out well for you. You extend your championship lead as well. PFI coming up next, the final round. How are you at PFI? Do you reckon that's a good place to end the championship?
I mean, we almost had a clean sweep at GP, so it's one of our strongest tracks.
Well, awesome stuff. Well, look forward to seeing what you can do there, and well done today here at Warden Law.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Emerson McAndrew. And let's bring in Oliver Spencer. Come in, Oliver. Mate, honestly, you found some pure waft at the end of that race, didn't you? What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I literally just kept calm. The kart was good. They were pushing. I was like, oh no, they're gonna get away. And eventually I did catch Emerson because I was just so fast.
Yeah, exactly. It certainly is a nice way to end a weekend, isn't it? But your championship as well, it's going to be a tough fight. Do you reckon you could still do something at PFI?
We're quite good around PFI, so I hope so.
Yeah, excellent. That's going to be a great way to end the season, isn't it? But congratulations, well done with P2.
Thank you. I would like to thank Sinji, Mike, Rob, Danny, my mechanic Jack, and KR, and everyone else who supported me, and my dad for bringing me.
Awesome. Well done, Oliver. Enjoy that one. Enjoy your evening on this one. Let's bring in 3rd place Edward Haynes on this one. Edward, mate, again, tough old fight on you, but you've had a good weekend. Your championship fight, it's still on, mate. It's still on at PFI.
Yeah, it's definitely on, and I know I can still win, so I'm not sad. Some you win, some you lose, but it wasn't the greatest of races for us then. But
yeah.
Some you win, some you lose, and I lost that one.
It's been an up and down weekend as well, but you've certainly come through from qualifying. What happened in qualifying as well? You were out on slick tyres on a wet track. What happened there?
So basically, there was like 1.5 minutes to go, and we were on slicks. They were all changing for wets. Then we eventually changed for wets, but there wasn't enough time, so we had to go back on slicks, or we wouldn't go out. But yeah.
Well, you certainly drove like a champion through the qualifying heats. You've got one more round to go at PFI. Do you reckon you're going to take it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. There we go. Perfect. Edwin Haynes.
I'd also like to thank Wellbro, PSP, Uncle Buck, all my family, Adam, my mechanic, JT, my coach, Jordan at Force, Dave at RC.
Awesome. Well done, mate. Congratulations with P3.
Thanks.
Excellent. We'll see all three of those drivers at PFI, and it just shows that's 3 for 3, saying that they're all going to win the championship and all going to do well at PFI. Certainly looking forward to that one. Plenty more races to go. Andrew, we'll head back up to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Plenty of racing indeed. And next up out on circuit, race number 23. One of, if not the most eagerly anticipated races for those with a local interest here this weekend at Warden Law, the senior Rotax final with home favourite Kai Hunter on pole position alongside his mate and teammate Matthew Higgins. Before we get to that senior Rotax race though, let's have a word from our sponsors. All of the sponsors here for event 10 of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. What time are we on? We're on 13:57, so about 2 to 3 minutes away from go time, scheduled go time for the senior Rotax final here at Warden Law. Bumper grid, 34 karts due to head out on circuit. And it's been a proper chess match so far this weekend for the senior Rotax crew. A very intriguing championship situation. And for Kai Hunter, of course, well, what he doesn't know about this Karting North East Warden Law circuit really isn't worth knowing. And they'll have pole position for this final. But has had to work hard this weekend. It was very interesting race, particularly when I watched from the trackside yesterday for the last of the heats, the eliminator heats for senior Rotax. Because whilst from a lap chart perspective, it probably didn't look like the most exciting race. It was a situation where Kai Hunter was put under pressure from the likes of Lewis Gilbert and those behind, and it was all about who could manage their races best across the course of that one. This race, of course, this final being a longer one, is going to be an even harder test for all of the drivers out on circuit. You can see the drivers getting ready and prepared for heading out on circuit soon. And if we're about ready, let's have a look at the grid for after a few moments of the senior Rotax. Apologies, I'm not quite ready to have a look at the grid there in full detail. Also interested to see, you could just see Teddy Pritchard-Williams in the middle of all of that, getting a bit of encouragement and support. He's done a lot of overtaking in the last couple of races, including the pre-final earlier on today. I think he's a proper dark horse in this race, because starts from the second row of the grid and has definitely tuned into where he needs to put the moves on the other drivers. Has had to start a little bit further back in the last couple of races. So that's good to see that he's on this second grid. We'll be back in a short moment with the final for Senior Rotax. Here we go then, race number 23 this weekend at Warden Law. It is the Senior Rotax final, and the grid looks like this. Kai Hunter is on an all DHR front row. Alongside him on P2 is Matthew Higgins. Lewis Gilbert has been on the pace this weekend for Craft Motorsport, starts on row 2 alongside Teddy Pritchard-Williams for MLC Motorsport. Guy Cunnington, always a factor in these Senior Rotax races, starts on row 3 alongside Archie Walker.
Row number 4, we'll see James Lowther and Sean Butcher go from that row. They can really certainly fight their way through the field in this one. Tristan Rennie and Angus Scrivener on the top 10 on row 5. Harry Linden and Will Ellswood round out row number 6.
Piers Bullock-Carter goes from row 7 alongside Jack Lilly. David Letnert and Neo Clark start on row 8. George Donald and William Pemble are on row 9. George Hunter and Alex Moody complete the top 20 on row 10. Max Kettle and Alexander Cull go from row 11. Dylan Briley and Jack Collins start on row 12.
Danny Shields from Alexander Adams-Acton, from John Brown and Jude Fernahoe. Tyler Harris, James Jackson, Jai Lawrence, Alex Duncan, Jeremy Pirelli and George Holbrook as the karts make their way out of the final corner and to the tram line. Oh, it's a false start. Oh,
of course.
We had to try and get that one out quickly. But they had a false start. They heard it. Yeah, they said, oh, he's panicking. Quickly, false start it. Oh, dear me.
What that does do is gives us an opportunity just to tune in with the championship situation.
Yeah, because Kai Hunter at the moment leads it. 645 points. He's extended.
Move down the inside into to be as big as possible before they go to PFI. Let's see how this plays out.
It's like the biggest Achilles heel ever, isn't it? You've got to have that. I really don't want you, but I really do want you as well. But right now, Hunter's not been able to get the move done on Gilbert, and I'm thinking that's because he just wants to try and work with Gilbert to try and break away. That's not happened, though, because Higgins is still right there, and if anything, I think Guy Cunnington and Teddy Pritchard-Williams are starting to close back in. Still 9.5 minutes to go on this one. Oh, no, and there's a coming together between the two of them, and now Higgins retakes the lead. So that was Kai Hunter looking to the inside there through center 1. Now he goes wheel to wheel with Guy Cunnington. Cunnington can't get the move done, can't capitalize on it, but Kai Hunter, big moment there, and that nose cone has got a lot of damage to it, and it may have even dropped.
It may well have dropped. We'll find out in due course. That I've got to say, that was very well read by Matthew Higgins. He just held off. He didn't absolutely barrel it into centre 1 as he would, well, he's definitely going to do on this lap, and he knew the door was going to open to just go around the outside. As you say, you cannot count out Guy Cunnington, former champion, of course. He's been a bit quiet this weekend, but he's always been there in the top 5. This is just the kind of race that Guy Cunnington could come to the fore. You also do not count out James Lowther, another driver who knows this place very, very well, has been quietly getting on with his work, now finds himself up in 5th.
Yeah, I'm seeing some big changes in the order of the championship right now. They're in 1st from Higgins. Gilbert's there in 3rd from Cunnington. Sean Butcher has moved up into 5th at the expense of Archie Walker, who's gone down to 6th. Teddy Pritchard-Williams there in 7th, joint on points with Pearson Bullock-Carter. It couldn't be closer going into the final round. Still 8 minutes to go of this one, and Higgins leads the way. Hunter, though, with the fastest lap of the race, is looking to the inside there with James Lowther and Guy Cunnington. Not able to get it done through turn number 1, stays behind. Now, Kai Hunter, he's already tried it once on Gilbert. Gilbert knows that. Is he going to try it again?
What's even crazy is that we're not even in the second half of this race.
We're not even in the second. Yes,
he is going to go down the inside. There is more space this time, and Gilbert's going to try and fight it through centre 2, but this time through goes Kai Hunter into P2. Now we've got a DHR for the first time since the start of the race. 1-2 at the front of the field. What can they do? 7.5 minutes to go. I think that was side by side involving Teddy Pritchard-Williams. I'm keeping an eye on James Lowther there. He is going through.
Kai Hunter, 5-second time penalty for the move on Lewis Gilbert a few laps ago, and you can see the body language there. Hand up in the air going, what was that for? But Kai Hunter now needs to focus. Kai Hunter needs to catch up to Higgins. He needs to see if he can try and get past Higgins and open up a gap. He's still got 7 minutes to do that. But Kai Hunter, the world is against him right now, again, for the championship. He needs to push as hard as he possibly can right now.
Now, here's a real quandary, because we were talking about the teammate aspect, the best mates aspect, the championship rivals aspect. Depending on which way you look at it, there's a potential team game to be played here. And here it comes, down the inside. There goes Kai Hunter. What does Matthew Higgins do now? Does he start being proper rear gunner? Do they try and elongate that gap out? How do they play this?
Well, I mean, if I was Higgins, I would be pushing with Hunter. Open up the gap just a little bit, knowing that he's still going to get a 5-second time penalty. Or, if anything, try keep him there. You know, I know he's his mate, but they're still fighting for a championship. Another query you've got to bring in. Kai Hunter could have a drop nose. That could be 10 seconds he's getting at the end of this race. Kai Hunter, honestly, he's got the world against him right now at his home circuit. He needs to open up this gap as much as he possibly can. Gilbert, though, is going to go on the attack on Matthew Higgins, and Gilbert will not let Kai Hunter get away.
No, he won't at all, as he's been pushing him all the way through this weekend. Position change confirmed on your timing tower. Gilbert ahead of Higgins. I'm going to mention him again. James Lowther there in 4th place has got past Guy Cunnington, who's also lost a spot to Teddy Pritchard-Williams in recent laps. Just under 6 minutes to go, plus 1 lap, 0.36 of a second is the gap between Hunter and Gilbert at the front of the order. Sean Butcher has now got past Guy Cunnington. It's not going the way of the seed number 3 driver at the moment. It's got Jack Lilly. Jack Lilly's had a good performance so far. He's up 6 places in this race so far, up to 8th. It's still all to play for in the top 10.
It really is now. 5 minutes to go in this race. Hunter with the fastest lap of the race as well, still remember. 50.34. He's got some pace out there, with him leading the way. 710 championship points to his name going into the final round at PFI in a few weeks' time. It's still all against Kai Hunter here, though. Gilbert starting to close in. Right, look further back in the middle of the field as well, because there are still some big movers happening here. Jack Lilly up into 8th place as well. He's having a good run there. Now 7 positions gained. Same with Jai Lawrence, also gaining more positions. But Lewis Gilbert now with the fastest lap of the race. Gilbert starting to close in once more. This race is far from over. 4.5 minutes plus that 1 lap. Gilbert checks over the shoulder, can still see Higgins is there. Again, I just can't call this one right now. I mean, James Lowther, he's looking like a threat. You called it earlier on there, Andrew. He is starting to close in on these top 3.
It is indeed. 4.25 minutes to go. You're watching live coverage of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We're into the final third of the senior Rotax final. This championship, of course, will roll on to PF International in a month's time. 4 minutes on the clock for Kai Hunter. What must be going through his mind? He's had a perfect weekend through the heats, through the pre-final. He's leading on the road, but it is not going his way. He's already got, we've had this through on our timing screens, a 5-second penalty. There could potentially be more if that, we're just trying to see how is the nose looking. It's questionable at the moment, but he started this weekend with a 1-point lead. It has been up to 10 points after the intermediate classification. That was his main objective this weekend, to try and use the home field advantage, grow this lead, but it could all be going away in the last 3.25 minutes.
Certainly could be. Not much time left in this race. Here we go then. Cross the line, everyone tucking in as much as they possibly can. The top 10 still separated by not much at all. 5 seconds separates the top 10, which means for Kai Hunter, he would drop all the way back to P10 in this race. He is not able to open up the gap as much as he'd like. And with Gilbert closing in, again, this is just It's going to be the longest 2.5 minutes for Kai Hunter. This is going to be the longest championship. Caught up with him over the course of this weekend, and Kai Hunter, he's back-to-back Grand Prix champion at Kart Masters. He is several Rotax O-Plate champion as well. It's just coming down to these championships, and these last 3 rounds always been a tough fight for him, and this year it's the same story. It's the same story for him, but he just needs to keep his head down, focus, manage everything he needs, and bring it all to PFI in a few weeks' time.
Which is, of course, a place that he's got a very good record round as an individual circuit. So he's got to remember that it's not all hope lost, not at all. Just a couple of drives further down the order to note. Will Ellswood has got past Tristan Rennie for 9th place. Good drive as well from Jai Lawrence, up 13 places at the moment. He's into the top 20. 2 minutes to go. Is there another one of those Lewis Gilbert attacks? Not all of them have quite hit so far this weekend on Kai Hunter, but this is what we've seen. Again, I go back to the final heat yesterday. Gilbert just starts to turn the screw on Kai Hunter. What has he got in response? What has Matthew Higgins got in response as well?
And there's a question in the chat. Could Kai drop this round? He has to drop his worst one, but his worst one would have been Glanny Gore with a 13th. Right now, he would only drop to 10th. It wouldn't be his worst. Nope. He would not be able to drop this round. It would all go down to PFI.
In terms of championship scores as well, he's also got a pre-final score from Glanny Gore's that was not 13th, ideal, was down around 30th. So, yeah, it's... In theory, yes, he could drop it, but he would need a very good weekend at PF International for that to come into play. It's still very much in the balance, this title picture. Lewis Gilbert could be on to gain a big haul of points as well in his fight for at least 2nd place with Matthew Higgins. 45 seconds to go. This has been a fascinating senior Rotax weekend, but I'm going to be honest, Anthony, I did not expect it in the final to play out like this.
No, this is a long one. Kai Hunter again retakes the fastest lap of the race on that last one, 50.27. But again, it's just not enough to drop the rest of this pack right now. They're not attacking him, but they're not dropping behind him. They're just staying right there. Lewis Gilbert, though, looks like he's going to go for a move here. He's close right in now, and going on to these dying last laps. You still want to get a race win. He is going to get a race win.
You do.
But does he want to do it actually on track, just not on paper afterwards?
I think the smart thing is just to sit it. We've seen this at the very top of of motorsport in previous years. It's that extra points gain that you get for winning over. First to second, the gap in points is bigger than the second to third gap. He's got to remember that, because he's still got a very good mathematical chance. Last lap board out then. Kai Hunter starts the last lap in the lead on the road, but has a 5-second penalty. And Lewis Gilbert has got a big gap now over Matthew Higgins in 3rd. James Lowther, can he get through? Well, at the moment, he is going to inherit a 3rd place, isn't he? Because he's within that 5 seconds for Kai Hunter. Must be some quite strange emotions going through the minds of these drivers at the moment, but we're through Senna 2 into the last half of the last lap, Anthony.
We certainly are. Not many corners to go, and at the moment Matthew Higgins is the only driver really under pressure. James Lowther is doing everything he can to potentially get away with a P2 here as Higgins goes defensive. Now Lowther will get the switchback as they go wheel to wheel now in towards the horseshoe, but Lowther cannot get the move done. Higgins will hold on to 3rd place on track, but he'll inherit 2nd place as the checker flag goes out. Another 5-second time penalty goes out, but it goes to Kai Hunter on track, but he will receive that 5-second time penalty. Lewis Gilbert celebrates across the line as he will inherit the race lead from Matthew Higgins and James Lowther.
Very good run for Lewis Gilbert. He's been cool and calm all weekend. And, well, at least provisionally, he will be the winner in Senior Rotax. To note, you can see it there on the Digi flag, the number 41. That's James Jackson with a 5-second penalty. Where was James? He's in 28th place. So, unfortunately, not the best of days for James there. What a race, what a senior Rotax final, and I'm sure the discussion is not done. They'll roll on to PF International in October for their season finale. For what it's worth at the moment, here is your virtual championship scores. These will change once penalties are applied. Hunter on 710, Higgins 692, Gilbert 687, Cunnington 682, Butcher 645. Kai Hunter on the road, P1, but remember, has that 5-second penalty, so shuffle everybody down to, I think, Will Ellswood in 9th. They all go up 1. So Lewis Gilbert, P1, Matthew Higgins 2nd. Great result for James Lowther. He's another one of the home favourites here in this part of the world, and finishes there in 3rd. Teddy Pritchard-Williams can be happy with his work this weekend with a top 5 there in the MLC Motorsport entry. Great race as well from Jack Lilly. Fought hard, gained 8 positions from his grid slot there in the number 33 for Sam Pollitt Racing. Sean Butcher in the top 10 once again for KR Sport. Guy Cunnington in the first half of that race looked poised to pick up any spoils of war, but in the end finishes in 8th place. Might be a bit disappointed with that. Will Ellswood put in a shift towards the end of that race as well, finishes 9th. Tristan Rennie 5.33 back from Kai Hunter, is the first of those drivers on your screen who's, at least for now, the championship position, the race position won't change and is there in 10th place. David Aroletner finishes in 11th place. Harry Linden, another one of our DHR drivers, finishes there in 12th. Pearson Bullock Carter, more solid points for him, and Jax Motorsports in 13th. And Angus Scrivener in 14th. Alex Moody finishes inside the top 15 on the road. William Pemble 16th. Super job by Jai Lawrence for Project 1 Racing. From the back of the field finishes 17th. George Donald 18th. Alexander Adams Acton recovers back from difficulties in the pre-final and finishes inside the top 20, which is completed by Jack Collins. Tyler Harris moving up to seniors this weekend has put a really good shift in for MLC Motorsport, finishes P21. A couple of Scots next up. Alex Duncan ahead of John Brown, 22nd and 23rd. George Hunter finishes 24th. Jude Fernahoe for JDR finishes inside the top 25. Danny Shields is in 26th place ahead of Max Kettle in 27th. James Jackson picked up a penalty late on there, finishes 28th on the road. Dylan Briley 29th. 3 retirements from those who started the senior Rotax final: Neo Clark, Archie Walker and Alexander Cole. And unfortunately 2 DNSs for Jamie Pirelli and George Holbrook. We are ready to head down to the paddock. Anthony Jordan has the thoughts of the drivers there from that senior Rotax final. And apologies, we've had a problem there getting down to Anthony. There is other news though. Well, Joe Bradley said to me at the start of the day 2 o'clock for the rain. Well, it was 22 minutes late because the rain has started to fall here at the circuit. We'll try and get Anthony Jordan back for some thoughts of the drivers. Apologies once again for some of the network issues that we're having here this weekend. But keep it locked here because we've got more racing to come up for the rest of the afternoon. The Honda Cadet final, another race very important for the championship stakes. And the GX200 powered category there, they will go off from 2:30, 3 o'clock for the Minimax 950 class, and then the junior Rotax class will bring us to a finish for junior Rotax. Let's try again. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan in the paddock with the drivers from senior Rotax.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're back here as the rain is continuing to fall.
Apologies, we've lost Anthony Jordan there in the paddock. Blustery conditions continuing here at Warden Law. So rain report, weatherman in a box. It's heavier than we saw early on. We had a small shower during the pre-finals, so this is going to make tyre choice for the upcoming races very, very intriguing indeed, because what we've seen so far this weekend is, yes, a bit of rain can come in, but it can stop as quickly as it starts. So does anyone make any last-minute changes? We'll remain to see ahead of the next final, which, of course, as mentioned, will be race number 24, the Honda Cadets. Keep your comments coming in. Great to have you on board for all of the racing here today at Warden Law. To Michael, saying apologies for his hand wave earlier on. One of our camera ops down there. A big thanks to all of our camera ops today, who I always say for these kind of streams. Me and Anthony literally could not do our jobs without them. So Stuart Rice, John Ratcliffe, Michael Yo and Dylan Kirkpatrick all out there on cameras as your main ops today. And we'll be back in a short few moments after a word from some of our sponsors. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage from Alpha Live of Event 10 for this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary. And we're a few minutes, less than a few minutes now, away from race number 24 on our schedules here at Karting North East. It will be the final for the Honda Cadet GX200 category. 9 drivers scheduled for this one. A very, very interesting scenario for the round and for the championship. Bit of the news so far from this weekend. If you're just joining us here, the intermediate classification determined from the 2 heats held yesterday. Good day for Ralphie Branscombe, 65 championship points, virtue of a win in Heat 1 and a second place in Heat 2. Ahead of Ryan White, who was second in the IC. Ashley Haase has had a good weekend. 3rd place for Ashley. 4th for Ed Spain, Ollie Thompson, Max today, Fenton Stoneman, Luke Jardine and Jago Reed Hardy was the order in the intermediate classification from, as I say, yesterday's heat. Interesting news from the pre-final. The pre-final, of course, also setting the grid for the final that we're about to see. Ryan White, in the end, was proclaimed the winner of the pre-final. We'll get on to why in a moment. Ed Spain's 2nd best performance for Ed since the pre-final at Glanigors, so a welcome return to the top 3 in terms of a championship score for Ed Spain in the number 72. Fenton Stoneman was 3rd, another driver returning to the top 3 for the first time since GYG. Ashley Haase in 4th place. Max today's been a bit off colour so far this weekend in 5th, 6th for Ollie Thompson, 7th for Luke Jardine, 8th for Jago Reed Hardy, and the eagle-eared amongst you, if that's a term, will note that I've not read Ralphie Branscombe's name out there because, according to the information here from the timing information, a disqualification for Ralphie Branscombe in the pre-final was the winner on the road, but unfortunately Anthony Jordan is in 9th. Well, not even classified in 9th place, is he, because of a disqualification and a scrutineering non-compliance report is the information that we've got to us here in the box. Anthony Jordan rejoins me.
Yeah.
Cheaper than a gym, isn't it, running up and down to the Parc Fermé?
I'm definitely getting my steps in, put it that way. Yeah, no, rain starting to fall. It's teasing us. They were big drops of rain as well that were coming down. There weren't small drops. It wasn't a spray. That was rain. I mean, it was due to kick off at 2 o'clock.
Yep.
It's after 2. We've missed that, but
I think that's in the tolerance window.
Tolerant half hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. That shot there, though, that kind of gives a good indication that weather's moving in.
It is. It is indeed. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. Great to have you with us. Still plenty of racing to go here today, as I say, coming up shortly. The Honda Cadet GX200 final will also have finals for Minimax 950, which is a race I'm really looking forward to, Anthony, after what we saw with the pre-final, which I would argue is still race of the day so far.
Yeah, race of the day so far, I think good call on that one.
And Junior Rotax as well, their final.
Exactly. Still plenty of racing left to go in this one. So do sit back, relax, and enjoy. So Honda Cadet will be heading out in a short amount of time onto the track. Let's take you through the starting lineup on my piece of paper right in front of you here. Ryan White would start this one on the front row. Ed Spain starting alongside. Fenton Stoneman and Ashley Haas would go from row 2. Max Today and Ollie Thompson go from row 3, from Luke Jardine and Jago Reed Hardy. Ralphie Branscombe out on track. Well, actually, he's coming up on my screen as not being out on track. So, yes, hopefully, he may have got out there. I'm not too sure. He did not get the win from that one, like you were saying earlier on. But he should have been starting at the back of the grid from this one. Let's see if we do see him. But, yeah, like you say, rain coming down. I'm curious to see what these drivers will have chosen in terms of tyres. The risk of rain falling again while they're out on track is high.
It is.
They did have a brief spell of rain while they were on the pre-grid, ready to go out onto the track. Have they gone for wets? Have they gone for slicks? I think they would have gone for slicks because the track is dry.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question here.
Go on.
Is a split allowed in a race condition in the regulations? Because I did see some drivers at least considering a split. Wets on the front, dries on the rear in similar conditions they had for a free practice yesterday.
That is an excellent question.
We'll ponder that one.
I'll ponder on that one, yes. Yeah, not too sure. Looking at that picture there, it looks like, well, actually, that looks like wets at the back.
Oh, okay.
Or am I just not looking properly? Because I think it's... Oh, no, they're wets.
That's wets on all 4 corners, at least for our front row.
And the second row as well.
So I suppose last race of the weekend, you'd probably, you'd go wet tyres, you'd put them all on 4 corners.
No, exactly that. So there you go. They're going for wets. The lights go out now. There we go. That was a long hold for them, and a couple of them actually jumped. I think there might be some investigation flags coming out at the end of that one. But the racing gets underway as they go down in towards turn number 1. And it is a good getaway from the front row on this one as Ryan White holds on to the race lead and is now going to try and break away from the rest of the field. So it is a good getaway then for the entire field. And I can confirm that Ralphie Branscombe has not gone out onto the circuit, which is a big shame. Change to the leaders down the inside there goes Fenton Stoneman for the race lead. And instantly it's taken back by Ryan White, who is immediately fighting back.
Yeah, really good start here in
the
Honda Cadet GX200 category, heading along the back straight, which, yes, we've noted is not a straight, and into gaswork for the first time. Differing lines in these slippery conditions being taken there, but good speed off of the corner for Ryan White. If you can hold it together through the horseshoe and then through Paddock, you can see how much the drivers are having to turn in, get the front tyres up to temperature, get them working in these conditions. Ryan White has done well there, leads at the end of lap 1. Spain in second place ahead of Haas there in third place. Good start as well for Fenton Stoneman as through goes Haas into second place. Now turn 1 in these conditions, I think is going to be a hotbed of activity because there's two options. You either chuck it in with a load of pace, try and get on that curb on the inside, but then be weak on the exit, or you do it the other way around. You run wider, slower, and then get the punch off the corner. Let's see how our drivers deal with it across the course of the next 13 minutes.
Exactly, and I'm going to keep an eye on how heavy the rain is coming down, because I think it's still coming down, but it's calmed down quite a bit out there, which means they're going to be slightly tearing up these tyres a little bit. They will have to be careful with that one, but right now it's still all down to Ryan White, who leads the way, as down the inside now goes Ed Spain on Ashley Haas. Haas retaliates, though, immediately and retakes second place. And look how slippery that looks out there for our drivers.
Oh, particularly through gasworks, because the kart goes light. You want, in these conditions, you want weight.
Yes.
You want the weight pushing the tyres into the tarmac to get and generate the heat and get that grip. That's not what you get. Pure physics is at play through gasworks. And I think you're going to see a lot of drivers try to go to the inside, carry too much speed. And as we saw with Ed Spain and Ashley Haas, they're just drift as they go through the little dip there. It's not a big dip, it's only by a foot or so, but it's just enough to make things very tricky through there. Max today there in fourth place. This is exactly, I think, the kind of conditions that Max would have wanted. He's had a difficult weekend. He's not really been on the kind of pace that we've seen through the mid part of this season. But start of the weekend, noting that okay, he's not had the best of results in the ICs through the heat so far this season, but he's always brought it for the finals. Now we've got this mix of conditions. Could he do so again and further strengthen his position in the championship?
Yeah, exactly that. It's a long old way for these drivers to go in this one, but for everyone, they just need to do what they need to do in this one, and I think we are seeing that right now to the end of this championship. It's still a long way to go for these drivers in terms of this race and at PFI as well. And Ashley Haas, once again, setting the fastest lap of the race, is doing exactly what he needs to do to try and close that gap up to Ryan White. Now 0.2 of a second between the two of them as they push each other along, and right now it's just going to be a case of who's slightly braver into these corners, you know, because they're running on the wet tyres. The track is, I want to say, no, I don't even want to say it's greasy. I think it's dry out there, you know. I think it's dry. They're running on these wet tyres, and it's obviously slipping around because they've got not as much traction as what a slick tyre would have. But again, it just falls onto that. If any driver decided to go, no, I'm going to risk it on slicks, they'd probably be at the front of this and leading by about 30 seconds already.
I'd agree, because at the moment, you know, it doesn't look that wet out there. The lap times, though, in the 67s, the 68s, they're 10 seconds off the pace that they had in the pre-final earlier on. This morning.
I'm going to take everything I said back. It's raining quite a lot. It's a wet track. It's from the camera angles that we're seeing here, it doesn't look wet. It's because we're not seeing spray or anything like that. We're not seeing, you know, rooster tails or anything. But it is raining out there, so yeah, I think they've actually all made the right call on wets.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there we go. I'll eat my words there, ladies and gents.
Judging by that ever highly scientific method of commentators measuring how wet it is out there, looking at how many drops are on our windows, there's more coming. I think this is not just raining, it's also getting heavier out there for the drivers. Side by side here between today and the number 48 of Fenton Stoneman. This is over fourth place. And they've had a good scrap already so far this weekend. Had a battle in the pre-final that we enjoyed for quite a while. 9.5 minutes to go in this one, and today has got ahead of Fenton Stoneman there, but Fenton Stoneman going to try and come back down the inside through gasworks. Yes, he is going to take a bit of a middle of the road line, but there's that weight transfer that we were talking about. Slides wide, and Max today with a slower entry speed, crucially faster off the corner, takes fourth place.
Whoa, that again looks the back end nearly stepping out there for Max today as Stoneman tries to get it back. Now check over the shoulder, and there you can see a kind of different set. Oh dear! Now what's that?
That's a bag.
That's a bag. Now I'll tell you what that is. That's one of the bags that protects the timing equipment on the gantry. The wind's still picking up out there on circuit, and that landed right in front of the drivers. Luckily, it was just the bag.
It's well, it's left the circuit now,
yeah,
which is the most important thing.
In the sky, it's completely
Yeah.
gone. Yeah, no, I can imagine for a driver, that's a bit of a, oh, what's that? Oh, yeah, and there you go. Good work by the marshals. They've already got it in hand. There you go. You can just see that off to the left-hand side.
Yeah, great work from the marshals. And once again, we couldn't go racing without them here at Karting North East or anywhere. The Orange Army have really put a shift in. As always, it's been tricky conditions for them just as much as the drivers here this weekend. 8 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Here is your battle for the lead. And Ashley Hart now at the front of the field, ahead of Ryan White at Spain in third. And what have we got going on here? Well, this is Ollie Thompson fighting with Luke Jardine, and we've not seen too much of Luke Jardine on the stream so far. This is good to see. Luke moving up through the order, fighting for 7th place. We'll have good drive, I'd imagine, off the corner. Ollie Thompson's going to be compromised on the inside there, and yes, so that's Jardine up to 6th place.
Exactly that. And again, you're just starting to see the different racing lines come into play now. Still a lot of drivers taking the normal racing line, which actually in these conditions is probably the worst thing you could do. You need to try and, go for the rough part of the track where there's, well, in the dry conditions it would be less grip. In the wet conditions, it's actually 5 times more grip than what's on the actual racing line itself.
Indeed. Ollie Thompson has got back past Luke Jardine there for 6th place. Here are your race leaders. Ash and White, 1st and 2nd. The back end, a beautiful drift there from Ashley, just getting the power down. Not too much to over-rotate the kart, but is absolutely on the edge in these conditions. But that's the quickest way. You've got to get the tyre blocks moving a bit when it's like this. It's not absolutely drenched out there. And both of these drivers piloting their machines very well.
Yeah, they certainly are. Ed Spain, you can just see there in 3rd place, kind of in his world of his own here. He's 3 seconds off the back of Ryan White, and then he's some 10 seconds clear of Max Today just behind. So Ed Spain is really just having a 15-lap race to himself here in P3. I want to talk a little bit about the championship standings at the moment. Ryan White leading it, obviously, right there in 2nd place, 556 to his name. Max Today, who's not had, well, he's had a weekend to forget on this one, but can he drop this one? I'm going to come to you on this one.
In theory, yes, he can, because he started, just remind myself, he started 5th on this this grid, didn't he? So, yeah, he's got some 5ths and 6ths that, yeah, if he goes and starts getting back in the top 3, that he can drop at the end of the season. Arguably, though, I think Ryan White's in the same situation. He's got a 7th place from the IC at Lark Hall that he'd be looking to move out the way. So I'd say they're fairly even on that basis of looking at the weaker scores that they've got so far in the season. I'd also throw Ed Spain in that. Ed Spain's not been outside of the top 5 this weekend, but we've of the season he's not been outside the top 5, but we've seen some really good pace from Ed this weekend. If he again starts hitting 2nds and 3rds, maybe even goes even better and takes some top scores at PF International, I think you've still, to be fair, got a 3-way battle for the Honda Cadet GX 200 title.
Yeah, exactly that. And again, it all falls down to what the other drivers can do as well, because Ashley House, yeah, as I say, moving up to P4, and that one, Stoneman, is dropping down to 5. It all falls down, it all comes down to PFI, really. And again, we look forward to that one. I love it when a championship is decided on their final round, not midway through the season or anything like that, because it really just... I don't want to say it puts a downer on the rest of the season, but it just makes it exciting.
Takes an edge off.
This is the last race that you've got to win some points. Make it count. Yep. And right now, that's what these drivers are doing right now. 4.5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 lap. It is still Ashley Haas who leads the way, very closely followed by Ryan White. Ed Spain still there in 3rd place from Max Today, who is fighting for that championship spot. Fenton Stoneman and Ollie Thompson still very, very close from Luke Jardine and Jago Reed-Hardy. Alfie Branscombe not heading out onto the circuit. But still, this has been an absolutely momentous weekend for a lot of these drivers. Really close races all the way throughout. And you could just imagine that, it's a chance for a lot of these drivers to really learn, new tracks and what they're doing in terms of positions. But again, they've got to learn these new karts as well, because it's been a big change for a lot of them with the regulation changes going into this weekend and everything like that. So, it has been a really, really challenging year for a lot of these drivers.
It has, but I think it's one that I think will serve them very well in their future racing careers, because as we see drivers moving up through the echelons, not just of karting but of motorsport, if there's an element of a skill set that a top driver needs, we think of all the greats over the years, it's adaptability to good cars, not so good cars, and being able to pick up things quickly. You think of drivers who've gone right up to the top of winning world championships. They're not drivers who necessarily spend a long amount of time in Formula 3, Formula 2, example. They're the ones who come through and win straight away, and they have to get on top of things quickly. That, I think, is an element, because there's no familiarity from what's before, is something that these drivers will have picked up a lot with the rule changes at the start of the year.
No, exactly that, exactly that. So 3 minutes to go then, and still we watch this battle for, oh, look at that, absolutely thrown it in there has Ryan White. That is that's two very different driving styles we're seeing there. We're seeing a nice controlled, just throw it in, little work the wheel, get it round, and then we see an absolutely throw it in, turn the steering wheel, lock it off, and just try and get it to grab and turn in.
Ashley Hazard is developing the grip on the rear axle. Ryan White's doing it on the front. It's, as you say, it's a very intriguing set of scenarios. I just wonder which of those ways of doing things, if the rain keeps coming down and there's still 2.5 minutes on the clock to go, is going to be better for more water being on the racing surface. I would tend to think that it would be Ryan White, because if you start over-rotating too much with less grip, you risk spinning round with the kind of style that we're seeing from Ashley Hazard. Having said that, he's pulling away at the moment as we've got 2 minutes to go. It's still very much in the balance, quite literally.
No, exactly that. And again, another factor you've got to bring in with trying to put it all on the rear axle is that obviously all the braking is done on the rear axle as well.
Yeah.
So if you're a bit too heavy on the old brakes as well, you lock the rear axle and there you go, it goes round. Much quicker in the last part of Sector 1 there is Ryan White, and really does close in. And then in the fast twisty section as they go through Horseshoe, that's really where Ashley Haas breaks away. Now again, absolutely bumper to bumper once more as they go through the chicane, back up into Gasworks. Are we going to see a move here as Haas checks over the shoulder, looks more to the outside there, does not go defensive straight away, and again, working the rear axle, working the front tyres. Two very different strategies, and right now for both of them, it seems to be working for both of them right now. They're not seeing any detrimental differences around the entire lap.
They are indeed. Change for 6th place. Ollie Thompson has got past Luke Jardine, who's also lost 7th place, unfortunately for him, to Jago Reed Hardy. So Jago, I'm impressed with Jago Reed Hardy today particularly. Was not an easy day yesterday. Missed the timed qualifying simulation down there in the paddock at that time. I think I only got 2 laps into the time qualifying. It's not the ideal way to start a weekend. And as you say, from the number plate there is a relative novice to this game, has applied themselves very well in that number 11, is having a good fight here with more experienced drivers.
Exactly that. We had a brief look there at the battle for 5th place. Fenton Stoneman, Ollie Thompson and Jago Reed Hardy. There is some support on the stream there for Ollie Thompson. Ewan Racer 26 says, come on Ollie Thompson. Scott says, good luck too. There we go. So plenty of support out on the stream. Less than 10 seconds to go, and well, again, 2 very different racing lines. So there's the dry racing line, there's the wet racing line, and look at the difference in speed on the exit there for the wet racing line, taking the outside road. Just instantly, you got the power down earlier.
Has indeed. That was good driving from Fenton Stoneman to retake 5th place. Time is up. So the last lap board is shown, and Ashley Haas and Ryan White dealing with these conditions at the moment. Quarter of a second between them. Has Ryan White got a way of trying to find a way past the number 17 at the front of the field? Still going on as well in that battle on your screens for 5th place. Wider line being taken there by Stoneman, who's been overtaken by both Ollie Thompson and Jago Reed Hardy there onto the final lap. Jardine continuing to circulate as well in 8th place. But this is where it counts now. Oh, is Ashley Haas just looking over his shoulder a bit there? Is he starting to tighten up? Doesn't want to lose this on the last lap. It's going to be close to the end.
It's going to be a full send here at Gasworks if my a commentary brain would think about it. And again, here it comes, side by side, sideways, synchronized drifting between the two drivers for the lead of this final. Down in towards the horseshoe, and again they come together and looks to the inside, does Ryan White, and he gets the move done through horseshoe, runs a little bit wide on the exit. Now it's going to be side by side, it's going to be a run to the line, but with the outer line, it could go the way of Ryan White, and it does go the way of Ryan White across the line. He takes the win from Ashley Haas. Ed Spain, who was there in third place for the entirety of that race, never had to defend probably a single bit of race in that one, takes third place, and we have to wait for Max today, who crosses the line in P4. There he goes across the line. Still a good result for him, and he's still second in the championship, and there's only a few points against them as they go into it. Then it's Ollie Thompson, who takes fifth place, manages to get past Fenton Stoneman and Jago Reed-Hardy, who takes seventh place, and Luke Jardine crosses the line. He finishes in eighth place. A brilliant run for all of the drivers. I'm going to head down there and chat to our winners.
Yes, that is going to be very interesting to hear from the drivers after that tricky experience for them all out there on circuit. A provisional result of race number 24. Like this, Ryan White at the end there takes it by 0.08 of a second over Ashley Haas. Ed Spain in third place, I think, can be very pleased with the work that he's put in this weekend. The number one game for him this weekend was to get back into the top three in those championship scores. Hadn't done so since Glanigors. He got two of them, second in the pre-final, third here in the final. A good haul of points that should mean that Ed Spain is third in the championship when we leave the North East here this weekend. Fourth place for Max today, still very much in the discussion, hasn't got the lead of the championship anymore, but PF International beckons in October for the decider here in this category. Fifth place, Ollie Thompson wins out in that really good battle between Ollie Thompson, Fenton Stoneman and Jago Reed-Hardy, 5th, 6th and 7th. And as I say, that's a good drive from Jago Reed-Hardy, because had a not so good start, or not so good set of circumstances beyond their control at the start of the weekend. Recover back through, and some good experience there for Jago. Luke Jardine was the 8th of the drivers home there in the Honda Cadet GX200 category. Ralphie Branscombe did not start in that one, and will hold in 7th place. Championship virtual, should remind, this is a provisional status at the moment, so Ryan White, but you will be able to of course check out all of the results and standings on the British Kart Championships website. White 559, today 543, Spain 540, Haas on 521, very close there with Stoneman in 5th on 520. We'll be back in a moment, hopefully with thoughts from the drivers and Anthony Jordan down in Parc Fermé. For now, a few words from our sponsors. Welcome back, everybody, to a rather wet and wild Warden Law. Nearly said another circuit then, not today, but it can be wet and wild there as well. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you today. 2 more races to enjoy here at Karting North East before the end of the day. The Minimax 950 final due up next in around 5 minutes' time at 3 o'clock, and then at 3:30 we will have the junior Rotax final as well. Bumper grids, 26 runners in the Minimax 950, 34 drivers remain in the juniors after the repercharge and the pre-final that we saw earlier on today. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you to Aaron for getting in touch, and thank you for the support. Jam as well, who says for legal reasons I am required to say yes. Right, so we had a chat earlier on. If you haven't seen the Paddock show, you can go and watch that back. We did have a chat with Ryan White, amongst other drivers as well, yesterday. We can also hear from another one of our chats with some of the drivers earlier on in the weekend, a driver that we're going to be seeing out in the Minimax 950 final shortly. Let's have a catch-up from earlier in the weekend with Will Green.
Hello everyone, today we are joined by Mini Inter driver 154 Will Green at event 10 of the Wera British Kart Championship. So going into the penultimate round here at Warden Law, currently 4th in the championship, only 49 points behind our championship leader Cole Denham. Have you and the team got any strategies how you're going to try and close the gap?
Well, just good consistent qualifying and heats and pre-finals and nice finals, maybe podiums would be good.
Perfect. So after finishing the 2023 Water Swift season as vice champion, surely you must be even more confident trying to get the win in Mini.
Yeah, coming second in the British in Water Swift was a good achievement for my age, and hopefully I can improve next year and do the same in this class.
Perfect. With this being your second year in the championship but only your first year doing both IAMI and Rotax, what have been some of the challenges you've had to face doing both classes?
Well, it's a bit different, the Rotax and the Water Swift. The Rotax has different tyres, especially the wet ones. They're a lot less grippy compared to the Comets. And Swift, it's a bit slower than the Rotax, so you have to adapt between each weekend.
Thank you. So with you winning driver of the day back in August at Kart Masters 2023 out of a total of 305 drivers, did this make you any more confident going further into the year?
Yeah, it was a bit of a confident boost because it's quite a big achievement for me. Out of 305 drivers, it's very good, yeah.
Perfect. And so far, what has been your highlight of the year?
I would say it's probably been Kart Masters, finishing second.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for watching.
Good to hear from Will Green earlier on in the weekend. Thank you to Claudia for the interview there. And yeah, conditions, weather watch. We always like that, a little bit of that in the British Kart Championships. It's wet. It's definitely time for the treaded tyres out there, and it's almost one of my favourite words, persistent now. It's sweeping across the circuit. Not heavy rain, so still, what would you say, be standing water out there on circuit, but definitely going to be a challenge for the drivers. I can see our race director, Nigel Edwards, walking up to the timing tower. He's well equipped with his full Mac and raincoat, protected from the elements here at Warden Law. Thank you for your continued support of this year's Wera British Kart Championships. If you're watching at home, or even not watching at home, I know there's a number of people tuning in around the circuit, probably sheltering in the buildings or in their vehicles as well. So 2 more races to go here at Warden Law. You can see the clock reading. We've got about 30 seconds away from the next race out on circuit, which will be race number 25. Minimax 950 is coming up next. Say that we've got 26 karts coming in this next one. And we had some stunning races earlier on in the day. And that is all coming next for the final in Minimax 950. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Minimax 950 final. Very high quality grid, lots of experience in this one and very close racing throughout the weekend so far. Albert Friend has been the driver to beat. Strawberry Racing's 191 starts on pole position. Cole Denham for DHR forms up the other side of the first row of the grid. Charlie Wolford was superb in the pre-final early on today. The Synergy Racing Synergy Factory team driver starts P3. Joshua Griffin is alongside, and that's an all Synergy row 2. Will Green, heard from him a few moments ago, starts on the third row of the grid alongside Jacob Ashcroft. That's Argenti Motorsport 5th and DHR in 6th place.
Noah Barham and Daniel Minto, they go from row 4. Albie Lapper and Ellis Bell, good run for him. He starts this one on the P10 spot on row 5. Isaac Barker and Charlie King, they round out the top 12.
Moving into the mid part of the grid, Jarlath Sayer and Oliver Meek form up an all Synergy row number 7. Another Synergy driver on row 8 in the form of Luca Holmes-Ballack. Expect to see Luca flying through the order in this one. Has had some good pace so far this weekend. Alex Goodson also on row 8. Tom Reed and Jack Collinson go from row number 9.
John Richardson and Blair Smith on row 10. Stanley Clark and Keane Stewart on row 11. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Kai Clark round out row number 12. And the final row of the grid, Benjamin Lawn and Sebastian Lusch round out the 26 kart field. Like we saw earlier on with the pre-final, this was a final and that was dry. Yeah. Now it's wet.
It's very much not dry.
Yeah, this is going to be a race.
Is indeed. So the field in formation now. I'll go around Paddock corner and then wait for the instruction to see whether we are good for a go here. 15 minutes on the clock here at Warden Law for the 4th final in the Minimax 950 category this year, and we are good and green, racing down to turn 1 in these wet conditions. All kinds of lines, and Albert Friend's not had a good start there, and round the outside has gone Cole Denham into the lead of the race through Brian's Bend for the first time, heading through the dogleg. At least one driver's had a small moment in the middle of the pack, but apart from that, Anthony Jordan, that is a pretty good start in very tough conditions for our Minimax drivers.
Very tough conditions, because again, this is the first time they've had wet conditions since, yesterday and the day before that. Spin in the mid-pack as round goes the 149.
Jarlath Sayer.
Yeah, that's not been a start he will have wanted, and Sayer tumbles down the order now, and he'll have to fight his way back through the field. That is a big, big shame for him. Drivers now make their way out of the back chicane up into Gasworks for the first time then. And again, big chunk of taking the inside line there and taking the outside line as well. Lots of drivers taking the wet line, and another driver going straight on into the tyre barrier.
Tom Reed.
Yeah, and that's a huge disaster for Reed.
Yeah, Tom Reed in the 136. It's been an ever-present so far this season. The other challenge for the drivers versus what we saw for the Honda Cadets, of course, there's been a bit of a break in the action. No karts going around the circuit to clear any more water falling from the sky and onto the circuit. Means that I think conditions are a little bit worse than they were for the Honda Cadets. Let's see what the pace is like here on the second lap. Albert Friend trying to fight back here down the inside, takes 4th place. I don't know whether it was just a case that he bogged down off the start, but it seems he just got swamped from pole position. There's a bit of a moment there. Going down the inside was the 195 of Charlie Wolford, who I think also got 3rd because Joshua Griffin took the wider line there. Back comes Albie Friend into 3rd place. A lot has happened there through the Senna S on lap number 2, and it's emerged with Albie Friend back up to 3rd place.
Yeah, that's a very interesting run for it there, but Friend now in a good spot to now catch up to the drivers in front, Denham and Ashcroft, because remember, Championship in this one still pretty close. These drivers will have to watch out for it as the whole field. Look at that battle there. The whole pack just barreling in to that midsection.
Kai Clark is absolutely flying. You just saw him there in the 176 going down the inside. He's gained 15 positions.
Wow.
And more now. That's going to be more 16, 17 positions in 2 laps. He's doing a stunning bit of work. 5-second penalty, though, Anthony, for the driver currently in 6th place, Luca Holmes-Ballack, is going to lose at least that 6th place once the race ends if he doesn't clear a 5-second gap to everybody behind.
No, exactly that. And he's had a good run as well. He's up 9 positions in this race. But, yeah, right now he's going to have to work just that little bit harder. Look at the train there as the drivers make their way through. There's Charlie Will. Again, look at the difference in racing line there that we're seeing from these drivers. The tighter inside line, but you've got to watch it on the exit. And there again, proof that you can just get the drive out of the corner with that wider line. So, again, it's always beneficial to go down the inside. But right now, it's just not going their way with these treacherous conditions, because right now it's the worst it could possibly be for the drivers. It's not fully saturated, but it is wet, and these tyres just aren't working as they should do, really.
It's where setup and the work of the mechanics becomes so important in these conditions. You'll see that the karts, the chassis are going to be set up a bit softer with the outboards as well, a lot more raising of the rear inside tyre on it, particularly through Senna number 1. This is what I say, where the mechanics and the teams really earn their bread in a race like this. At the front of the order, it's a DHR 1-2, Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft, separated by 0.21 of a second. 3rd place for Albert Friend there for Strawberry Racing. Charlie Wolfett, currently the fastest and highest running of any of the Synergy drivers, there in 4th.
Exactly that. So, right now, falls down to what these drivers can do. So just over 10 minutes to go in this race. We're watching here the battle a little further down in the order. Isaac Barker at the moment trying to attach himself to Charlie King. Charlie King doing a good job of holding that position. This is 7th and 8th on circuit. Kai Clark, who we were just talking about, you know, with the several positions gained, is starting to close in as the battle for the race lead is now starting to heat up. Change for it as Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft trying to go wheel to wheel. Ashcroft hinting that he wants the lead of this race. He did get the lead for about 0.2 of a second before Cole Denham retook that position. Back across the line they go, and Ashcroft now, I think, wants another attempt at this one. But they'll have to be careful, because what happened last time around, it closed the field in once more. Albert Friend closed in, Wolfett closed in, everyone else closed in between this battle, and that might happen now. There's still 10 minutes to go and them already starting to battle. That could happen.
1:10's currently the pace for those at the front of the field. Few changes in the mid-pack. Noah Barham and Blair Smith have both got past Oliver Meek. Albie Lapper has also got past Oliver Meek. So that's 12th, running down to 15th spot now. Also, Daniel Minto, who's impressed me this weekend, has been able to raise his way through orders so far here at Warden Law in other races. Well, he's just gained 18th place off of Alex Goodson. Less than 10 minutes to go on the clock. Still plenty of time for this one to sort itself out. Jacob Ashcroft taking that different line there, Anthony. Trying to get the drive off the corner. But Cole Denham now going for, well, we saw in the Honda Cadet race, that line wasn't really working. But now Jacob Ashcroft has found a way through. No, saying that's a very provisional thing to say, because here comes Cole Denham back. Slots into the slipstream. New race leader, Jacob Ashcroft.
Yeah, exactly that. Gets it done. Again, look at those different racing lines there. Ashcroft taking the really wide line there through turn 1. Denham holding the inside line. And again, for both of them, it does seem to just be working, because that outside row, you cut back in, but then you've got to be careful that you don't go onto that grassy area on the outside. You've got to then bring it back over the racing line, which then slides you back across the other side. So if you do take that normal line, you can be off the line through the second sector, and it just closes itself back up when you get into dogleg.
And particularly if you're with another driver who's doing the opposite, the risk is there's a meeting point in the middle there when you're right on the edge of adhesion. A little bit of weather window watch. I would say, Anthony, that the weather is at least... I'm not seeing fresh raindrops on our windows, so at least the rain is reduced in its intensity out there. Albie Friend is not happy about something there in 3rd place with Charlie Wolfett just behind. They're both trying to close in on Ashcroft and Denham at the moment with 8 minutes to play.
And I think they somewhat are, but look at that. Ashcroft is starting to break away now. No, they're not closing in at all. No, I'm going to eat my words there again. The gap's open up to now over 2 seconds. So there we go. Ashcroft now breaking away from Denham. That gap now over half a second. A little bit wide there for Benjamin Lawn, who crosses the line. Lawn's having a good race, though. Side by side just at the background there. The 136 and the 132 having a good scrap as well. That's Tom Reed and John Richardson. Richardson still making his way through the field as well. He's not had the best run on this one. He's dropped 5 position. There's been a big change in the order in this one, hasn't there? There's been lots of drivers dropping down. There's been lots of drivers making several positions up. And again, maybe it's just being at the back. They've been able to see what's been happening up in front and just try and utilise, you know, the track conditions maybe, and just see, right, that didn't work for him when he went through like that, so I'm going to try this.
Yeah, do something different
and
see how that pans out. 7 minutes to go. Also good to see that Tom Reed, after that spin in the early stage of this race, another example of a driver getting back on circuit, not giving it up. There's things to be gained in the remaining time on the clock, particularly here in what has been a very competitive Minimax 950 category. What's this all doing for the championship situation? This is another category that will be culminated at PF International in around a month's time. Well, at the moment, this would leave us with a tantalisingly close situation with Cole Denham on 743, a tie on 741 between Albert Friend and Jacob Ashcroft, which on countback is currently going the way of Albert Friend. The long and short of it, Anthony, is it's a gap between 3 drivers, which is less than the delta in points between finishing first and second in a race like this.
Yes. Yeah. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
That's going to be a close one. Yeah. And again, at PFI, that's going to be a different kettle of fish because it's all going to be about slipstream.
Yeah.
What did we see earlier on in the dry conditions with these drivers? They were all slipstreaming, all pushing each self along, and it's very easy to overtake at PFI. Several overtaking opportunities, and the same here at Gasworks as these two going wheel to wheel here as Wolfit sends it back down the inside and is defending from Joshua Griffin. Griffin trying to find his way through. Albert Friend has dropped these two here. Jack Collins sees a 5-second time penalty for this one. He will not enjoy seeing that one. But yes, Luke Holmes-Ballack, they're just trying to defend from Joshua Griffin, not able to get it done just for the time being. He's starting to break away from it now. So despite Joshua Griffin's best efforts there, will drop back just that little bit.
But we should remember as well that Luca Holmes-Ballack has a 5-second penalty from the early stages of this race. So it's not all bad news for Joshua Griffin in that mix. Here, back once again with the 174. This is Charlie King. I had a very brief chat with Charlie and his dad during the lunch break. And again, I've been impressed with Charlie and his work this weekend. Has gained 5 places so far in this race and is also at the moment holding off the very fast starting Kai Clark, who is now, I can say he's gained 16 places in this race, but he's finding things tough to try and get away through past the Coles Racing driver there in front.
No, exactly that. Still 4.5 minutes to go, though. Long old train of karts still forming all the way around this track. But your top 4 relatively spread out right now. I am curious about what's happening between Cole Denham and Albert Friend. The battle for second place has closed down to 1/10 of a second. So the battle for second, I think, is something that I'd very much like to have a look at. Here it is, yes. It has closed in. Wolfit's closed right in as well. So this is the battle for second place. And there has been a slight change here. Albert Friend has got into second place. Denham's down into third. And now Charlie Wolfit's going to try and go for third place. And he does go for third place. He's got the inside line. But again, that outside drier line works. The wet line. You take that one, you can get the drive out of the corner. And Cole Denham holds on to that one.
Beautifully positioned by Cole Denham there, just held the inside line. You can stay tight in these conditions through Senna 2. The natural dry racing line, you run out wide and sweep through towards the back chicane. Back comes Wolfit on Denham now. Really crucial part of this race now for Albert Friend. I think in all honesty, he needs a mistake of something from Jacob Ashcroft to close in that 5-second gap. But if he can take second place in this race, it's going to be important points in that championship picture, so much so that actually I think, yes, he is. He's going to take the virtual lead championship here. That moves him 2 points further forward to 7.43. He's no longer tied with Jacob Ashcroft, who in this race can score no more than 741 points. Cole Denham, though, he becomes the driver now on equal points with Ashcroft. It's pretty much as we still were. It's less than the 3 points covering the top three, but more importantly for Friend, it's now him at the front of the virtual championship order.
Yes, exactly that. So still a close fight to be had right now, and going into PFI. 2.5 minutes left on this one. Rain subsiding. Track conditions still the same, though. Very greasy, very slippery. And these drivers still doing what they need to do. Look at that, turning in, it didn't grip, then it did grip, then it didn't grip. It was just, it's so horrible to drive in these conditions. I don't know how on earth these drivers are doing so well to battle, not only on quick pace, but also so close with each other as well.
Yeah, well, what we're seeing here is the best Minimax 950 drivers in the country. And a number of drivers who've come up through the ranks in previous years. So our drivers in this category, ages ranging from 10 to 13 years old, but I mean, some of them will have been racing for more than half their lives. There's a lot of experience on this grid, both at a British Kart Championships level and higher into the international level as well. And they are putting on quite a show here in the final at Warden Law. 90 seconds to go, Anthony. It's looking like Jacob Ashcroft's to lose. He's the fastest driver on circuit. He's the only driver in the 1:09s out there. He's been supreme in this race.
Yeah, pace of his own at the moment, and just doing exactly what he needs to do. As a warning flag going out to Daniel Minto. Yeah, like you say, he's done exactly what he's needed to do over the course of this one. And right now, these two still going side by side. Wolfit's not giving up on taking this position from Cole Denham. Cole Denham still having to defend on this one. But yeah, you bang on there with Ashcroft, league of his own in this one, driving away. Look at the gap, 5.8 seconds. You can't ask for anything better for him.
No, and especially that he's not had an easy weekend. You know, 6th in the pre-final. He's had to fight back. He's cleared his mind fantastically in this race, and that's what's put him on top for me. Bit of news elsewhere in the top 10. Kai Clark has found a way past Charlie Kings. That's 17 positions now for Kai Clark gained in this race. I think there's also unfortunately been a problem out there for Daniel Minto, because you can see the 1, 2, 8 falling down the order on our timing screens. Not a long amount of time to go now. 20 seconds and counting for the Minimax 950 category. Are we going to see a move here from Charlie Wolford, who's been trying to find a way in a line that works against Cole Denham? But at the moment, Cole Denham still holds on to that 3rd place.
No, exactly that. 1 second left to go. Timer strike 0. Last lap board will be out this time then to Jacob Ashcroft, who is making his way to the start-finish line now out of the final corner. But right here now, Albert Friend still holding on to 2nd place. There goes Jacob Ashcroft across the line. He sees the last lap board. Changes there, and going wide, there's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, currently in 26th place, just getting out of the way. Good driving by her to not get involved in these battles at the front, because that can be a real surprise to someone who's just driving around in their own race, and then all of a sudden the race leaders are coming through and you've got to move.
Yeah, especially in these conditions.
Yes.
In dry conditions, it's a lot more straightforward. You pull over, you know it's going to be... You know what underneath is going to be. If you move off the racing line, either of the racing lines, the dry or the wet racing line, you could get yourself having a bit of a moment, but everybody dealing with that well. Still very much Friend at the front of this 3-way scrap for 2nd place, but Cole Denham's done some good work over the last lap or so. It's got a bit of a gap back to Charlie Wolford. Here is your race leader, Jacob Ashcroft. Started on the 3rd row of the grid, but has mastered these damp conditions round Warden Law. He leads by 7 seconds. Once again, like we said with the seniors final, this is not how I thought that the Minimax final was going to turn out. But here at Warden Law, it is a win for Jacob Ashcroft, and a huge result heading towards PF International for the finale of this championship. He will be in the mix. 2nd place for Albert Friend, and on the provisional virtual championship scores will take the championship lead to PFI, but by 2 points and 2 points only. 743 over 741. Third for Cole Denham. He will also be in the title picture in a month's time, also on 741 points. 2 DHR runners on the podium. And Synergy Factory team can be happy with those results as well. Charlie Wolf at the first of 4 drivers home from 4th down to 7th place. Luca Holmes-Ballack, we should note as well, though, Luca Holmes-Ballack has a 5-second penalty from earlier in that race. Joshua Griffin 6th on the road. Kai Clark, what a drive there from Kai Clark. That's at least something to be happy about. It's had a tough weekend, has done probably more overtaking than any driver out there in any class this weekend. Finishes 7th on the road, gains 17 positions in that final. 8th for Noah Barham, 9th for Isaac Barker, 10th for Will Green. Albie Lapper, Blair Smith, Charlie King, Ellis Bell all finished inside a top 15 that's completed by Stanley Clark. Alex Goodson was 16th, Oliver Meeks 17th. Sebastian Lusch, good number of positions gained there by Sebastian from the back of the field, finishes 18th. Benjamin Lawn gained 6 in that one and finishes inside of the top 20, completed by Daniel Minto. Giles Sayer, Jack Collinson, Tom Reed, John Richardson, Kieran Stewart all had issues out there. In the top 25, Isabella Stansmore Wilson completes the order in 26th place. But it is Jacob Ashcroft who takes victory here in Minimax 950 from Warden Law. And I say, whilst not a complete maximum score from this weekend, so the difficulties finished 6th in the pre-final, that is put him right in the mix. Just to remind you, 2 points cover the top 3 heading to PF to culminate that season. That is going to be one that definitely goes to the bitter end, and one you can watch here on Alpha Live. Do make sure you've subscribed. Click the like button here on the stream and give it a share, as well as we head towards our final race of the day. And this is going to be another cracker out on circuit. 34 drivers have made it through to the junior Rotax final. Continues to be tricky conditions here. It does seem like the rain has mostly stopped here at Karting Northeast, but still a damp surface out there on circuit for our drivers to deal with. Remember, all the results and the standings as well you can review at your leisure on the British Kart Championships website. To give them all a follow on your social media networks as well. And as we say, we will be here for the final Sunday of these Rotax Championships for PF International in around a month's time. We will hopefully be able to be back soon. We're going to go to a few messages from our sponsors before we get cracking with the Junior Rotax final. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage here from Warden Law, getting ready for our last race of the day, last race of the weekend here at Karting North East, the Junior Rotax Final. Fantastically supported entry once again. This has been our busiest entry here this weekend for event 10 of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. 34 drivers have made it through to the final. 65 championship points are on offer for winning this race. We'll get to the grid shortly. Keep comments coming in and your messages of support for the drivers. Let us know who you're tuning in to support here on the YouTube streams. Thank you for being with us once again, Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan, your commentary team for today. See the drivers there in the dummy grid area, and shortly the order of the day. Just having a close look, it's going to be wet tyres across the board for all of our competitors. If you're just joining us, track conditions are damp with a capital D. It's not raining anymore, or at least it's not raining heavily as it was around an hour ago. But still a very tricky challenge for the drivers out there. This circuit that's got a long run down to turn 1, but after that there's no rest for the drivers at the wheel of their Junior Rotax machines. And we've seen the last 2 races in particular have lots of different lines for the competitors out there on track, and a bit of a shift towards the wet lines being the quicker ones that we saw in the Minimax 950 race. But as I say, now that the rain has stopped, or at least diminished, could we now start to see a bit of a shift once again with some of the fastest drivers out there on circuit? Junior Rotax is really flourishing at the moment as a category across the UK, and particularly here in the British Kart Championships. Very competitive, and lots of drivers here looking to make their mark. Let's have a little bit of a talk about the championship scenarios, because this one will go to PFI, but it's very much Macaulay Bishop's championship to lose now. He has again been in supreme form so far this weekend, led the championship with quite a gap at the start of things here the weekend here at Warden Law, and could well put himself not quite within touching distance of that title, but he will be able to start plotting his way through to potential championship victory and completing this double that he's looking for in the junior ranks. He will start on the front row of this race, and let's have a review of the results so far this weekend. If, as I say, you're just joining us here at Warden Law, Junior Rotax yesterday had their heats and ended up with their intermediate classification looking like this. Joshua Graham took the maximum 65 points from that stage of the competition with a win and a 3rd place. Macaulay Bishop so didn't finish on top yesterday, but was 2nd, so a 62-point score added to his tally, virtue of his 2 second places in the races that was groups B and C going against one another, and then groups A and B going off against one another. Kenzo Craigie was impressive yesterday, took a heat victory and was 3rd in the IC. 60 championship points for himself, and the Argentine Motorsport crew can be very happy with that one. Had a few difficulties in the pre-final earlier on today, but again, we'll see what these conditions do to potentially equalise things or change the order up in the next 15 minutes or so once the drivers are out there. Lewis Goff was 4th in the intermediate classification after the heats. Ewan Charman was 5th. That IC, of course, set the grid for the pre-final, which we saw earlier on today. We, of course, had the repechage in the middle of all of that, as well as the last 6 places were decided for these finals. Macaulay Bishop was your race winner, Harrison Whitcomb 2nd, Lewis Goff 3rd, Joshua Graham 4th, and a sterling bit of defensive work from Ethan Jeff Hall, who had pretty much 3rd of the field behind him at the end of the race, but held on for 5th place in what could be a crucial 58-point tally come the end of the season. He is the closest challenger to Macaulay Bishop in the championship right now, and we'll see how he does in this one. Right, let's get ready for it then. The last race of the day up next. It is the Junior Rotax Final. Here's your grid for the Junior Rotax final, race 26 on your race order here this weekend at Warden Lord. Championship leader Macaulay Bishop has the pre-final already to his name here this weekend. Can he win again and extend his championship lead heading towards PFI? Harrison Whitcomb joins him on the front row of the grid. Lewis Goff and Joshua Graham form up row 2. Ethan Jeff Hall and Gustavs Usakovs makes it an all-strawberry racing row 3. Kenzo Craigie for Argenti Motorsport starts on the 4th row of the grid. Timo Youngling is alongside him there in 8th. Archie Clark and William Antrobus complete the top 10 on row 5. Thomas Behrman and Brandon Truman form up row number 6. Thomas Ingram Hill and Lizzie Mentia go from row 7. Ewan Charman and Archie Buttle on row 8. Harrison Crowther and Aidan Hassan on row number 9. Moving further down the order to the 10th row of the grid, we find Nicholas Ellis and Ethan Head. Aris Mayauskis and Thomas Minspearing start on row 11. Oliver Majewski and Zach Turner start on row number 12.
Row 13 sees Joe Anderson and Armin Banzel, Joshua Turnbull from Kai Veach, Ethan Carney from Jun Sekaguchi, Gabriel Cullen and Rachel Robertson, Hugh Moulton and Leon Hasty round out the field as they make their way out of the horseshoe into Paddock Bend. And we can start the final race of the weekend. Junior Rotax, race 26, final is underway. Down in towards turn 1 they go. Great start from Bishop, who holds on to the inside line. Who's going to be the first of the late breakers as they all try to find a bit of grip out there on circuit. Amazingly, no one goes straight on at turn 1. That is absolutely fantastic. But crucially, Bishop already has broken away. I spoke too soon because it's all gone wrong. And the main driver in there is Kenzo Craigie. The number 44 has just been, is in a massive pack of drivers. So many have gone off. And I'm trying to see who it is.
I think the number 25 of Timo Youngling was also involved in that. It's not been a good weekend at all, as off goes the number 76 there into Senna 1. That is going to be Zach Turner. Bit of chaos out there on lap 1.
Yep, Brandon Truman also involved in that coming together out of turn number 1. So, yeah, like I say, not everyone getting through it cleanly. Then, as I say, and off the track, getting dragged unceremoniously, Timo Youngling's kart. Yeah, that's not gone well for him.
Yeah, it's not had the best of weekends. The winner from Glanny Gores earlier in the season. And, well, I think that pretty much puts pay to any outside mathematical chances that Timo Youngling had of becoming champion. There's a bit of a moment there. That's the number 52. How on earth did Harrison Whitcomb and Lewis Goff not have a bit of a meeting in the grass on the outside of turn 1? That was a bit of a scary moment. They survived, but they will have lost position to the likes of Joshua Graham, and potentially Gustav Usakovs benefited from that as well.
Yeah, that's a heart-in-mouth moment there for both of the drivers. Thankfully, though, they both keep going. 13 minutes to go then of this final race of the day, and still there's been some big changes at the end of the first lap. The top 4 haven't changed. Biggest mover, though, Ewan Charman. What a drive from him. 8 positions gained so far in this one. The number 42 up into P7. And a slow mover there, the number 28 going slowly. Now, who's that? That's Joe Anderson, who was in 23rd at the start of this lap, and he will have tumbled down the order now. So that's not gone his way at all. And Lewis Goff receiving a 5-second time penalty. Your driver in 3rd place, Lewis Goff. It's not going his way.
No, not at all, but it's definitely going the way of Macaulay Bishop. Look at him there, chucking the kart into turn 1. He's 1.5 seconds there or thereabouts in the lead now over Joshua Graham. Gustav Usakovs did gain out of all of that. He's up to 3rd place. Archie Clark for the KR Sport team has also jumped up to 4th. Ewan Charman gaining again, is now up to 6th spot. And it's off the road there. That is through St. John's, and it's the number 52.
That's Lewis Goff.
Yeah, Lewis Goff. Well, he's been right on the edge, and this race goes from bad to worse. The driver who's already got a 5-second penalty loses more positions. It's just not going the way of the Sam Pollitt racing driver.
Not at all. And yeah, well, still with the 5-second time penalty on his mind as well, he will tumble even further after the race as well. So that's just not gone his way. And the rain, once again, is starting to fall. It's starting to kick up again. Now, thankfully, all these drivers will already be on wet tyres. So if anything, some rain will help them out just that little bit more. of making sure their tyres can last just that little bit longer and not get chewed up. There at the front, it's all going calm for Macaulay Bishop. Joshua Graham, though, I've got to say, is closing in. He's pushing hard, is Joshua Graham. Fastest lap of the race there. The timer has come down to less than a second as the E-plate now, Thomas Spearing, seeing another 5-second time penalty. That's 2 he's had so far this weekend. I've counted today alone. And it's just not going his way at the moment.
Joshua Graham's driving with such confidence, was top of the intermediate classification yesterday. So he knows in his mind, I can get the edge over Macaulay Bishop in this weekend. And he's having a great run here, continuing to close. And he's just taken out, what's that, another 3.5 tenths he's taken out of Bishop's lead through sector number 1. There's the number 51 of Hugh Moulton. Good to see Hugh back out there. Didn't end the pre-final in good fashion, but is gaining positions all the while. Is up 10 spots now to 23rd.
Yeah, we just saw a brief look there at Aris Miaskis, who is there in 21st place, gaining several positions, not only in the pre-final, after making it to the pre-final from the repechage, now in this final, gaining more positions. What a drive he has had today, really pushing hard on this one. Change gears down the inside. Look at the different racing lines there. Ewan Charman is on an absolute charge here now. Fastest lap of the race and absolutely sending it down the inside. He's up into P4.
He is indeed, and that move in particular makes me think that we've talked about the track changing. So there have been a change there for third. No, this is the lead battle, isn't it?
So it was Ewan Charman who's actually gone into third, and Joshua Graham has closed up to Bishop. These Argentis are rapid in the wet.
They are indeed. They've really got on top of the setup in these mixed conditions. Macaulay Bishop, well, I think after the start of the race, may relax a bit. Well, he's definitely aware of Joshua Graham closing in now. Less than 0.3 of a second. Down the inside goes Graham.
Wow.
Bishop gives him room. They're going to be side by side off of Gasworks. On the inside is Joshua Graham through Horseshoe. Bishop's trying to send it round the outside. Can he find the grip? Yes, he can find the grip. On the inside for Paddock. Brilliantly fought between Bishop and Graham. And somehow all of that, there's no change. Bishop still leads from Graham.
There's no change, but they're going to continue to scrap. Bishop loves that the wet line on the outside. The Argentis are loving the actual racing line, the slippery part of the track. They're loving that bit, and it seems to be working out for them. Bishop there was able to hold it around the outside on that the wet line. Got the waft out of the corner, was able to hold on to it, but he couldn't hold on to it through turn 1, and now Graham leads the way with 8.5 minutes to go, or just under 9 minutes to go of this race. Bishop now is struggling.
And I think the biggest problem now for Macaulay Bishop is he's seen how strong Joshua Graham is on the inside line. So the idea would be he's not going to be able to get down the inside of a gap that simply isn't there. He's going to have to do it around the outside.
Well,
having said that, now to the outside goes Graham, leaves the door open for Bishop, and he's back through. Macaulay Bishop retakes the lead of the race. Here comes Ewan Charman as well in the second of the Argentis. All change once again, 8.5 minutes to go. The top 3 covered by about 2.5 kart lengths.
This is incredible. Oh, and that's Ewan Charman with a 5-second time penalty. The number 42, who has latched onto the rear bumper of his teammate now in third place, now running with an extra 5 seconds on board with him. Now he's got to try and figure out what he's going to do. Is he going to try and really push with his teammate now to break away? Because he's going to have to, because look how close it is. The only benefit that he's got is that it is really wet out there and the gaps have opened up quite to a large amount. So he has got that benefit to him, but he's got to try and push away with his teammate here.
He has indeed, and Gustav Usakovs is coming into this battle as well. 4th place for the number 4 at the moment there. You just see him flash through shot, 1.3 seconds. And and reducing as well. He's faster through sector number 1 than the race leaders to the inside now. So Bishop's learned he's got to stay down the inside. That is where Joshua Graham is strong at the moment. He's got to hold this. 7.5 minutes to go. We're into the second half of this race. Charman's looking for a way through, but must think, that's my teammate ahead of me. Don't want to make any mistakes in these conditions where there simply is no margin for error now. Bishop's going to try and defend down the inside, and he has picked up on the tactical change. Smart racing there from Macaulay Bishop.
Yeah, as well. But again, it's not helping out. There's still 7 minutes to go, and those drivers are still there right behind him. And now Charman goes to the inside of Graham, gets that move done through Dogleg, and moves up into second place now. Gustav Uzakovs has closed in as well, so now it's a 4-car battle for the lead, and Gustav Uzakovs is getting flashbacks from his race here last year, where he came through the field and was a surprise podium runner in that one as well. So again, Gustav Uzakovs now taking full advantage of this one. He is loving this circuit, and it always seems to go well for him here.
Other drivers who are making a lot of progress. Leon Hastie's up 22 spots to 12th place. Joshua Turnbull as well up 13. Hugh Moulton, who mentioned earlier, also up 16. There's a lot to change here. As challenging for 3rd place now, Gustav Uzakovs trying to find a way through past Joshua Graham. Macaulay Bishop still has the lead on the road, but Ewan Charman there in 2nd place, fastest driver on circuit. But with these 5 seconds to be added at the end of the race, it's not good news for Hugh Moulton, who now becomes the latest recipient of a 5-second penalty. Joshua Graham holding off Gustav Uzakovs here. It's chess again out there on circuit, but it's a lot slipperier than we've seen earlier on in the weekend.
It certainly is. Right now, though, still 6 minutes to go in this race, plus the 1 lap. And, well, here we go, change to the lead. And, well, Bishop just gave that up there. And I think he knows why. He knows that Charman's got a penalty. He did not want to... Oh, in fact, is he broken? No, he's not. He's still going. Bishop there. It looks like he's got no pace.
Yeah.
Has he got an issue? Has he got no power?
Well, that's very un-Macaulay Bishop-like. He's left the door open for Ewan Charman there, then had problems through centre number 2. He seems to be back on pace now as they go through Horseshoe. That was a very strange moment for the former race leader. Joshua Graham and Gustav Uzakovs still there 3rd and 4th, and Archie Clark might be coming into this discussion as well. He's up to 5th place. He's only 3 seconds behind this group in the number 47. Wide again from Macaulay Bishop. I think it is. He's just struggling for pace on the inside line. He's trying to go to the outer line again. There's testing times to the championship leader.
Yeah, I don't think that wagon's at full power at the moment, so hopefully he can nurse that kart to the end of this race. Still 4.5 minutes to go. Checks over the shoulder. I was thinking there the reason why he backed off just that little bit was because he knew that Ewan Charman had the 5-second time penalty.
Yep.
He didn't want to battle with him, risking an accident and falling right to the end of the field. So I just think maybe that was what it was, but I'm just not too sure, because now Ewan Charman, yes, okay, he's got that 5-second time penalty, but you've released him.
Yeah.
He's gone now, and he's nearly 1.5 seconds further up the road.
If he gets 5.01 seconds up the road, he still wins this race. That is what Ewan Charman's trying to do now. Bigger picture, though, championship-wise, Bishop's got to remember he's had such a stellar season. He's only really had 1 championship score that you would say, yeah, that needs to be a drop at the end of the year. He's still got bullets remaining in that one. If there is a problem with the kart, getting another top 10 wouldn't be a complete disaster here. Having a spin and ending 30th, for example, that would really start to put a bit of pressure on him heading towards PFI.
Yeah, exactly. And Ethan Jeff Hall as well. We've not spoke about him much this weekend. You know, he's there right now in P6. He's on his own as Uzakovs dives it down the inside now and moves up into 3rd. So Gustav Uzakovs getting past Joshua Graham and now trying to latch on and attack Macaulay Bishop here. And you're right in saying it has brought Archie Clark into the battle. But yeah, Ethan Jeff Hall, there he is. He's behind this battle. He's not battling anyone. He's just seeing this championship kind of unfold in front of him, really, as he sits 2nd in the point standings right now. I mean, there is still a fair chunk of points between the two of them. And if anything, this is all down to really Bishop here to see if he can try and get the double this year. But right now, it's all against him here at Warden Law, as everyone is just piling on the pressure on him here.
3 minutes to go.
What
is the gap? It's
3.5
seconds. It's going. It's going. Ewan Charman, even though he has the 5-second penalty on the books at the moment, has a really strong chance of winning this race because he's charging up the road. He's the only... No, that's a lie. He's not the only driver in the 105s, but he is still the fastest driver out there on circuit. And Macaulay Bishop, well, whatever is happening there, he's now got a challenge from Uzakovs. He's going to lose 2nd place here. Through goes Uzakovs. Now this completely changes the story, Anthony, because what is the pace like? This is the first time we've seen Uzakovs in clean air probably the last 6 or 7 minutes. If he can hold the pace of Charman, he's on for a race win here.
Yeah, exactly. That would be fantastic. It all falls to Gustav Uzakovs again here at Warden Law, like it was last year. And right now, he's just doing exactly what he needs to do. The gap was 4.5 seconds, but look how much he's cleared Macaulay Bishop already. Charman's still looking for a second place here at the moment, but it all falls down to Gustav Uskos. Like you said here, out of the final corner, but Charman again consistently setting the fastest lap of the race. It's going up still, 4.6. Gustav Uskos is not closing in.
It's got to be this lap. This lap's going to be the one that tells us what the scenario is for you and Charman. If you can keep going at this pace, 1 minute 5.09, as you saw on your screen, new fastest lap of the race for the driver first on the road. In comparison, Uzakov's 1 minute 5.6. Now up the inside for third place. That's the number 88 of Joshua Graham going through and past Macaulay Bishop. Archie Clark is the next driver to challenge the current championship leader. This would still be a decent score for Macaulay Bishop. 1 minute to go. What are these sector times looking like? They're still good. They're still good for you and Charman. He's got it. He's got the 5-second lead on the road he needs to negate the penalty. What a drive this has been for you and Charman. 50 seconds to go. Can he hold it together in the slippery conditions here at Warden Law?
The only hope Ewan Charman's got here, the only question mark he's got, is he gained 14 positions through this grid. Did he affect his nose cone?
Yeah.
That's the question. He's got the 5-second in race, but if he's got a nose cone as well, that's 10 seconds, and it's all wasted. We still don't know, but Ewan Charman again consistently fastest after faster. I want to have a look at the nose cone. I just want to have a look at the nose cone on that car. That looks fine. That looks absolutely fine. It doesn't look dropped at all. So Charman is leading this way. What a final it has been for him. 14 places gained with 14 seconds left to go. He's cleared a 5-second gap from the rest of the field with that 5-second in-race time penalty added onto him. Absolute monster drive from Ewan Charman.
And you could see with the yellow visor as he went through Senna 1 there, the steel and determination in his eyes. His eyes are out on stalks at the moment, Ewan Charman's, because he's still got a job to do. That's a stunning second sector. He's extending his lead. 5.37 now, the gap to Gustav Usakovs. If Gustav Usakovs wants to win this race, he's got to throw caution to the wind and gain probably 5/6 tenths on what he's been doing so far. Another new fastest lap of the race for Charman. 1 minute 5.07. 5.28 is the gap, but that's the thing. Take 5 seconds off that, it's still in the balance.
Yeah, exactly. Gustav Uskov just needs to find 0.2 of a second here to try and get the win of this race. He himself is also on an absolute charge in this one, gaining 4 positions. He is still in a chance of winning this one. The gap is 5.2. They go into Sector 2 now. It's still 5.2, but he still took a small chunk. He is coming down more and more. It's a battle of these two now. Who is going to take this? We just don't know. How are the sector times looking? They're identical. They're absolutely identical. We're going to have to wait for the next split.
19.48 for Charman through sector number 2. 19.65 for Usakovs. That's good for Charman. He just needs to keep it together for 2 more corners. That's the horseshoe done. This is Paddock. He'll sprint it to the line and then we'll wait. It's got to be above 5 seconds. Has he celebrated too early? It's a 1 minute 5.13. Here comes the gap. What is the gap?
He's done it.
5.58. What a drive from Ewan Charman. He had a 5-second penalty from earlier in the race. He found a way past Macaulay Bishop and he beats the rest of the field with a stunning drive. It's his first win in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in Junior Rotax in 2023, and that will surely go down as one of his finest ever drives. He'll remember that one for many, many a year to come. Gustav Usakovs, you've got to give it to him as well. 5.58. It was in the balance on that last lap of the race, and it's another podium here at Warden Law. Joshua Graham makes it 2 Argentine Motorsport drivers on the podium there in third. Macaulay Bishop, strange race for Macaulay Bishop, but it is more good points, and he will have a hefty championship lead heading to PFI on the 15th of October. Archie Clark had a good race, up 4 positions, finishes in 5th. Ethan Jeff Hall continues to have a good hold on second place in this championship, finishes 6th. Lewis Goff was 7th on the road, but another driver with a penalty. 8th place for Thomas Behrman, 9th for Harrison Crowler, and 10th for Leon Hasty. Brilliant drive for Leon Hasty. Gained 24 places from 34th and last. finishes inside the top 10 for Thule Motorsport. Joshua Turnbull was 11th. Thomas Ingram Hill was in 12th. Harrison Whitcomb maybe a bit disappointed there with 13th, having started on the front row of the grid. Hugh Moulton was 14th, but also has a penalty which will reduce the number of positions he gained in that race, at least on the road. It was 19. William Antrobus completes the top 15. Nicholas Ellis was 16th. Archie Buttle, Armand Bansal and Thomas Min-Spearing all inside the top 20. That was rounded out by Aras Miauskis. Good drive there from Aras Miauskis, considering at the start of the day he had the dread of the repechage facing him. He's come through that and finished inside the top 20 in the final. Aidan Hassan finishes in 21st place. Oliver Mijewski finishes in 22nd. Gabriel Cullen was 23rd ahead of Lizzie Mentier and Kai Vetch, who was another one of our drivers coming through from the repechage. Rachel Robertson gains 6 in that race, finishes in P26. Joe Anderson, Zach Turner, Shun Sekiguchi and Brandon Truman all finished inside the top 30. Kenzo Craigie, well, he could take a lot from this weekend. The pace has been there. He took a heat win yesterday and he'll build from 31st place in this final and hope to be back for more at PFI. There was 1 retirement in that race in the form, 3 retirements in that race in the form of Ethan Head, who retired after 7 laps, Timo Youngling and Ethan Carney, who both didn't see the end of lap 1. We'll be back shortly with more here from Warden Law. For now, let's have a word from some of our sponsors. Welcome back, everybody, to Warden Law. We're in the aftermath of a truly thrilling junior Rotax final, a very different one as well, with penalties coming into play. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Fermé for some of the thoughts with the drivers.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed. A brilliant way to end the weekend here at Warden Law. The sun is shining, and Ewan Charman, after gaining 14 positions, plus a 5-second time penalty, you still, despite all the odds, win that race by half a second after the penalties applied. But what a final that is. I mean, talk us through that.
I mean, it's hard to really put into words. I mean, had a good start. Of course, there was the crash at the second corner. Did really well to avoid that. And then, yeah, I just progressively was really fast throughout.
Apologies there for the loss of sound down there with Anthony Jordan, and they're clearly buzzing. Ewan Charman, it's one of those nervous energies when you come off after a race like that. Not that I can speak from much experience of that personally, but good to see that Ewan Charman is very proud of his result there. It elevates him to, at least for now, as all things shake out, 3rd place in the championship. Let's actually just have a rundown, at least verbally, for the virtual championship scores. 15th of October, we will be at PF International, well, the weekend of the 14th and the 15th of October, with the live stream on the Sunday on the 15th. In Junior Rotax, the scores will look something a little bit like this. Macaulay Bishop has a healthy lead, 743 points. Second, Ethan Jeff Hall on 682. Ewan Charman, we were just speaking to him there, the winner of this race, in stunning fashion, overcoming the penalty of 5 seconds to, in the end, win by 0.58 seconds, will be 3rd on 675. Very, very close in that region for 3rd place. 4th will be Joshua Graham on 674. Gustav Usakovs, with his strong results there, in 2nd place in the final here at Warden Law, will be on 673. Bit of a gap back for Spearing there on 6th, Behrman 7th, and Jungling on 610 points in 7th place. All of those results, everything from this weekend, you can review on the British Kart Championships website. And as we say, the next time you'll be able to see action from the Wera Tours British Kart Championships will be on Sunday, the 15th of October. We will be at PF International. A few quick thanks from myself before we sign off for today. Big thanks to Anthony Jordan down in the pits and alongside me here on commentary. Our whole team here today. Lucy Derrick for her work behind the scenes, getting us all organised. James Fitchie, who's been alongside me on the buttons for the production. Stuart Rice, John Ratcliffe, Michael Yao, and Dylan Kirkpatrick and Amy as well. I think we can, though, head down to Anthony Jordan again in the Parc Fermé for him to continue with the thoughts of the drivers.
You can all see, hear me, and everything along those lines. Ewan Charman, well, finally, after a tough-fought year, you finally take your first win, but you had to work for it. 14 positions gained, a 5-second time penalty, and then they released Gustav Usakovs, who nearly closed it. Look at the cheeky smile on his face. I nearly had you, but mate, you got away with that one.
Yeah, it was an amazing win. Of course, had to avoid the crash at turn 2. Which was very stressful. Had to go on the grass to avoid it, and then after that there was a gap between me and the front pack. Slowly made my way up to them, and then once I got up to them, it was quite difficult to pass Macaulay and Josh, because although it's wet, you could still defend, and they did that really well. And then, but once I got past them, I was quite happy to have pulled away from the main pack. And then, of course, Gustav's got through, and they started to slowly close in on me. And as he was closing in on me, it's just like, I didn't know whether I had got it or not. And, of course, I didn't know I had it up until, of course, I came across the line and the whole team celebrating. It's just a feeling that I'll never be able to recreate, really.
Exactly. That is going to go down as one of the best Rotax finals I've seen in a while. But, mate, honestly, this helps out your championship fight as well. I think that bumps you up to 3rd in the point standing. So going into PFI, it's still looking good.
Yeah, still the possibility to win, I think. It's going to be a stretch because, of course, Bishop is quite far ahead, but I think 2nd is definitely on.
Mate, honestly, wicked final. We'll see you on the podium. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Excellent stuff there for you and Charman. Gustav Usakovs, bring it in. What is it about this circuit that you like so much with getting, I think, I'm not going to say lucky because you're quick around here, but it always seems to fall your way?
It's a good circuit. I like it.
Yeah. I mean, talk us about that race, because as soon as you got past Bishop, you were just tantalisingly close to catching up to the back of Ewan on that one. But seriously, that was an impressive drive. I mean, from you, this weekend's been a tough one, hasn't it?
Yeah, for the heats and qualifying and pre-final, we've just been like mid-pack, like 7th to 8th. And then now, I think I don't know what we did, but we found something.
Yeah. Definitely found something in that one. Still a fantastic result for yourself, and you've got the podiums coming up later on. You can enjoy that one, but like you say, this season's been a tough one. PFI, one more round to go. Are you looking forward to it, or is it just Is it just like, oh, I just want to go home?
Now we're still to play for. I think in the championship, it's quite close between like the top 3-4.
Yeah.
So we'll see what we can do there.
Honestly, looking forward to seeing what you can do out there at PFI. Congratulations on this one. Enjoy the podium later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Let's bring in third place, who at the moment is just getting celebrated with Joe Tony there. Leave him alone, Joe. I need him. Mate, on this one. Well, congratulations, Joshua. I mean, that was a race. I mean, the Argentines were looking absolutely rapid out there. The different racing lines as well. You were using that tighter inside line. Way more effective than what we thought it was.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a lot grippier towards the end of the race, but yeah, pretty decent.
Yeah, solid result for yourself, like you say, coming away with that top 3. I mean, while you were racing out there, do you know what happened to Bishop out there? Because he was racing a lot, and then all of a sudden it slowed right down, and then it was defending all the way. What did you see from your point?
Yeah, towards the start of the race, I closed the gap, and then overtook him. He overtook me back, and then he started defending, which was tough to get by in this greasy, slippy conditions. But eventually, I got past him and sort of drove away.
Yeah, you were lucky with that one as well. And what were you thinking when you saw Ewan come through the field? Because he started well down there, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the KR chassis is really good around here. So, yeah, he won last week here as well. So I knew he was going to be pretty quick. So,
yeah,
well done to him.
Yeah, well, still well done to you as well. It's still a solid result going P3. We'll see you on the podiums a bit later on. But, yeah, well done.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Argenta Motorsport, KR Chassis, my dad's, Ron Meadows and Danny Sweeney.
Hey, honestly, well done. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for our top 3. And what a way to end the stream here at Warden Law. It's been a challenging, tough weekend for everyone, but a huge congratulations to all the drivers. A huge thank you to the marshalling team and the camera crews had to battle the horrible conditions out there. From myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, we will see you in a few weeks' time when we head to Paul Fletcher International Raceway for the final round of the Vera Tours British Kart Championships for Rotax and Honda.